And welcome to LAWhammer, where we gather in my living room every week to play the Enemy Within campaign on Fridays. I will change my intro every single time. So, we've got a lot to cover before we start the actual session this evening. The first part that I am going to turn to is, if you want to learn how to write up your own locations, I'm diving straight into this, by the way. Write up your own locations. I'm doing a masterclass tomorrow with Inside the Rookery. So just type Inside the Rookery Patreon and you can dive yourself over to a super special masterclass with me tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. And I know that's literally nothing to do with this stream, but I don't care because it's going to be awesome and you should be there. Now, more realistically, it's got a lot to do with this stream, because I'm going to be showing everybody how to create locations that are very similar to the ones that we, Andy and I, he's sitting over there just now, created for the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starter set, and showing you how you can concisely create an entire city in a way that doesn't intimidate. But let's move on from that to a completely different ad. Ping, 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 ping!
So I'm also doing a masterclass Inside the Rookery, same deal as Andy was saying. This is next Thursday, I believe, 17th at 7 p.m. And it's primarily focused at GMs, but also anybody who kind of writes or creates. I'm going to look at ways that you can kind of force yourself to be creative, even if you're not feeling inspiration. Ooh. So whether that is writer's block, whether that's the fear of the blank page, whether that's you've tied yourself in a Gordian knot or painted yourself in a corner, I'm going to give you some sort of tips and tricks for kind of getting out of that, or kind of inspiring you. Some of that based on my writing stuff, some of that based on what I do in school as a teacher, where I have to get disaffected teenagers to write stories, and they very often don't want to, so I have to kind of work with them to get them to do that. The second half, the plan is to be a bit more like a clinic. So if you right now are stuck with something, if you've hit a brick wall, come along, share it, and we'll do like a live agony aunt style session. We'll try and help you out. So, see you there.
With that beautiful set of adverts said, let's go and advertise the real thing, the important thing, and that's us. Take it away.
I'm also doing a masterclass in winging it. Please follow us on all of our socials. We've got a Discord where people make memes that crack us up every week. Well, I say people, one person in particular. Yeah, fantastic work. We've got our YouTube channel. We've got our Twitch, which you're looking at us on. So if you've not followed, hit follow. We also have Facebook, maybe?
I don't think
Are we
so.
on Meta? I don't know.
No.
Erin will post stuff in the chat, I'm sure, of what we are on. Follow us on it. Share it with your friends. It would mean us so much if we get more people viewing and having fun with us every week. Boobies. Thank you.
So close.
You did so well. Well done. We all knew it was coming.
It's the longest I've ever not sworn.
Is it? Boobies! Yay! This is a grown-ass adult stream for grown-ass adults. Other than that, you've never joined us before. We are about to dive into session number 13. I can't believe it's number 13 already. In truth, we're well into the 20s in terms of overall sessions. But in this case, session number 13. Previously on LAWhammer, our group had arrived at, well, a town that I don't even think you got the name of while you were there. You were too busy getting stuck in with the local folks. They've arrived at a town in pursuit of Etelka Herzen, someone they believe is a cultist, and they're about to head their way up into the Barren Hills. But before we do that, XP for last week. Oh, yay! So everybody can get themselves XP. So last week we managed to do some pretty big things, actually. Last week we managed to resolve matter with the dwarves, get them on side, and then send them off like a great dwarven throng
That was amazing.
into the Black Mountains. That was pretty awesome. Yeah, good job. That was a very successful moment for you all.
I've written about it in my journal.
You have written about it in your journal, indeed. Good times there. If you missed that episode, get back and watch it. Nerd! So that was done. We've navigated our way down the river. We've made our way up through the streets. We found ourselves a mule that was in the water and grabbed yourself a handy handout from that. Do love a good GM handout. And then from there, arrived at the village, made your way up there, made connection with Corobreath, who was someone who was there at your... He hasn't discussed that. Let's call it coming out party. Yeah, totally. Let's not call it the solstice orgy, because that would just be...
That's just one of the many
Boobies!
facets of it.
So we did pretty well there. So you've got 125 XP, big haul. Nice. Do we have any shorter long-term goals that have been achieved?
We did the...
You did get the 50 XP?
Yeah.
And what was that one for again, just so you recall?
Making friends
Securing
with...
a powerful ally.
Yeah.
With the dwarves, nicely done.
Sorry, how many was that?
50.
125.
Yes, that's 175 in total so far.
My short-term ambition was to see if I could find clues of the crooked fingers who were sent to Etelka's house. I feel like eaten by beastmen is very likely, but I don't know for sure.
It's
so
a guess, you're right.
It's a clue.
It's a guess.
It's a clue.
I will ask Dumpling.
That's Dumpling.
Yes.
So anyone.
Maybe pile in on
she's a
Dumpling.
halfling.
And
Did
mine
you
you said
give her
I get this week
signals?
was helping the dwarfs get their minds back.
Super, yes, correct, 50. Yeah, you don't quite have your one. Would anyone like to change their short-term ambition? Now is the time to do it. And a party one as well.
Mine's...
We got
Party
the
one is
party
still
one.
the same. Etelka Herzen, dead or alive.
Yeah.
Dead or alive.
Nice.
What a bloody cowboy she is.
My short term is the book. Make sure I read the book. Get the book
So
read.
you're going to be taking the book with you?
Oh no.
I love that face. That face alone was worth it.
When do we come back to the barge? Even
You
though
don't
can't say-
know.
Even when,
My short-term ambition was to get elf-made arrows, but I don't think I'm going to get them on the way up here, so I might change them.
Hugely unlikely. If you want to change it, now's the time to do it. You've got yourself
Scratch
until
out
the
elf.
break is finished to try and call it.
Okay, thanks.
And is that everything?
Yeah, if anyone's got any suggestions in the chat,
So-
when we can short term ambitions, I need one and cannot think of
And
one.
I do too, so
yeah.
any suggestions?
grow
would
a
be
set of
lovely.
eyes.
Wow.
Does that
Could've
count
said
as a
balls.
mutation?
Okay, so with that
Maybe I
complete
suck.
lack of drilling down, and I think we'll do ourselves a little stream about choosing short and long-term ambitions, because I think that will be worthwhile, because they're not that difficult to do, but they're an absolute nightmare, as is shown here, particularly when you're put on the spot. So one thing that's worth doing is always having a small bank of them ready. 1, 2, and 3 for the generic I need an ambition. Something to put in place. That aside, I think we're ready.
Can't relate.
Let's rock and roll.
Let's rock and roll.
To the
Four.
Demon Bowl.
Episode 13.
I wrecked it.
The Demon's Bowl.
It's key, but it's also...
The glorious adventures are finding that travel upriver is perhaps not quite as easy as they originally hoped. There's a few things to say about the River Narn that they're currently attempting to negotiate with their, let's say, rowboats, canoes. Most of them are sitting two to a canoe, except for Alaminawai.
Elemenoi.
Oh, who am I with?
I thought it was Elric who was
Yeah.
It was Elemenoi.
Well, you better decide that amongst yourselves while I finish off this little intro. Most of them are working in twos, canoeing their way up a tree-lined river. Now, the river itself is relatively swift. The river itself requires a certain amount of work to even work against the current at points. At other areas, it's nice and smooth, and then it gets much more difficult. For the first half hour, it doesn't require much in the way of tests. We'll just do a single test, which is easy, which means you can reverse your fails, and it's a roll test. If you don't have roll, then it's strength.
So sorry, can we just decide who's with who then?
Yes.
I'm with
Elf.
Coral Breath.
You were with Cora Breath.
Yeah,
I'm a birdie.
father and yeah.
So I thought it was going to be you two and Elemenoi.
No, I think Alamenoite had gone with the father and Elric was
Yes,
just gonna...
that's what I thought too. So,
Yeah.
do your tests.
And we're totally chill.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Nice and chill.
Do I need any successes or is it just...
Just a pass will do.
Yeah, cool.
Excellent.
I mean, my strength's 27. Like
You're with Corabreath, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, you're Corabreath. Yeah, he's paddling like the monster.
Fortune point to get it to 0 successes.
I've tied myself up to Coral Breath in case I fall into the water.
Nicely done.
And,
He looks back, smiles, and then continues on with his rowing. The trees here are lush, they're thick, they're green, and in general, look healthy. However, there is one thing to note as we pass by the first hour's worth of, oof, you're already thinking we need maybe a bit of a rest, but after our first hour's worth of paddling upriver, the amount of silting along the edges almost gives the Narn a beach-like bank in places. There's quite a lot of sand, although the sand itself is a bit more orangey-er than you would normally expect for your typical sandbank. It's quite a deep ochre.
Like clay,
like
sort of.
iron kind
Almost,
of.
but it's sand.
it's
So
definitely sand.
it's sand.
Okay.
And shifts like sand and occasional places breaks as the weight of the sand has caused small dunes to form in a few areas. Corabreath calls out several times with lines along the line of keep up, don't fall behind, slow down, until eventually we arrive at our first, we need to get out. As he goes over towards the edge, we've got to carry everything up. It says falls. And as you make your way up around a path through the wood here, you can see that this place has had people pass by in the past, clearly, because there is an established path here. But the wood itself is thick, super thick. If it wasn't for this path, you would probably be hacking, possibly for a day or so, just to get up to the top. This path, though, takes a somewhat meandering route around, takes almost 20 minutes there. Corabreath is quite happy to pull your one if you want by himself and height it up, but if you want to put your head in it and carry it up yourself, you
Yeah,
can do
I
so.
could be comfortable hoisting it.
Fortunately, the two tall people are together. That's good. That's going to make it a little difficult, but then yeah, that's not the easiest lift.
As if Gerhardt is helping.
He kind of needs to.
Look, you don't have to. If you understand the idea behind mechanics, which obviously I do because I'm very smart, then one just needs to place oneself in the right position. So
Less talking, more lifting.
yeah,
Come on.
exactly.
And
So
with that-
see you on the other side.
Endurance tests from everybody. If you have no advances in endurance, you can't claim advantage on this.
Saga.
Nice.
Oh, actually.
That'll be a crit.
Oh!
Literally
How-
the best crit I get, 55.
Roll again to get your total number of successes.
How tall is Corabreath?
Corabreath is about 5'7", 5'8".
Exploding crit.
Too bad.
Ooh!
So that'll be 10 total successes. and
Lincoln
2
flex.
crits.
So
Okay.
can we all climb on his shoulder? He carries us all up.
You do not need to roll again today.
He's got seasoned traveler, so he would have doubled anyway. But
Yeah, totally.
Oh, no, tenacious. That's
Yeah,
it.
tenacious for the so
6 successes with tenacious as well.
superb. Two.
0 but success.
Zero.
Fail.
Success.
Success. Excellent. Oh, they're a bunch of hardy fellows. They are glorious adventurers
Oh,
after all.
sprinted ahead. Have you never carried a boat?
At the top, Corabreath is relatively impressed with everyone because you've all made it up. There's a little bit of a short breath here or there for those of you who've just scraped by with his 0 successes, but Elric, he's straight
Smashing
ahead. It leads directly back to the river itself. And again, it's a relatively simple, easy row ahead. A single test from everyone is assisted if you're on a boat that's mixed with someone, so take the high success and add +1 if the other person does a pass.
Oh, we reversed. Oh no.
As long as one passes, that's all that really matters, as long as you
Reverse
don't fumble.
failures.
Pardon?
Reverse
It doesn't matter. Pardon?
Reverse
Just reverse
failure.
successes. So yes, a success.
Go one success then.
Yeah, one.
Few successes. but
That's enough.
success.
Is it if it's reverse fails, do you choose the best one?
You
Or
choose
is
the best.
Okay, it's 4 successes then.
Superb.
All
one.
fails.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. 7 then.
No, it's only if it
Completely
fails that you get to reverse them.
Ah, right. Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
that's
sorry.
what I was
Yeah,
asking. Right.
I
Yes, it did
misunderstood.
fail. So I reverse it and then it becomes 0 successes.
Yeah, yeah,
right?
perfect.
I don't get to choose the height. Yeah.
Done. Nice, not done.
How did Corabreath do?
Okay, good point.
That's what you may as
Yeah, Corabreath did fine. You stop for lunch. As he sits down and picks at some dried meat and says, right, today, before the end of the day, we'll be nearing the edge of the Great Circle and everything changes there. Everything changes. So you're going to have to be ready. If you've got weapons, get them in the boat in front of you just in case. The river itself should be safe, so we're going to be going right out to the middle. We don't want anyone throwing anything at us from the sides. Tonight, if no one objects, I would like to take a small detour up to see my mother. if no one objects.
Does Elric know who his mother would be?
Chances are very low because he was just someone who was a visitor to his coming out.
Well, I mean, if he's anything like Elric's family, which is getting the sense that he is, she's probably someone worth seeing. So, yeah, I have no objection if we take a wee detour.
Well,
what I would like to ask though is, I don't even really know this area. What are we getting ourselves into? What can we expect? You said hold our weapons, which we're used to doing as a group, but...
Well, hopefully nothing. Hopefully. There's altereds out there. A lot of people have fled up here that have maybe been born wrong. But the Barren Hills are wide. The chances of meeting anyone are really low, and no one knows we're coming. Some of the animals up here are a bit, let's say, thirsty for blood. They get hungry, and some of the bigger ones, they'll come after us if they're hungry enough. But hopefully, again, it won't be a problem. But it's a bad land. It is not a good place, and there's nothing really that you can eat once we're a good day or so into it. We won't get there until about day 3.
Okay, and that's day 3, including the side track to see your mother.
Well, it's not very long. It's only going to be about an hour and a half off.
Right. Okay.
And we should be at our
we
nice
We
place to
packed
sleep.
provisions, right? We got a lot of
we
provisions.
did.
Yeah.
Are we all? Is everybody okay with the mothering detour?
Yes.
Yeah. Sounds like a safe place to
The choice
stop.
would be to have no guide and just try ourselves. So
No. I mean, he asked the question whether it was okay.
I am very happy with him seeing his mother.
Seems like a safe place to sleep.
although I am a bit worried that he said there's probably very low chance of us meeting mutants. That seems to not apply to us in any shape or form.
Which is why I said right out into the middle of the water. Hopefully.
Okay. Should we just, if that is the case, make some sort of plan based upon people going in and over? We've got some ropes and everything, haven't we? So do we want to do a little sort of? I don't think I know what a crocodile is, but
No, you really don't.
no, exactly. Some sort of thing where you tie everybody together.
What you
in a
will be
line.
aware of, though, is stirpikes, for example.
Right.
Stirpikes are almost
We've
great
met-
shark-sized
we've met them.
pikes.
We have, yes.
Proper
That's
ones.
not why he was talking about a crocodile. He was talking about a crocodile in the sense of people going in a row.
You know, when
Oh,
you make
right,
a people
I
crocodile.
apologize.
Yes.
A people crocodile.
Yes, exactly. So insert that idiom
Just a chain.
to a chain of people. So we could tie each other together. So if one of us falls in, we're all
We take
collectively
all
there
the
to.
others with us.
No,
What
well-
a great idea.
No, obviously not. There's 5 people to
Would it
one
not be
person,
better just to tie the boats?
or the boats.
No.
No?
No. If anything should attack, one goes down, it might take everyone down.
Right.
You'll be better working in your pairs.
Great.
All right. We'll then
Will you stay
want-
close to us?
tie each other within the pairs.
Potentially, yeah, in the pairs sounds.
Yes. Okay. That's good.
Please
Don't
yourself.
like the fact that Andy smiled slightly when I said that. Like there was a very slight. Yes, you should do that.
I'll tie the knots. I have rope work.
Yes, you do.
Welcome to our After Dark stream. Birdie ties the party up.
He's now trusted the back of the canoe, so I don't have to listen to him anymore.
We've got the contract, so.
The afternoon should be easy enough. I require 2 tests. Number 1 is row, again assisted. The water here is a bit rougher. You can only claim advantage if you have got the actual row skill. And it isn't easy.
Nice.
Nice! You can roll again to gain your extra successes.
No one failed.
Those 2 failed.
How did you do?
2. All you need is 1.
Both. I ain't got it.
Have you got a fortune point your way out of this bad boy? Who's got the higher skill?
We don't reverse. do
No,
we,
you
on
don't
the
reverse. It's
success?
no longer easy. The
You've
water's
got a higher
rougher.
skill, but
Oh, yeah, but
probably
you've got
fewer
advantage
fortune
because
points.
of you have row. Yeah.
We did. Is this the same day that we arrived in the village, or is this the next?
Next day.
So would I have had a chance to do an augury for rowing then?
Yeah, I'm
Although that means it'd have to be for me, not for you. But
Yeah, that's why we weren't in the same boat, I think. Originally. Why I decided to go by myself.
You're in the boat.
so I'll end up spending a fortune point
You're
on
out
that
of the boat.
augury, ironically,
funny.
and then pass the augury, and then use the augury fortune point on this roll test. And crit.
Got there in the end.
What a lad that Sigmar is.
Yeah.
7 successes total.
Sweet. So we're all fine. We make our way up through the centre of the River Narn, which spreads out at points and gets very silty, and you have to make your way through the channels that go through the silt, and then tightens up again and gets a little bit bumpy in places. He takes you, as the lead canoeist, round the edges and then across the waters, and you just follow him in general. Eventually we arrive at another waterfall, and this one is far higher. It is covered with foliage on either side, and it looks like there's no easy way that you're going to get through this one at all. He just goes straight through the waterfall.
Is this where his
Then looks back and says, "Don't worry, you'll be fine as long as you don't stop under it."
Oh, this is the best.
It looks like a lot of water. Everyone that's passing through, who's our lead rowist?
I feel like
He needs a
Elrock
boat.
will have to be in the middle because if he's on his own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll probably go first.
Well,
leave
it'll
them
be
at-
coral
leave-
breath.
I want the lead
Yeah,
one
pretty.
to do a row test as they push through on each
It's usually
yeah,
lead
in
boat.
each
Oh,
boat.
on
Yeah,
each boat.
right.
Right.
Oh, sorry.
So
I
just-
think
so in your
terms
case,
of the
super easy.
actual
Yeah,
order.
yeah.
Because you've got eyes.
Yeah, failed.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
2 successes.
Easy.
Easy.
Spush,
I failed.
spush.
Even reversing.
Do
You
get
don't
to
reverse,
reverse?
no.
I'll get to reverse.
No.
I'll spend a fortune point. Oh, passed.
Ah, superb. Spush, spush. Water sluices down from above, soaking you to your skin. There is a small chance that something will be thrown overboard if it's not secured inside your barge. Does anyone have
Leopold.
stuff? Leopold. Ah! Does anybody have stuff in there?
Where's your book, Gerhard?
No. Do you have your book with you, Gerhard?
Dropped on his knee.
He's probably reading it.
We need an answer.
I do, yeah. I
Yeah,
probably
here
do.
we go then. It's a small chance.
Well, hang on, wait. There's loads of other shit I got with me as well. Let's be
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
I'm a
That
person
might be
of
what
things.
goes. We'll find out.
Meat pies on
And you know,
late.
your barge is, your boat's fine, everything just gets
You.
wet. Including your book.
Yeah, ever so slightly. I'm not reading at the moment.
No, it still gets wet. Nope, you're fine.
Doesn't really have anything.
You're fine also.
Except your
Everyone's fine. As you go through to the other side, and you're in a natural cave, obviously at the bottom, which goes in for some distance, and has a set of natural steps. That's what they look like. They're clearly not natural, but slates, and then goes into actual wooded steps that go up around the outside. We put this in, he says, in the echoey cave. Around about 100 years ago. He says, everything just kept growing up and all the way around the old pass up there, and we weren't using them enough. It was the only way we could be certain to get up to the top. Shouldn't be too hard, he said, as you all have to do an endurance test except for yourself.
Sprinting up them steps.
5 at a time.
Slips, falls, cracks his head. Dead.
2 successes.
1 success.
How we?
You really are in your element. Tom.
Corbreath, I wouldn't be travelling with amateurs here. They all know what they're doing. So far. He's purposely not staring at Alan Menowite and Leopold.
Serious
Did
success.
you do well?
Yeah.
He hasn't said. Oh, I thought you hadn't declared yet. And I was
Oh,
like,
yeah, no.
Endurance is not a
6
problem.
successes.
We also require, because this is quite an awkward place to take all of our boats up, a strength test from everybody. This is neat, no advantage, no nothing. It's often quite difficult. And again, though, it's assisted, so as long as one of you pass, you'll be fine.
okay.
Just don't fumble. Crit. Perfect.
2 successes.
I'm going to use one of my 2 fortune points.
Well, you might be work if
Yeah.
he might pass, so you won't need to use the
He's
fortune
got a strength
point.
of
Got a
20.
fumble.
Oh, right.
I'm going to
I
fortune
passed.
point.
Oh, excellent. All you need to do is not fumble then.
Yeah, it was rubbish
Superb.
roll, but
And
it's
all
not
good there?
fumble.
All good there?
Yeah, 2.
Excellent. As you heft the relatively small canoes all the way up, have to go down, collect any of your stuff, like armor that you might be taking, I presume. You got armor with you? Excellent. Go back down, pick that up, take that up a second time. As that takes you into the late afternoon. He says, we got about another half an hour, he says, of canoeing to make our way
Oh,
up.
I thought your mother was going to be in the waterfall.
No.
I'm disappointed.
I'll be sure to tell her.
Oh, no, don't. Please don't.
No, I will. He says.
We're very literal people here.
That explains so much.
I just thought the steps that you put them in to get to your mother's house.
We do, because that's where we're going.
Are you ready? Let's cast off. This is simplicity itself. The water at the top of the waterfall is nice and smooth, relatively wide. There's a couple of channels you have to wend your way around. But again, trees are bowing right over the river on almost all sides. There is no way you'd be able to make your way up this river by foot. Oh, well, that's not true. Obviously, you could. It would just take a very, very long time. An hour later, and he's pulling up to a small, very ruddy ochre beach. Pulls up, yanks his canoe up along with yours, and then pulls it in around about 10, 15 yards and ties it up to a tree there like it's going to somehow walk away. To which he says, make sure you tie it up. Animals, they might just take a bite and pull.
They are.
Everybody looks at Birdie.
This is just wood. Why would they attack a wood thing?
Because it doesn't come from here.
Right.
The forest here is a bit defensive.
Local place.
Local people.
Okay.
Tie up your canoe.
I tie up the canoe.
If I do it with rope work,
You don't need
we
to roll.
don't. Can I?
Yeah,
do
you can go around and
everybody's-
check them all. Yes, you can.
I'll check everybody's
Thank
work.
you, Birdie.
Everyone else is neophyte knots.
There's a lot of tutting, retying.
As Everett's pantaloons fall down, he looks at his bed.
She likes it. She likes to be useful.
Half an hour
got me,
later,
you know.
you are arriving at a small cottage that is made out of old, round stones with moss gathered around all of it. The front door, which is a double door, a top half and a bottom half, is only about this high. So for most of you, except for maybe Yume, then that's really a low duck. As he comes up and bang, 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 bangs on the top part of it and goes, Mother! Mother! And you hear from inside, I don't want anything. She says, move on. Shut up, Mother, I've got guests. Oh, you hear. And the top part opens up and a woman bent right over says, you have friends. Huh. I would never have guessed. Would like to stay, Mother. How is the winter? Cold, says. She looks like she's maybe in her later years. She's definitely human. Her hair, however, is white. Completely white.
Best people do.
Quite. She herself, you don't think is particularly tall. Maybe 5'1", maybe 5'2", not the tallest of women. As she pulls a shawl around her shoulders and goes,
She has an accent that's similar to the lady that we met in Delbren. The
Sort
noble
of.
that had the crazy paintings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Or is it like
Ostermark.
Kislev?
Ostermark, I think she was.
We can ask.
Kislev
No.
is much heavier. You know the Kislev accent
Yeah,
already,
to the
so
language.
much
Ostermark.
heavier.
Right.
You would definitely think that Ostermark would be far heavier, more florid.
Striga?
Also, like the,
So
the
it-
border of Talabot Land and
That could be
Ostermark,
correct.
maybe, yeah.
As she says, well, I suppose you might come in. She says, have you brought a gift? Mother, I like gifts. She says, Mother! You're so demanding on your mother. She says, so demanding. Did you bring stew? No. You bring soup? No. You just bring mouths to feed. Mouths and legs to rest. You bring me nothing. You bring your poor mother. She says as opens the door. Don't talk. You cannot change it now. He has already set the entire scene the way it is. He says, wait.
Terrible.
Right.
Just putting something back.
You may
Feed
come in.
ourselves.
You may come in. Come in.
Really quickly, Andy.
Yes.
Is Elric still not getting Akshi?
Yes, we're still within the edges of the, just on the very edge, but we're still within the Great Circle. As she ducks back and a smoky, let's call it a hovel, lies on the inside. She has a fire sitting in the middle of the floor and a chimney that pretty much just gathers that smoke and pops it out from above. She has a cot over on one side, and clearly you could all sleep in here if you wish to do so. There's enough space, but it's relatively tight. She has a pot sitting over at the moment. Are you sure you've been all right, Mother? Of course I have been all right, she says. I have been here for a very long time now. She looks at you all. Sit.
When we were coming in, was there any sign of like a storehouse or anything?
Nope.
And there's nothing in the hovel that would indicate that there's food here?
No, not at all.
Who knows?
Well, we've got our own stuff if needs be. We don't need to take hers.
Why? I'm just curious as to how...
What sort of host do you think I am? She says, looking at you. That I provide nothing. You think that I'm like my son, huh? Is that what you think? Who are these people you bring to me? Mother, will you just stop it? Says, who are these people? Why are they in my house? Why are they even here? Why are they not sitting down?
Oh, I very much sat down.
She says.
Crisscross applesauce on the floor.
Hands in a basket.
As she looks around. I trust you're sitting also?
Yeah.
And goes, well, they are not like you. Why are you not sitting down, Coral Breath? Mother. And he sits down. We're making our way up to the bowl. Why would you do this? She says. They're chasing someone that they think is bad. Mother. Looks around at everyone. Squints. Did you buy me those spectacles that I was asking for? No, Mother. But I have been asking now for 10 years.
Oh.
Wow.
Yes, Mother, they don't sell them, the ones that you're asking for. Then what is the point?
I don't have spectacles. Lucas might have a spectacle. But could I just inquire? Because obviously I can hear that you're after spectacles. What sort of spectacles were you after?
Magic ones.
Right, okay.
She says, the fire lighting on her face.
Interesting.
Mother! And she says, what? I will go get some stew. Ducks underneath her door and closes the door as Corbett says, I have to apologise for my mother. She can get a bit cantankerous.
Where is she from?
Well, maybe you can find out. I never know.
So you were born here, but she...
No, I was actually born in Reichland. He says.
You just have a very confusing accent.
And I've moved around a bit, you know. I've lived here for most of my life, but not all of it. I lived in Reichland for a while, Midland for a while, and then she yanked me all the way over to Kislev. We lived there for about 20 years. And then we were here. We've been around a wee bit. And looks at the pot. Where's her stones? For chopping. Where she put her stones? Mother! He calls. Where's your stones? And she says, why are you doing this to me? She says,
you're killing me.
As he goes out and he starts nattering away with his mother on the outside, leaving you alone for a moment.
Now I understand why he asked if we had any objections. It seemed an odd thing to object to before.
I mean, it's dry at least.
No, it's perfectly pleasant.
At that point, meat pie shakes, covers everybody in bits of river water.
Oh.
And then he circles, gets comfy by the fire. The smell of wet dog permeates.
Okay. Do you think that we can walk around, or do you think we have to stay sat like this the whole time?
Well, is there many places to walk around?
Yeah, I mean, look outside. I'm quite interested.
No window, I believe.
You're absolutely correct.
As in go out and have a walk around.
out.
Yes. Also, what's a cutting stone? How do you cut stone?
I
It's
think
a
it means a
stone
stone
cut on.
that you cut on.
Like a chopping board on a stone,
Why would you not just have a chopping board? Or
because she's got a stone.
And she comes in. You don't want to be using the wood around here, boy.
right.
How was that? She calls back. Will you just stop it, mother? She says as she comes in. He is now topping the food for us as she sits down and goes cross-legged, pulling her legs together, and looks around you all. So why are you in my home, stealing my food? Just looks at you. eyes widen, and she peers in your direction.
I'll lean forward. How can
And
I help?
who are you?
I'm Elric.
No. Who were you?
Oh, I don't know. I know what someone said I was, but I wasn't, apparently.
Well, that means that we must be heading towards some disaster.
Oh, you want to be talking to these ones over here? They'll tell you all about it.
At length.
You have stories to tell?
Oh, here we go again.
It is. I have made it no secret that I believe that the end times are here upon us once more. The springtime, you could call it.
Says, they are always telling me it is the end, but I live still. She says, there was this man who came to me, called himself Magnus. He says, he came traipsing around, shouting at us, he did, shouting, and you know what I said to him?
What?
Fuck yourself! Mother! She says, what? She goes.
I like her.
Did he have a man with him who was a Kislevite? I know you spent time in Kislev.
He had a very large army.
No, but a particular advisor. He was a tall man with long dark hair. Handsome.
You know him? Volanich.
That is what he was going by. Volanich. Grey eyes, right?
Let's say yes.
Greyish blue.
Yeah, let's say yes.
You knew him.
Volanich. Yeah?
I knew him as Cramond.
Volanich. Trickster. Do not go near. Bad. Very bad. Trickster. That is what he is. He is the reason I said, excuse me. Now, as I recall, Mother! Comes the call. What? Says, I know what you're about to do.
He is the reason you told Magnus.
Is that your fingers?
Father, she's very pious. I can tell you that.
So the Volanich is the reason you did not.
They wanted our entire family to join them. They had this wizard with them, this elf. And he was, look at your stones. Your stones are this. And I was like, they are not. You are wrong. And he was wrong.
I'll admit it's probably best not to pry too much on this.
Why?
Well,
I am not
it
prying.
involves old blood
Well,
and old ways that maybe aren't to be talked about.
if she is.
Who are you to be in my house saying what we can and cannot talk about?
I'm not saying that you can't talk about it. I'm just saying maybe...
So you make assumption on my part as to what I like and do not like to hear. That is what I am hearing. You are just like her. Just like her. That is who you are. That is who you are. I know who you are. I know who you are. And she picks up twigs and starts tossing them. I know who you are.
Fine, whatever. Stop.
And you hear a, Mother!
Just passing more twigs.
This one I like.
Yuma is eating nuts and like passing the bag around.
Spitting Caesar. This is fine and peaceful.
Quarterbreast comes in,
grand.
his face looking somewhat red, and he says, "You are stop it now."
Your mother is telling us about Magnus and his advisors.
Shakes his head. I don't have time for any of your old stories.
Sounds.
That is why you are cooking.
Did you? I'm sorry. Can we just? Did you meet? Are you telling us that you met Magnus?
Yeah.
Right. And as in you.
Yeah.
And
I was delegate for my entire family.
right. Okay. Excellent. And just.
We went to great city. It was called Naln. Have you ever visited?
Yes.
I imagine it has spectacles.
I've personally not no, but just when was this in your mind?
In the time of Magnus, of course.
No, I know that.
Well, why are you asking?
I was maybe 50 summers, so 200 years ago.
Okay, so you're aware that you have the age of...
It's not that uncommon.
And she smiles. You are so young, yeah?
Well, is that...
You listen to the lies of the colleges, yeah? Yeah. This was not uncommon once.
It's not that uncommon in Talabine.
So
Or Talabecklin, sorry.
you know people who are, as in humans, because, you know, plus
The
100.
winds of magic can sustain people.
She rolls her eyes.
Okay, you're fantastic.
She just rolls her eyes. I go, Mother!
Is that not what sustains you?
Yet? She says, the mother sustains me.
Who is the mother?
She looks at you. I have a question in return. I have a tale I can tell, but if I tell it, you will never unknow it. And you might not like what you hear. Corbeth comes in and says, no!
I will hear it.
No!
Yes,
Mother!
yes,
No!
yes.
Mother!
Yes, we
and
must
she says,
hear it.
she asked, no! Mother!
Well,
I am also
forgetting
asking,
things
yes.
is kind of her thing.
Yes, I wish to know it.
She smiles. They cannot unknow it. A thing they want to know. As Corbeth says, Mother, no. Look, I came up here just to... I'm glad you're alive, Mother.
And you forgot her glasses.
I didn't forget them. I did not bring them because she doesn't need them. Do you, Mother? My eyes are old. She says, they are so dim with my age. She says, and they asked, is it not my position to answer when they ask, son?
She could barely hit me with those twigs, so...
And he goes, Mother, this is not the time. She says, I think it might be the time. I have a story to tell and they might want to hear it. Mother. They might want to hear. Mother. Mother, no.
I wish to hear her story.
It may, bizarrely, have some impact upon, well, our current state of affairs.
Corabreth goes, look, what you don't understand is if you hear this story, you can't unhear it.
That's a good story.
But is that not true for every story?
No. No. Because this story has repercussions.
I'm willing to hear it.
Well, I am not. He says, I'm taking a walk. And he goes off.
Should we just check to see everybody want to hear it?
Does anyone else want to go for a walk?
Anyone want to go for a walk?
We'll go for a walk. You'll go speak to Corbeth.
You may? Do you want to hear the story? Lovely stuff. Yes, for me, obviously.
I love stories.
Well, I better hear just in case it's heretical, right?
Spoken like it.
Someone's got to sit in judgment.
Do you want me on leaving? As he sees you on the
I think a
outside.
chance to speak to Corbeth is probably better.
Yeah, totally. So, for your speech with Corbeth, we'll do that as a tale. Because there's something he's going to tell him. But I don't want them all to know it yet. On this side, though...
Elves are bullshit. I agree. Shortest tale ever.
Finished.
She leans over and picks up 2 sticks. Pings them against each other so they go click, click, click. And then says, I have a tale. Once, a very long time ago, when we were not even children, the children of the gods themselves would bask at the feet of the gods. And they would listen to their tales. And they would learn how to do things. The gods were their teachers. And their children, they listened. But one god, the mother, she made a mistake. because she loved her children so much. She adored her children. They were her little babies. And so she went to them and she said, "My children, this is what I am. I am a god. I come from the realm of the gods, the realm of divinity. And you do not. I teach you, but I only teach you because you teach me." And she tells her children the most important thing, that it is their love that sustains her. Their love is what makes her live. She is their love, and it is the love that they have given her, which has meant that in turn she speaks back and gives them love. Yeah? This is good. Everyone loves it, except for one. He listens to this, and he is a great mind. He is a thinker. He thinks himself to be better than the others. He thinks of them like little sheep. And he is like the shepherd. He is very clever. Yeah? But his mind sends him down into a dark and different place. For he listens to the words of his mother, and he does not hear the same story. He retreats to a glade, and he thinks, and he thinks, and one thing really concerns him, and that is, if mother is made by his love, and comes from a realm of divinities, where it is the gods themselves made by the love of the children, what if he did not love? What then would he make? And he could not unthink this. He could not put himself into a place where this was not his thought. And then he went back to his mother and asked, nice and simple, "Mother, in the realm of the divinities, are you saying that it is our love, our needs, our wants that sustain you?" And such was her love, she could not deny her son. And she said yes. And this filled his heart with despair. For he was too clever, too bright, too sharp. And he understood what this meant. It meant that if there was someone with a dark heart, that in turn it would create something dark on the other side. And one day, if there were enough who had that dark enough heart, it would create something very dark. And he ran, and he hid in his glades, in the darkest corners, attempting to understand what it all meant, but he took it too far. He realized that not only did it mean this, it meant that if he took another step and another step, that eventually, with the infinite capacity of imagination for himself, for he, with a mind, that it would create something of infinite potential evil. Then he realized that that was a word that made no sense. For there is no such thing in truth as evil without objectivity. And he believed that if it was a realm of the gods, it would be subjective. It would be something that was defined only by the limits of the imagination. Good and evil is a limit. There was no limits. And he realized that what he was binding himself into understanding was that one day there would be a god born. And it would be the most vengeful of all gods, with an infinite capacity for vengeance. But, and this is where he began to realize the real problem, if it was a creature of pure vengeance, then there must be an alternative side, as in, it would not take vengeance on those that did not deserve it. And as he sat there in his glade, he came to a simple conclusion. It was very simple, and that was that one day a god would be born in the realm of divinities where there is no time, which means the god was already born and was already festering somewhere, but was not yet alive. It did not yet have a mind. It was not yet manifest. What it was potential. And that he, now that he had become aware of it, had a choice. Because he was of a people where the choice matters. Yeah? And his choice was simple. He either denied this God, which means this God would one day take him in the realm of divinities and provide him with eternal torment for not supporting him, for he is a God of vengeance, or supporting him in his creation and his birth. And in doing so, he would be able to not receive that vengeance. And this broke him. His mind did not like this conclusion, because he realized the more that he thought on it, the more real it became. But he could not unsink it. Yeah? But of course, he also realized one other thing. It was watching him. It was already there. And it was now judging him. Are you helping me or are you not? And if he chose not to, eternal torment and vengeance was his reward. If he chose to do so, eternal life at its side would be its reward. But it was such a vengeful entity that it would not simply be happy with destroying those that it knew had turned against it. It would destroy the whole world. And that is what he decided was going to happen. So he made a choice. And his choice was to support it. And thus came the very first dark cult. Thus came about the very first cultist, as they say. This is what I am told, but it is much deeper than this alone. For I have met him. He is real. It is no simple story. These stones were made to bind him. And they did for a long time. I did not make these stones. I tend them now. They are my stones. But they held him for centuries, until he broke free. He was the very first one to fall to the dark gods.
He was an elf once.
She shrugs. Maybe. Who can say? But his name, it did sound like the elven names. Now he takes a different name.
Would you say his name, or is that unwise?
I would not say his name. He is known mostly as the Dark One, or the Dark Master. It is how he positions himself. It is pathetic. But it is not pathetic to those who he whispers that choice to. You cannot unhear the story. The choice is now yours also. The God is watching you. It's I can see you now. And your choice is simple. Support it. Or eternal agony. I choose not to. She says, I have long chosen not to. My son thinks that I am doing its work by spreading its tail. That is because he is very simple.
I'm smart people.
I choose not to support it.
It is very easy to say
I
that.
have made it. And I will make it every day.
But now it watches you.
Well, it's already watching us.
It was not before. It cannot know until you know the choice, and you make the choice as to whether you will support its creation or not. This is a God that has no mind, has no awareness, has no nothing. It is a God that all of its minions are nothing more than the servants that have died and fallen to its side and become spirits and demons. It is a God without anything more than 1,000,000 faces, all seeking for the true face of its birth. And on the day it births, this world is gone. Forever. And it has been trying to birth itself forever. Because it has always been. Because of this one. The first one to properly understand the nature of what we are, if you believe such tales. I choose not to. It is nonsense. She smiles. It is not even true. But he believes it is.
You say you tend to these stones, but so he was once bound by them? Is there a way for that to be a thing again?
I do not know where it is.
What? But you said you tend the stones.
Yeah.
So if you tend the stones, then you must know where it is.
No, he broke free.
No, the Dark Master. She doesn't know where he is.
Oh, right. I do apologise. I thought the stones were keeping him... Right,
No, he broke free, she said.
Fine.
But you know how to bind them if you...
No. She says, I just piss on the stones.
I was about to say, why are you still tending them? But that makes sense.
She smiles. It is not so hard. My father tasked me to it. And in turn, Corobreath will be tasked to piss on the stones when I die.
Do all religions do this? Says Birdie to Leopold.
I've never been called upon to piss on a stone, no.
What makes you think that it is a religion?
I
It is a
apologise.
simple fact. You must understand, your flippant attitude to these things will bring about your death because you think you have made a choice, but you have made a different one.
You mistake stupidity for flippancy.
Self-burn.
I know nothing about this. This is not my area of expertise.
Then I have a piece of advice for you, young lady. Every word you say carries import, for the very nature of reality is defined by the words that we use. So if we say a word, we make it so. If we think a thought, we make it so. You say something flippant, something slips in.
Looks like you found a friend.
This is a lesson for you, girl.
Well, I mean, I hear what I hear. It's all good. Very good story.
She says, it is only a story.
Yes.
It is similar to my people's stories.
She smiles. I trust that you are an elf. I cannot see so well,
I am an elf.
she says. My eyes are dim, I barely see.
Yeah, I am, yes, an elf.
She says, well, if that is true, then it is your kind that is responsible for everything. You doomed us all. You can sleep outside.
No. Well, I don't know if we're staying overnight, so that might not be a choice anyway. So
Ah, you wish to go off into the darkness?
I think we're staying.
We are.
I think we stay.
right. Well, I assumed that we were on our way relatively sharpish, but yeah, if we are welcome to stay, obviously, bar one of us sleeping outside, it would be good. Do you have beds? 'Cause
Come on.
just
Let me show you the eastern wing of my hovel.
She says, I have a bed.
good.
You could try
No,
and-
thank you. No one can really suggest.
It's awful lonely in the winter up here.
Have you ever been to Nippon?
I do not even know what that is.
It's where I'm from. It's a country, a nation far in the east.
She says, the furthest I have traveled to the east is to the World's Edge Mountains. She says, and nods. They were very high. The edge of the world.
And yet, it's a Nippon.
Well, somebody gave it the wrong name. It was not me. He returns, Corobreath, sometime later, having gathered some more herbs from around about and having had a chat. This is then quickly turned into a relatively swiftly made soup. As he finishes the chopping on the outside, brings it in for the fire, and it bubbles over in not more than about half an hour or so. You can all partake, should you wish. Corobreath, now that he's here, does not put up with any of his mother's nonsense. None of that? No. Quiet, go to bed, mother. This is my house. It'll be my house soon. Bed.
Do you want this house?
No. It says, no. But duty's
Obligation.
duty.
Yeah. You know that.
Well, yes.
This is one of the greatest groves in the Empire. He says, it has to be tended. It has to be. Without it, things would go wrong.
You I don't know whether this is true. Do you need to piss on the steps?
That we do.
I'm not
Not
one to
as
judge.
well.
I'm not
You
one
have to cut yourself.
Wow.
Spit in them. And other things. Bodily fluids. That's what matters.
This. I look at the father who's got no eyes.
I thought like looking for remnants in his armour. Like, we can use that.
Bits left over. I'm like, oh yeah, faith does weird things to people. Right. Okay. Yeah. I've heard stranger things.
Well, it is what it is. Enjoy your soup.
Maybe this woman is a pioneer who invented the Warhammer shiwi.
The Warhammer shiwi.
Yeah, no. No, al fresco and without any requirement for tools.
I mean, she says it's a simple duty, but maybe not in high winds.
It's all about angles.
That being the case, she throws you out.
Well, that's fine. I'll lean on a wall.
Elric will sleep
Perch on a
outside tonight as well.
Um,
Elric doesn't mind.
Yeah, it's relatively chill, but not that chill. You pass your endurance test, you don't need to worry about it. You do need to do an endurance test because you're not sleeping anywhere that's...
I'd try and warm you up, but it's not happening.
I am tenacious,
In
so I
every
did pass
sense
my
of that phrase.
Do I have time to make myself comfortable?
No.
Then I failed.
You can reroll if you wish. If you want to use that, gotta eat up those fortune points.
3 successes.
Superb. It's a stiff-necked night, but a night nonetheless. In the morning, Birdie of all people is up first. Even before the father. Father sleeps surprisingly deeply, and he dreams.
Uh-oh.
He dreams of... It's really difficult to pin it down, but he's quite convinced that the Great Circle, now he's on the conscious, waking side of it, is not so much erected stones as in stuff that thrust out of the earth during a great working to bind something. And in the centre, something screamed. Screamed. But it was a long time ago. We're not talking even centuries, possibly before that.
I mean, that would track with what she said.
A long time ago. Interestingly, the thing that really sears into his mind before he wakes up is a twin-tailed comet that sears through the sky and strikes down into the centre of a great city. That is his abiding memory as he wakes up. Sweating.
Eddie said that he knows? Or?
Nope.
Hey.
That would be too easy.
And then you're awake. Yumi also sleeps exceedingly well. Exceedingly well. Indeed, she sleeps so well, she manages to slip out of her own body and have a really good time bouncing around in the forest. At least, so her dreams tell her. She runs around there bouncing with her fox, meeting all manner of other, now forgotten, things. All of which are terrorized by that which once lived here. All of which have heard the story because it was whispered to it by the Dark Master. Which means that every single last one of them is now fueling it. The great eye that lives in the beyond, that just constantly burns and looks, the eye of what will come. You try to tell them that you've seen it too. They weep on your behalf because your soul is now damned. It will never see anything other than eternal damnation. That's what you wake up to.
Slept real well.
But the sleep was really good. I mean, your sleep was really good too. Boom! But really good sleep.
I mean, compared to the visions that plagued him for most of his adult life, that's quite nice.
Yeah.
It's quite a pleasant dream.
Birdie's up
Mark
first.
coming back.
And as you wake up, you can see his wet book. sitting there.
Don't fucking.
His wet book is just sitting there. Willpower test.
Ooh. On a reasonable willpower, so you might be okay.
Had to bring the evil magic book.
It's not evil, it's a great
More
book.
successes.
Burn. So you can choose how you respond to this.
Burn it. No, no.
Burn it.
The secret of the eye and the eternal damnation of the soul. You think it hides in there. And that's what you think when you wake up and look at that book. What do you want to do with that? I mean, it's obviously based in solid thinking.
I look at the soggy book, and I look at Gerhardt sleeping.
It's very much, it'll be on my chest. I would have gone to sleep.
Why did someone confiscate it from him?
Snuggling it. And I look at the book, and I look at Gerhardt, and I think about dreams and prophecies, and it makes my head hurt, so I take the dog out for a walk.
Sounds good.
Step away from it.
Alamenowith is leaning against the door on the outside as you make your way out. Looking somewhat huffy.
I had really weird dreams.
You didn't. No dreams. You just woke
okay.
up with that realization.
Yeah.
That's it. You just felt, that's true, without any awareness of why.
There's something weird going on here.
What do you mean?
I felt very weirdly compelled to do something, and I don't normally feel compelled to do anything.
What did you feel compelled to do?
Doesn't matter. And she walks off and takes the dog.
Alright.
Tail wags. Elric's asleep. You can wake him up if you want.
Yeah, probably. He usually wakes up quite early.
He hasn't woken up yet.
I'll
When-
just leave him there.
Yeah.
When Yuma was
A piece of
sleeping,
the
did
place.
she see those two outside? Like, as
No,
she
you're
was-
asleep still.
No, but like
she went
in
out
her
of
dream.
spirit.
At that
Could
point,
she
no,
see
you're off
them?
in the woods at this
Oh,
point.
okay.
Way gone.
Wake up.
Elric, shaken awake by...
No, I'm just going to leave him if he's still asleep.
Oh, leave him asleep. Yeah, you're right to count. This place is
Watching
really
like a
calm.
creepy.
Yeah,
It's about this point
Just like the
that
head right up.
Leopold's eyes flicker open. Holy
they?
shit.
It's a miracle!
Leopold's consciousness flicks from sleep to wakefulness.
Wait, do you
Gosh
have
darn that
eyelids?
blind Leopold.
Do you have eyelids still?
No, he
Just
doesn't.
sockets.
He has
Just
empty,
like weird
he has
as
empty
well.
frozen pits.
Because it looks bad if you don't hide it. Yeah.
That's a pain for Andy to
Real
draw.
drying as well.
Drawn it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and put a bandage over it, just so, I had at least an idea what was going on underneath. It was horrible. Actually horrible.
You don't ever need to show me that
No,
picture.
yeah, it's actually horrible. I looked at too many people's images online and... Okay, well, that's what I'm drawing then. So, that aside, you've woken up. And that's when Yumi wakes up. Just sharply. You were in the middle of the forests, and apparently your soul's completely damned forever now.
Yay.
Hey.
Well, but to be fair, my family has vowed to fight the demons that come to Nippon year on year. We already made the choice to fight against.
exactly.
There is no choice.
For Alan Menowith, this is like a children's tale. All the elves hear this. It's not new.
They do not.
Whatever.
The difference is now you know the tale, which means now it watches you. Where beforehand it was just a nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, the way in which it is like a children's tale is maybe you shouldn't take like metaphysical advice from woodland creatures. That would be my take on
I
this.
am a
Squirrel
princess.
not kids, not a master of the metaphysical, I would say.
Your soul is doomed.
I think it was watching us already. After Bogan happened.
Yeah.
There was a big eye there.
Yeah.
Or before.
Yeah, you've woken up. Gerhard sleeping like a baby, clutching onto his book like his life depends upon it.
Idiot.
Could you? I'm sorry. You wake up.
asleep.
You.
You're
I know. This is Ed right now, right? You wake up and see your friend just asleep
With a magic book.
with a book.
Spooning a
You
book.
don't know it's magic.
A
We
wet
know, it
magic
has
spell.
words. We know it has words of magic in it,
Yeah.
and words have power. And you look at it
Oh,
every night.
this is a different. Not that magic book. A different magic book. This is the book that I got from home.
The book you got from home?
Yeah, the one that I got from home.
Well, yeah, the one that you bought
Yeah.
in the auction.
That you brought and
Not-
showed out.
Not the one that we found in the.
Oh,
tower.
no, not that.
No.
Not the tower.
No,
book.
but he's
Yeah,
still
but still,
got a
the one
magic
that has
book
classical
that
and
has classical
lingua
and
prestantia.
literal spells in it.
No,
You don't know. You can't read them.
no, that's a different one.
Um,
That's that
No,
one. That
no,
one's
no,
the.
It's the expensive one that you bought.
Yeah, I'm
It
sure
has
that's the one
classical.
that has both.
Yeah, it's got
Yeah.
lots of classical in it, yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
actual
and-
spells.
Yeah,
Yeah,
normal
yeah.
stuff.
And stuff that he can't
I
read.
thought that was the one that we found in the tower.
And that's a different book.
Which
has
has
got some
classical
spells in it, yeah.
and-
yes.
Okay, they both do. Right. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Well, you can see why that's confusing. Anyway,
They're
I'm just
definitely nothing
asleep.
alike.
I just got my book. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, I feel like you're taking the wrong message of what I'm saying.
100% safe. As Elric, your eyes flicker open, you hear the word idiot.
What's he done? And do I see like an elf about 2 inches from my nose? Just,
No, he's just sitting
I've
like
watched you sleep.
sitting a reasonable distance away,
6 inches.
looking into the distance with a side eye, waiting for Elric to.
He's really content, even though he's heard the word idiot. Just it's been super nice to spend time out in the woods. Yeah, feels in his element.
Birdie nudges you. Sorry, foot shoves you gently.
Nice.
Can I have a word?
Yeah, sure. What's going on?
Step away.
You'll follow her out.
There's something weird about this place. I think we can all agree. And I woke up with this conviction that that book that he's so obsessed with is bad, but I don't know where it came from, and I think somebody put it in my head, and I don't know what to do with it. But
So
the
Elric-
urge to burn it was almost overwhelming.
He doesn't know the story that you were told.
No.
So, but what he thinks he does know, he'll share and say, so, my people are very old. There's tales that my family go back to and correct me, Andy, at any point.
Well,
Because you know
I'm
what
looking
Elric,
on with interest.
Yeah, you know what Elric knows.
Let's see how well this goes.
That we're tied to some of the first humans.
Keep going, you're fine.
Cool. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're on, as our friend Leopold might say, holy ground, but maybe not a god that you'd recognise. And from my sense of where we are, it's amazing. It's perfectly calm. Anything that may be coming through should be quite benevolent.
It wanted me to burn that book because it was...
Cora breath comes out from the tree line. Says, morning, looks at you. I feel sorry for you. Says, you won't be able to escape it now. You've heard. And this walks by. I'll get some porridge ready.
I never thought I'd say this, but I miss the tunnels.
Escape what?
Eternal Damnation, I believe, is the latest.
Right. Better get some breakfast, so.
No point being damned on an empty stomach.
Gerhardt, you wake up.
Over the book.
As Cora breath is stirring away at some slowly bubbling porridge in the centre of the room. It's the smell that woke you up. It actually smells delicious. And you're not entirely sure why, because you think it might just be oats. Just oats, and possibly even just water.
Alright, we'll close this. Let's pop that in a nice safe space. No one can get to.
You're so gonna just
It
fall.
was a good night's sleep. Really good night's sleep. You feel contented. You feel like the dreams that you had were absolutely fine. Definitely weren't terrifying. In fact, you're so convinced they're not terrifying, you think they were good. But it's an odd way for your brain to think that.
It's like third party telling me that mine feel good, right?
Almost, yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
Don't worry, your pretty little head.
Not sure you're taking the right message from what he's saying.
Let him play his game, Andy.
I feel great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, what are you making there?
He says, that'll be porridge.
Which is, and what are we working with here? That sort of, it smells very good.
He says, oats,
Yes, and I assume some sort of seasonings.
river water.
This smells like this from just oats and river water.
Just wait till you taste it.
This place is strange. But I'll have some.
I know.
Hey, I dreamt about making some woodland creatures cry, so like you've got.
Why would you dream that?
Well, I was playing with them and then I told them about the story and they were real sad for us.
Would you all be so quiet? I'm trying to sleep over here.
Oh yes, she has a bed in the room.
Your voice is very shrill like this.
I made some woodland creatures
Porridge, it turns out, is very good. It is nothing more than just oats and water, apparently, but you have never tasted its like before. And you like to think you've tasted many different good foodstuffs, but this, you don't want to necessarily admit it, but it sort of takes the biscuit, so to say.
Superb.
It is a very, very good and hearty breakfast. It will certainly see one off for the day, and upon eating it, you're absolutely certain that it wasn't bad for you. Yep, that's where your brain goes.
Again, third party telling me it's not bad.
Well, it's you that are thinking it.
Yeah, nice. Sweet.
Yeah. Definitely wasn't bad for you.
You'll have to try this. How well does this travel?
Corbeth says, well, not very well. We'll be taking some of it with us.
Right, okay.
Is Eleanor and Ethel like back in for breakfast?
I'll dry it out so we can have ourselves some biscuits in the morning.
Amazing.
Bring yourself in now. Tall girl.
What?
Not you, that one.
Oh, okay.
Is it made with milk?
No.
Just oats and water.
Then I shall have it.
Take some.
Thank you.
Eventually, his mum wakes up. She pulls her shawl around her, putters over, sniffs it. You made it very bad. Says, takes a bowl, scoops it up, little whip. You did not stir enough. And you let it settle at the bottom. Is ever so slightly burned. Of course, mother. Says, you try kill me, huh? With this, I will die soon anyway. So what it matter?
Morning.
It is morning. You are obviously wise. You are not leaving me now, son, aren't you? I have to go and escort them up to the ball, mother. No, I do not think they should go. And they have to, mother.
Why do you not think we should go?
Easy Curtis place.
Well, that does sound like a reason not to go.
When's that ever stopped us before?
I know, just more of an awareness piece.
Later on, you can do a callback. Like, remember when I said?
I'm wise.
But they are young and they are stupid. Like you, Corlbreth. As you say, mother. Right, I'm done with this. Everyone else ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Well, mother, you leave me now. You know that I'm not that far away, mother. You leave me now here in this lonely, cold heart. It won't be that long. There and back again, so to speak. You might never return. It is the ball. The stones we put over it will it'll make it fine, mother. Then go. You leave the porridge, though. I was going to. No, you will not be. It is my pot. It is now my porridge. All right, mother. Said you would see me starve. I said you can have it, mother. I would starve. I said you can have it, mother. Right, we're going. Just go. Go. Go, all of you, go.
Bye.
Thank you for
Bye.
having us.
Thank you for
you.
your hospitality.
Thank you.
Much
for
appreciated.
everything.
They are polite, Coral Breath.
You should get a pet.
Give her meat pie.
No. I wouldn't
I have my
on
son. He is
Oh.
pet enough. Oh, fine. bloody mother's tits. We best get going, he says, as he makes his way down the hill that leads from there. And the crow, which had been with him for most of the time, flies back in and lands on his shoulder. Clearly not liking the idea of seeing that old woman.
On the walk down, if possible, and if time allows, Leopold, the story we heard last night, the idea of somebody thinking a god into existence. You must admit there is some reflections between that and, well,
it's very similar to what Alan and I've spoken about before.
Do you think if one was to, and in no way am I suggesting this is anything that we can possibly do, but do you think if one was to believe in somebody to such a level and a degree, or not just one person, but multiple people believed in something or someone, that they could also ascend again?
That is beyond my ken, my lord.
Just occurred to me if and also if somebody stopped, believing, or all the people stop believing in some, the gods, whichever one it would be, just gone. I mean, I'm having this relatively wide open conversation, so by the way, it's not just a one-on-one, but it's more just because, he's the priest.
Says, I'll be making my way ahead.
Fair enough.
Walks off
It is said the war among the gods started because some gods felt differently about mortals than others. Some wanted to kill them because within mortals' grasp were the means of killing gods. That is how all of this war began. It is known.
Wait, are you asking, can you just will something into existence? No?
Well,
If enough of you believe.
yes, I suppose.
Well, Eric can't, but you've seen me will stuff
That is
into
true.
existence,
Yes.
taken from, as Alameno would say, the ether?
It's the word the college uses.
Yeah.
The winds. You don't drag it from the aether. That would not be possible for you.
Right, okay.
All right.
Fine.
Would it,
Flex.
No, it's not possible for
No,
me.
I don't know. Yeah, so I can do that.
Well, no, I understand.
Positioning a Leopold with her head, so he can't see.
But obviously, but my legend,
Yeah, so she wasn't seeing her.
my understanding is you're taking something that's already there and manipulating it, right? One of the winds. For example, if I play a note on my lute, clang.
It's seen by a certain few, but what's to say that what you're talking about isn't something that's not seen by you or me?
Yes. Just pondering on it, really.
Down at the bottom of the... you got something?
Was it when I was in novitiate, some of us had this slightly scandalous, theorem, a discussion about whether all of the different orders of, say, Sigmar weren't necessarily worshipping the same, each order was like worshipping like a different face of Sigmar. Like he was more than just one thing. He was like lots of different things.
Right, and that's why you have all your different orders.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's not why.
Or that's why the faces.
Or it could be why they exist in the first place.
We went round and round in loops for a while, and then we got drunk.
Yeah, I can understand it because the mind has been thinking about it overnight. I mean, I just had to.
You are trying to understand the aether, and the one thing the aether is not bound by the laws of this physical reality, and the one thing that you are is bound. So it is impossible for you to stand here and understand the aether, just as it is impossible for a demon who dwells in the aether to understand here, because the one thing that is true about here is that it is not bound by the rules of the aether. We are in opposition to each other. You cannot understand it. It is beyond you.
And that's why I had to lose my eyes.
I don't know what. I'm sorry.
No, because the visions I was having were coming through my eyes, which were bound by this realm. Right? Whereas now my visions are coming more directly from Sigmar.
I suppose you could view it like that, yes.
I mean, it's the same rationale. It's the same argument.
There is an argument there.
But just because it didn't come from an elf, it can't be true. Is that?
No.
I do, yes.
No. I just... There are other ways to stop one's sight.
Also,
All right, yeah. The methodology wasn't forced upon me, but I had to lose my sight. That was the important thing.
As you arrive down at the boats where Corabreath is sitting there with his arms folded. Right, you can stop talking about this shit. I don't want to know anything about it.
I understand.
Nothing about it, alright? Nothing.
Nothing I didn't know wasn't said, so I think we're fine.
Yes, but we will.
He takes out. Take the other end, will you? Take the other end. Let's get out.
It's very grumpy this morning.
Birdie, how do I untie this knot?
I reach over and pull a single strand, and they all fall through.
Nice.
What if it's
So
all-
not happening. You'll need to untie them. You need a crit for that to be the case.
I could
It would
try.
also
If
be-
you
it
want,
would-
but
it
you
would-
could also fumble.
And it would also
The joy of rope working is you don't
You've
need to
lost
roll.
all your canoes.
It would also be unfortunate if that was the strand the animal chose to pull.
Exactly. The creature could just have pulled that one.
Interestingly, none of the boats are where they were left.
So they have-
What's the meat?
But they're
They've all
still tied
moved.
up.
Yep, they're still tied up.
Tracks are there.
No tracks.
Any signs of gnawing on the canoe?
This place is odd.
I like it.
As he
It's creepy.
pulls it down, hops in. Come on, let's get moving before they start talking. He says,
Well, we can talk while we do things. Eric, did you?
we can get ahead!
You may will start talking about, like, did you know that people in my cult also have crows?
I think that's a raven.
With raven? What? Birds?
Wow.
Corvids.
Corvid?
Ornithist much?
Glad to hear that.
Yeah,
He
they're
says-
really smart.
Yeah, I get rowing.
Not very much help, but okay.
Do your roll, let's see.
1 success.
You'll get better at it the more you try. Fail.
Are we chill?
At this point, yes.
No.
It's all right. He did well. All I need to know is pass or fail. That's all. Superb. We
Fail.
yeah, but we've got a pass there, and you're working together. And we make our way up the river, and about half an hour later, the change hits. Now we'll be making our way through a winding river, making its path down towards the falls that you've passed multiple times. And then the tree line breaks, and ahead of you is Ochre Crag. Barren Hills. And it's just almost like night and day. The plants have gone. Life has vanished. And it's just open emptiness. And the crag that you're now making your way through. At points you can see cuts quite into the distance. At other points all you can see is the crags around you. Ochre is the majority of the colour that you see. Some yellow, some grey, some twisted little bits of life here or there. The occasional skittering creature, but not really much in the way of life at all. As you make your way up with another test. This one does not get any advantage.
Oh, crit.
Superb.
Good.
Hold on.
You may fail. Fumble from you may. Is that a fumble? I can see the sad face from Sage over there. Do I sense a fortune point?
Yes.
Single fail, so I think I'm going to re-roll.
No, as long
Pass.
as one of you pass. Excellent. How did you do?
Single fail.
Single fail. That's good because he passed. Everyone else okay?
Passed, I
Good. As long as one of you pass, and I trust
You're
you passed
getting better
also.
at this rowing malarkey.
Oh, you really passed.
Just angles.
You're feeling really good after being in that great circle.
Just
I've been
feels
pulling
right.
that all
It does.
Well, not technically where we... Well, how does Eric feel?
The actuary has returned. But we're in the middle of a river. The Gyron is stronger.
Yeah.
But that actuary is there. And in particular, quite a lot of it, building frustration, is gathered around Gerhard. More of it, arguably, is gathered around Corabreath, as he's grumpily making his way up the water.
My lord, are you okay?
Well, I mean, except being a bit warm because this is a little bit more physical than I'm used to, but fine. Yes. All right.
Okay, just let me know if anything might change.
On that, endurance test.
Oh, I don't have it. That was just for one day, wasn't it?
It was indeed just for one day.
Are we chill?
No, not any longer. Nor will we be able to gain advantage again unless you have succeeded on a test previously in
4
combat.
successes.
There is no more advantage.
Fortune point that bad boy, eh?
4 successes and tenacious.
4 successes.
Superb.
Ditto.
We all good?
Success.
Critted.
Oh, superb.
Nice.
That means you won't need to make another test until the afternoon.
Cool.
As we are making our way along. Now, we might encounter something nasty. The chance is low. I'm going to let you roll it. 2 of you can roll a single d10. And if you roll 99 or 00, something bad occurs. If you roll 88, something truly bad occurs.
Shall we go first? Volunteers
What if
tribute.
you roll?
Two.
A 4.
24.
Or 42.
Or
Douglas Adams
42.
appears.
That's it. Meaning of life.
Oh,
A
no.
towel falls.
Do we all roll in pairs?
Pardon?
No, just
no,
two.
just
Two
two.
people.
Oh,
Okay,
that's it. Just
That's
we've
it.
done it. We're
Yeah,
good.
done it.
Cool.
Okay, no nasty zombie mutants from hell in this particular part. Indeed, the land is dead and the going is relatively easy. We've passed the worst of the falls, at least the falls so far, and it's more of the rise and the falls of the ochre crags themselves on all sides that you have to deal with. It's not.
Do you see any more evidence of the passing of another party who may have...
You've seen no evidence.
off a dead
Absolutely.
mule.
No, not in the slightest. As you make your way upriver. Fortunately, no more rolls until lunch. Where we can all sit down, have ourselves a break, move on to the next one, and again, rowing tests. Someone's going to fail eventually. I mean, it's on the books.
I
Yeah.
passed this time.
Good.
Excellent. Passed. Excellent.
4 successes.
4.
Okay, nice.
How'd you do?
Fail, let me see.
Apparently I'm knocking things on the floor. I'll roll for Cora Breath. Yeah, he's passed.
I failed.
Okay, it's okay. Cora Breath passed. He's basically
We
pulling
really
you up the river.
like the right person.
And
Yeah.
endurance
She's
test
still
as well.
trying.
Endurance test as well. Yep, we'll be
Tenacious,
there.
would that
Oh,
extend
that's-
my success?
It
It
doubles
did
our
into
attacks.
the
But then no one else
yeah,
can
yeah,
endurance
it's okay. I
test.
won't. Yes, those with
So
tenacious
actually-
won't do it, and your critical will allow you not to do this one as well. I think that's fair. Even though I did say the morning.
Say endurance.
If I'm not doing much to help,
You are working
3.
all the way up.
Did you fumble?
Fumble.
Would you like to?
No.
No.
Shut your mouth.
You'll get him one day.
He can no longer row.
Like it might
Oh,
be
wow, shit.
He's out of it.
Yeah.
Absolutely knackered. Takes a wound. Has sprained his wrist quite badly. And is also quite tired. That's almost as if the land itself is draining him. At this point, and as we're moving deeper and deeper into the Barren Hills, we're now in late afternoon. It feels uncomfortable. Anyone with sixth sense, it doesn't work because it's constantly on. You constantly feel like something's off. You constantly feel like something's not quite right.
Is it as bad as it was in Bergenhafen?
Oh, no, it's nothing like Bergenhafen. Okay, it's just
awful.
general discomfort, which means that the talent
Yeah.
really isn't doing anything
it's
here
quite
because
awful.
you're not going to be able to go prickle, prickle in my hackle, something's arrived. So those of you with sixth sense, that doesn't go, obviously. Things like nose for trouble or whatever definitely would work. That's
If we
completely
can
different.
see.
If you can see
Yeah.
what might be out there. But we have been so far fine. Again, a D100 roll. I'm going to roll this one, not the old Dice of Doom, just a D100. And this time it goes down to 55 or higher on the doubles where something will go wrong. And 88 will be the worst. Who's going to be the two that are going to roll this one?
Do you want to just do it?
Yeah.
55, 66, 77, 88, or 99, or the old 00?
Yeah, so I'll do the dubs.
Okay, let's see what we've got.
6.
6.
Oh,
oh no.
You got fortune points, there, right? I can fortune point
Fortune
this.
point can work on a test.
It's not a test?
Sometimes
But
as
you
we-
can take corruption to do a reroll.
Do it, Gobby.
Do it, Bobby.
We're both max, aren't we?
I'm not quite at max.
Okay.
But I'm not
I am
Don't do
over.
it,
I'm
Gobby.
over max, so I can't do it. Don't call me Gobby. No.
None of
let's-
you know about
we'll sit
that,
with
Mr.
this.
Gamers.
We'll sit with this.
That was Dan. That wasn't.
So let's see what sort of horrendous Barren Hills event we get. Oh.
The ice cream seller's out of vanilla.
It is late afternoon, and you're making your way up when wind picks up. And dust swirls up along with that wind. Almost choking endurance test from everybody. As you're making your way along, visibility drops down to not more than around about...
I crit earlier. Does that count for anything?
for
my endurance.
Yeah, I'll let you pass this one. You'll be fine.
Fail.
Fail.
No, I'm clearly too fatigued and drained.
You're just lying down there. Those who fail are, well, in your case, it won't make any difference at all, but it gets into your eyes. It means that all perception tests are going to be dropped right down. Also, did you fail, Lindsay?
No, I passed.
Reverse successes
Bullshit.
on language magic tests. As it scours the throat
Oh,
and
nice.
causes you to cough, and you're constantly.
It must have been my veils.
Does my endurance crit from earlier?
No, it does not.
Okay,
You'll still be
so
rolling
let's
this
do
one.
it. Fair enough.
I rolled a
Fine.
3, that's okay. Yeah.
That will last for. I'll let you roll this, but it's days.
6 days.
6 days it is.
6 days for his throw.
Can we fast forward?
If you want to just camp for 6
Nothing
days,
happened.
sure, it's totally fine.
Guys, my throat is just not up to it.
Now we're rolling Dice of Doom. For those of you who don't recall from earlier
bollocks.
sessions, Dice of Doom is when things can be really bad. Attacks that might come, and they've opened themselves up to one from this one. Tell me what you all roll.
5.
8 is a bad result.
5.
5.
4.
6.
6. So no 8's there. I'm rolling for Core Breath as well because he does count. He didn't. But we do have that. So in the night.
Is young.
That's rather amusing. In the night, creatures come. They are not particularly brave. The fire alone is enough to keep them away, but they are constantly harrying at the edges, making snoofling noises, and also occasionally coming in relatively close, need to be driven back. That means that everybody's sleep is disturbed. It requires an endurance test to get a decent night's sleep, obviously.
We're sleeping on the canoes.
No, you're not sleeping on the canoes.
Okay,
You're-
sorry,
yeah,
we
you're sleeping on the
take
back. Yeah, totally.
Build a little fort of
Yeah.
canoes around us.
Yeah, and with a fire.
Endurance test, sorry.
Yeah, this is endurance.
Yeah.
One success and a crit.
Yeah, pass.
So it's not one success.
Let's do that.
No, that was a fail, so it's a 9.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if it's
We
just
still add
a
units.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
You roll a 10.
10.
Oh, sweet.
I can sleep
Units or
anywhere.
10?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, just add units on. No, 10's on. 10's on. 10's on. 10's. Too difficult to remember the words. Superb. Good job. You sleep like a baby. Everyone else who passed number of successes, please.
5.
2.
2.
Okay, so those of you with 3 or less, you wake up, you have a bad night, you didn't get quite enough from this particular set of sleep, you are going to be tired today. Yeah, quite.
Cranky.
We will see exactly what that does as we progress. This is now day 2 as we make our way
any
upriver.
tea or anything? I could do with some soft tea, honey or something.
The only tea I've got is no use to you.
I've sort of given up on that sort of stuff now that we've got
Yeah, I know.
dumpling.
You'd never do anything.
Well, exactly. So
Core Breath says, I'll make you something. I'm not saying it'll help. That's good.
It will help!
It didn't.
No, I think you said it would help.
It didn't. So next day, let's see how well we do as we do ourselves some more road tests and make ourselves
What are we doing?
more road tests.
Am I able to roll again the next day?
Yes, next day you can roll
rowing.
again. You've had a night's sleep and you roll 5 successes on your endurance, so you're totally fine, totally.
Success.
I also
though.
passed.
0 success.
Excellent.
6.
Just skin
I was a crit.
crit and a 6.
Okay, good. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Where does
Those
that
who
go?
critted
Fail.
don't need to do the endurance test. Those who don't crit need to do the endurance test.
You've nodded off in the back, haven't
Let's
you?
do the fortune point.
7 successes.
Oh, superb.
So endure.
Please, that'd be right.
You stop at lunch.
Shit.
And at lunch,
My endurance is a fumble on that one.
take a wound.
Oh, that's not too bad. I mean, that's awful. Please don't do anything there.
And you will not be, although you'll still be doing the rolls, and you still have to do your roll rolls and your endurance rolls and all the rest of it, but you will not be making any difference if you pass.
Right.
So she has to
So
do all the
all I am
passes.
is awful.
Yes, you're basically one
You're
gigantic
really
dead
short
weight.
and you're just rolling into the air. You're like,
It's just how
I'm doing
much
my
they
part.
die.
Yeah, I would like to say I'm more pondering upon something nice to try and help heal Elric's throat, and maybe drifting off a
You've
little bit.
nodded off hugging the oar, haven't you?
Yeah.
Or are you secretly reading your magic book? Yeah, I'm rowing.
Cora Breath says we'll be arriving at a fork and the falls by this evening, which means that I advise that we camp then and then move out towards the bowl. But if you want to press for time, you can move out straight away. It's not more than about an hour's hike, but you'll be there in the dark.
Everybody's exhausted. I think we need a good night's sleep.
All right then, let's see how we do this afternoon.
Rota?
Everybody roll.
Come on.
I assume I have to row again.
I hope
Yeah.
we pass.
No, I fumbled.
I gotta spend a fortune point.
Should I spend my last fortune point on that? I probably should, right?
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh.
It's a 5.
I passed.
Yay!
5 successes.
No, we've all done well.
Fail,
Who
obviously.
needed- yeah, you can, obviously. And for those of you who didn't crit, do yourself your endurance test.
So would Tenacious have carried on for this for Alamenoite and I? Because it
Um,
doubles the
It
level.
doubles the amount of time.
Yes, I'll let that go.
Cool.
Totally.
Bang on. 57.
Can I have done an augury the night before?
You were too tired.
Too tired, that's
Too
right.
tired last
Fair
night.
play,
Yeah,
fair
yeah.
play.
Am I doing the endurance test again? Yeah.
Yeah, sadly. I'm looking for a fumble.
It's not a fumble.
That's a shame.
He's just
bloody
looking
close.
for secretly hoping.
You're going to be sleeping well tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, so on that, everybody do, well, in fact, I'd like you to roll D10, you roll 2D10, and tell me what you get.
D10
Just
or
a
2D10?
D10, just
Yeah,
one D10.
1d10.
Mm,
What'd you get?
an 8.
I got a 4.
Oh, we're fine. It's not a double. And nighttime. We camp. A fire's put up. Our canoes are put round in a circle. Watches are on. Who's going to be doing what watches? Cora Breath is happy to take the first one for about 2.5 hours.
I will, because I slept well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try, this isn't a watch, but I'm going to try and see if I can make something a healing.
You just pass out.
Oh, night.
Yeah.
I had to carry you.
I think, like, realistically, Leopold's not great.
Yeah, you're in a
at
bad
being
shape
watch.
too.
Yeah,
Well, no, I'm
but
looking
even
like
watching.
I passed everything
Oh, you
today.
passed it, okay,
but
cool.
in terms of keeping watch,
No,
my
it's true.
perception. Plus, it'd be good if I could do.
You can
it.
hear.
Yeah, but it's inconsistent. That's what I'm finding. But yeah, is it more useful for me to be on watch or for me to do an augury for tomorrow?
I imagine that's entirely up to him.
Yeah.
I feel like an augury for the And
Well,
we're
elementals
not
will
be rolling
definitely
tomorrow,
take a
right?
shotty.
Not rowing tomorrow. You're going to
So-
walk up to the Daemon's
Because
bowl.
I have to specify what my augury's for, right?
Yes,
Like
you
what
do.
action. So I guess like fighting.
Okay, sounds
probably.
good.
I'll take mid-watch. It's the hardest one, I don't mind.
Roll me both.
Anyone
I'll
else
take,
going to
like,
watch?
the early morning one.
You're
The
not.
last.
Birdie
Yeah.
going. Because between the four of you, that'd be like you can drop it down to about an hour or so each. Almost 2 hours, and you'll get right through the night. Okay, so first watch is Cora Breath. We're fine. Second watch, perception test.
Oh, tits.
So the dust is only affecting the throat rather than the eyes still, right?
You're reversing your perception test at the moment.
Oh, I thought that was only for a day.
Sadly
He
not.
probably wouldn't have done watch by
Yeah, I
himself.
probably wouldn't have taken watch
I
if I
can
had thought
stay
it
up
was
with
still...
you.
That sounds good. I'm happy with that.
Cool.
Yeah.
So we both roll perception, see who gets the best. And that'll be a fumble from Alric. So
Fumble.
yeah. Did we double fumble it?
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
Oh no!
Now there's a
Re-roll
band.
it.
Are you re-rolling?
I need to save my fortune, especially if I'm going to be casting. So
I'll re-roll.
We double
So-
fumble.
Double fumble.
What
Hold
did
on.
you fumble on?
66.
You are going to be taking a critical hit.
Oh.
You completely don't see a thing.
But no, but I'm not assisting her in the fumble.
No, it's individual tests.
Oh, then he wouldn't have. I don't think he would have watched at all if that was the case.
Too late now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on it.
Maybe
Don't know
spend
if
how
I
many
agree with
fortune
that.
points have you
0 success.
Would you like to spend your fortune point now?
No, I'll take the critical hit and I'll bitch and moan about it for the rest of the session.
As is only right and proper. So, there is something out there, and you're absolutely convinced of it. Yumi spots it. It's big. Very big. Enough that you immediately want to go and wake everybody else up. Big. As you pointed out over in the distance, start backing off, trying not to make any sudden movements, as your fox darts out and runs towards it.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
And you hear a
Oh.
causes immediate visceral reaction from yourself as you step to try and see and completely lose your footing. Go over on your ankle, go right down and twist it badly. Ow! Leaving you between twisted ankle, fuck meow, and people. What are you doing?
Can any of us have woken up from that?
I can wake them up if you need to go.
No, it wasn't a noise that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a noise that she hears.
But you may want to intimate to Elric that something's out there, right?
Yeah.
So he would know enough to stay quiet, and if you need to go, I can wake people.
You may well do a quick prayer.
What's her prayer going to be?
You ain't seen me.
As she thinks of Ronald moving into the den of the wolf.
Oh. I'm re-rolling that one.
Wow, she's burning through her fortune.
What is your prayer skill?
70.
Oh.
Fumble?
No.
1%.
No, it is a fumble.
No, it is a fumble.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Is
a
it the same
7
Wrath
or
of the Gods as from my
I thought
doctor?
it was a 1.
Yeah,
I think I have it.
that'll do. Just do yourself a D100 roll. Let's see how the gods are pissed off with your attempts.
Do you have any sin points?
While you do that, Elric,
I have 1. No?
remember, whenever you have one sim point, if you roll a test and it's got a 1 at the end, like 21, 31, that counts as a Wrath of the Gods as well.
Oh, shit.
Okay, just make sure that you've got that
But
in.
you'll be about to lose that sin point now.
Yeah, because the Wrath of the Gods is about to hit you.
But I have to add plus 10 on.
Why did I
For every
put
sin.
sin points? Oh, no, actually,
It's
I
not
don't.
on that main one. You were looking at stress, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I have a
I
sin
don't
point.
think you have. I don't think you've
No.
highlighted
That's
it.
good.
Yeah.
Also
what were you
done.
doing?
Just
while
tell me what
she's,
you
whispering her prayer and moving forward.
I guess based on how bad his ankle is, but he's probably crawling to go to.
I mean, he can hop his way over.
Yeah, whoever the nearest person is
totally.
to wake them.
So nearest person will be Alamenowith, who's sitting on the edge there.
Yeah. I imagine just by being close to her, she probably wakes up. But Al, wait, there's trouble, wake.
What did we get for this?
It could be a lot worse, actually. Consider my lessons. You cannot use advantage on pray tests until you pray at one of your deity shrines or temples.
Oh.
It's gonna be so far away.
But it's only you can't get advantage
Sure,
on it. That's all. Like, it could be a lot worse.
Could be much
Alan and
worse.
Wife will hopefully wake up from that during.
I think that's fair.
And will immediately look for Cora Breath because this is his.
Cora Breath is asleep over
She'll
there.
go and wake him up.
You're moving over to Cora Breath. What are you doing?
I think I light the lanterns. Do I need to channel test for that? Yeah.
You see movements off towards the edge of the periphery of your vision. Big, shuffling, and it moves down behind a cliff that's off towards your left ahead of you.
Do I see the fox? Okay. Slowly creep up, I guess.
Are you creeping over to them or are you creeping up towards it?
Can I go to where I saw the fox last?
Mm-hmm.
To go see if it's fallen over or not.
You go up to the edge of that bit of the crevasse, look around the corner, and it's mostly darkness. The light of the stars picks out some parts of it, but you're away from the fire now, and no sign of any fox, no sign of any creature, at least yet. So what did you two do?
I'm waking up Cora Breath.
So you have to wake up Cora Breath?
Out there.
Elric has basically lit the braziers.
Yep, so you've lit up your
and the
braziers,
staff.
fire pops up, Cora Breath wakes up,
There is
says,
something out there.
right. He pulls his staff, goes up, and the bird hops up onto his shoulder as he looks out. Where?
Where did you see it?
Yumi's gone in, and he pointed in the direction that he saw her move off to.
Can Elemenowith see better?
You may. Take 19 damage. As you're going round the corner, you're looking, and suddenly, bonk! Something stuck into your chest, right above your left breast.
Take off your toughness.
And you've got
Armor.
leather.
So 5 points, actually 14. Oh, you're still down.
I'm still down, but did your roll include an 8?
Good question. It did not.
Okay, well, I'm
So
down.
how many wounds do you have?
I have 12 plus...
So that's +2 then. Given your armor, bonk!
I have 1, armor and then 4 toughness.
Yeah, totally. 1 armor, 4 toughness. Oh, So that means you're not
14.
So get to.
No, you should take 19 damage.
Yes, totally.
Taking 5 off
So
for the toughness
14.
and armor.
So 14. So that's a +2. As it goes dunk in and blood seeps down. You're bleeding now. Not a good place to be. And the pain is extraordinary as you look down and see what looks like just a chunk of metal with bits sticking out of it. Pump it sticking into you. Endurance test.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I'll try not to scream up. 2 successes.
You don't need to scream if you don't want to. What are you doing?
But you could.
Retreating.
So she's retreating fast. Alaminowith, you're awake. What are you doing?
Alaminowith is looking for Yume. She's like scanning
Yume
the
comes
area.
back. You can just see her over there. You've got night vision, so you can see quite clearly. Yumi's over there, and she's clutching, and there's blood in her hands.
What is out there? Are you all right?
There's literally blood pouring down her. It's not as she's all right. She's been struck by something.
What is out there? God, we need you.
Alaminowith, take 21 wounds. Didn't say you're taking cover. Nasty. That has hit you in the leg.
Does that wake me up?
Depends if she screams or not.
Well,
No, I mean
she was
cold,
mid yelling
Oh,
his
she-
name
Yeah.
Okay,
when she got hit.
then sure. Yeah.
Right.
That's enough for those of you who are
Just
asleep.
that-
Does
Then
that
she'll
wake us
take
up, or are we just sort of
Still going?
snoozing?
Yeah.
Still going, yeah, good.
Take
As
cover
it
somewhere.
it bounces off and sparks against a rock off to the side.
All right.
So who's awake? Father Leopold, you just waking up now?
Well, I guess if it's enough noise that I might, then yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
please.
There you go. Well, you've got a acute sense hearing, I think
do.
so.
Yeah.
How about yourself? You'll just be stirring as you wake up, Gerhard.
It's waking up after the call.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, what are you doing then, poor old Yume, who's just been out,
The
scarpering back,
Yeah.
holding? What's your plan?
canoe under. I don't know.
Running over towards the canoes, jumping behind them.
Yeah.
Love it. Fire sitting upon your shoulders. What's your plan?
So I guess you won't have seen Yume or Alaminowith get hurt, right?
You might have.
You can. She's coming scrabbling back
Yeah.
with blood pouring down her front.
And
Okay.
then Alaminowith gets hit and literally like dives for cover somewhere. So
Elric will seek the closest cover, be it a tree or something, because
There's
he
no
is-
trees here. Wasteland. The only
So,
cover that
I
you've
guess
got
one of our
is your
canoes,
boat.
yeah. 'Cause
where we are, like
literal
flying.
beacon of like a target. So he will
Fire
kind
at
of dive
me!
for it and then begin to channel more.
Okay, that sounds good to me. As you dive down and channel, which hits at the start of the actual round, and I have the initiative. I'm going for you. Definitely because you're hiding. Ah! Dang it! Tunk! It hits, and there's a splash as it hits into the wood right beside you, and the splash hisses up. Green ichor slips down from that, and a from the wood, which I'm going to do. Whoa! Well, that boat has been holed.
Oh no.
Okay, and the thing that stuck into it, the little bit of metal, falls through the wood
Wow.
because it was turned up over on its side. Father Leopold. Oh no, it's you.
Well, I guess her position is known, so she's gonna have to move.
Mm-hmm.
I would say move and shoot. Can she?
Moving then fire, absolutely. What fire
fire.
what?
Whatever.
If you can't see anything.
Does Elric's not give enough?
Absolutely not. No. It's out of your,
Immediate surround.
Then
the
she'll probably
night vision
move
adds
and
20
get
yards.
into-
So just so we're clear, night vision adds 20 yards on top of the area that you can see with the fire, and they're either outside of that, or you can
Does it
perception
look like
test for your
acid?
own round. I mean, who knows what it is?
Yeah.
I went through it.
I think she'll try and get better cover. So clearly she wasn't in.
Okay,
good
so
enough.
move over,
Yeah.
down behind cover, and what's
And
she doing for a
call,
test?
like, well, perception. I think. is
Okay,
she
do
goes.
yourself a perception test.
Or just stealth. Can she do actually
If
do
you
a
want to do
hide
stealth,
test?
absolutely.
Yeah, she'll hide.
Get away from the big burning bright person. Number of successes matters, because if someone's trying to see you, it'll be
Yeah.
contested with that.
That's a fail.
That's not a good roll.
Whilst
Whilst you're doing that, Father Leopold.
So, where am I in relation
It's a
to
circle
cover?
of boats,
Yeah.
and you were just sleeping down. She was over there, thunk, thunk, thunk,
Yeah.
and you're sort of sleeping on the other side of the
So
fire.
close enough, I'm not obviously a target.
Yeah,
Where
you're
I
not
am.
obviously a target, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So I guess pull his shield over just in case. But
So that-
we'll take advantage of the fact that he doesn't need light to see. And we'll try a perception test to see if you can see what's
Perception
out
test,
there.
please.
and then communicate that via battle if I can.
Mm-hmm.
Perception, where is it?
Good one.
Oh, Fumble!
We're rolling so
Oh my
badly
God,
today.
used up all of our good
Dice
dice.
ever.
We're going in dice jail. You're
Dice
going in
jail.
dice jail.
As you get up, you creep over to the other side.
I didn't want to get up. I wanted to stay lying down.
Yeah, okay. So creep over,
Yeah.
put your hand out, but sadly, there's a small crevasse there.
I
you
wasn't
go-
wanting to, literally wasn't wanting to move. I literally don't want you to lie there and listen.
Okay, because you said you're moving over to
No,
the
he
cover.
said
No,
he
I
was-
said I'm gonna pull my
he-
shield
he-
up.
Okay, so it's up behind the shield. Got you. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Misunderstood.
I mean, I may well smack myself in the face with my shield.
They're right in front of us.
As you yank out the shield, pull it out, and it slides off as the straps break. Clatters down on the ground, leaving you with your arm up going, oh,
That's unfortunate.
that's unfortunate.
Play
Not
that.
what we intended.
All of this is going on. Birdie will also stay low, put her shield up that she now has,
Excellent. Roll over, pull up the shield.
and kind of peer around trying to work out what the hell's going on and why they woke her up.
Mm-hmm.
Sword in the other hand, ready. Sorry. Oh no.
Oh, Cora breath at this. What's your initiative?
50.
50. No,
50.
you're going first.
100.
Yeah, you go first.
Right, excellent. So the light of Elric's fires, does that give it
There's
enough?
also a fire in the middle of your camp, so
Good, 2
Yeah.
fires. Superb. That's good amount.
yeah, there's more than enough to see.
vision. Okay. And I've got a bleeding out Yume and a bleeding out Alaminawithe, correct?
No, you've got bleeding out Yumi.
Right, to Yume then I shall go.
Yeah, she's got blood all over her, where there's next to nothing on that malum anyway.
Oh, Mennonite also got 6 successes on her stealth test. So
Yeah.
Nice, don't know where
Fair
she
enough.
is.
yeah.
Fair enough. So running over to Yumi and giving her a
no,
hand.
Everybody's on the floor. I'm gonna take that as a reason why. So,
Yeah.
hey, Yume. All right, okay, don't move. All right. God, what is this? Just like
You're going to have to get that out.
yes. Okay, so
Okay, that's going to take a heal test first.
heal test first. Do 2 successes.
Okay, so we take it out, pressure on. Her bleeding doesn't get worse, which is the important part. Next turn, you'll be able to heal her. But, she should have done at the end of her roll a D100 endurance test, please.
28.
Yeah, you passed. I trust.
With
I mean, that might not pass. Does that pass?
For endurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Okay, so, yeah, you're not dead yet.
the pulling out of this thing,
Mhm.
because it doesn't seem like a normal weapon or whatever it
It's
is.
a spiked piece of metal.
Like a bullet or like a.
No, it's lots of spikes sticking out of it,
Like-
like in a circle.
Like a
From a
throwing
centre.
Oh, like a-
star style.
Yeah, indeed.
Right,
Not
okay.
a weapon that he's familiar with.
No, of course
Yeah.
not. But all right, and put it on the floor.
Clatters down to the ground. Perception test and Birdie, please. You may. Oh, you can still act, obviously, but you're being tended to, so you can't do anything that involves you moving. And any actions you're doing are going to have to be relatively simple.
Maybe a stealth hide.
Yeah, or
Where's she gone?
could
Like
I
to hide them
can I
both.
I used
see
last
my
fortune
book?
point for that. Just
Well,
My,
your
like-
prayer book,
yeah.
it's over there by your. You can't move. He's
Why don't
tending
you
you.
try and just hide, both of you? She could do that, couldn't she?
If you wish to do a high test, yes.
Yeah.
Provide cover for sort of and hide. for both of
Duck
you.
right down as Gerhardt tries to fix you up. Do you
Yeah.
test it?
Just that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Is it a fumble?
Oh God.
Is it another fumble?
It's on 100.
This is the best encounter ever.
I am going to re-roll that.
We shouldn't have listened to that story. Everything's
Everything's gone wrong since that story.
45. That's like 4 successes.
Superb. Right.
Here's the thunk.
Yep.
Sees the splizzle
Yep.
of potentially some kind of chemical. He's gonna judge based on his time in Warfields. He'll know the direction, and he's just gonna hook a fireball. in
Just
that.
throw it over there. It might
Yeah.
terrify if nothing else. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good idea. Okay, do your
let's see
language
how-
magic test. Let's
yeah.
see how that goes.
We are
Fumbling?
No, we're reversing that to 0 successes.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got 2 braziers, his staff. There was a fire, so that's just enough to cast 1 single fireball.
Maybe
As a
that'll light
fireball.
things up for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Arcs through the air, lighting up the crevasses on either side, the dirty sandy ground, and with an explosion of fire at the other end. No obvious creatures there. Did you pass your test?
4 successes.
You know exactly what that is. And it's what you fear. For those who don't know,
Shout at them.
that means she recognizes a Skaven weapon. For reasons that you may not be aware of, she recognizes Skaven weapons. But they clearly don't exist. A Beastman weapon.
Some kind of, rat-faced beastman.
Yeah,
obviously.
so there are clearly them in the area, and you got Lord Skaven?
Oh, no,
Why would she
Lore
have
Under
that?
Empire.
No, that's
Yeah,
exactly
so-
what I need. Do yourself a test, please.
Okay.
And now we'll duck back down after.
0 successes.
And that's enough to give a simple piece of information. If they're attacking, and they're attacking with these weapons, they consider you a threat that they need to take out. They wouldn't attack. They would just sneak off and do their own thing, unless there was a reason to do so. The fact that you weren't ambushed suggests that this has been an attack of opportunity. They've seen you and they've thought, we'll take this out, and that doesn't necessarily work according to plan. You think it's quite likely that upon seeing what he's just done, they'll just do a runner. This has failed. They've not got a kill. They'll just run.
Can I say something?
You can say
out
whatever you
loud,
want.
To the party. Make yourselves look big, make yourselves look scary, make yourselves look like we're impossible to take out.
Lying on the floor.
Okay. That's what you're asking for. We'll wait till my round.
That being the case, Cora Breath, who've been doing nothing, says, are you sure now?
We want to look as big and scary as we possibly can, so they'll fuck off.
Yeah, no, he doesn't believe you. He does not know you well enough to accept that. He's like, yeah, I'm staying down because things are getting blown around all over the place. And end of the round. Can I have an endurance test from you, may please?
Am I still bleeding?
You are. The bleeding has not been resolved yet, but the cause of the bleeding has been taken out.
Can I help with that? 'Cause I'm
You're holding it in place.
Just 0 failure though. Like
Is it a fail or pass? That's
It's
all
a
that
fail.
matters. It's a fail.
By 100%.
You're unconscious.
Here, mate.
You're out.
Now you can cuss troops.
Anyway.
Well, I got 6 successes on my stealth.
yes.
Am I getting hit? Does she feel
you
that
haven't been hit.
Yeah, so she'll delay.
Okay, so you're delaying. Good old father, what's your plan?
I think she said to make myself look big
She
and
did.
scary, so he's going to stand up.
Stands
And
up.
He's going to bellow out a prayer to Sigmar to make him a beacon of virtue.
Yeah! You're not going to look more scary if you tried.
Success.
Superb.
So yeah, he starts glowing. Allies who can see him gain the fearless talent.
Fearless.
Enemies who can see him gain fear 1 towards him.
Exactly what she asked for.
So, in which case, like, seeing him do that, maybe draw the fire, she'll then shoot in the direction of where he sent the fire.
So you're going to shoot off in that direction. Do yourself a roll just to make sure you don't fumble. And Birdie.
I'm going to step in front of the father because he's not got his shield, which is unlike him.
Yeah.
And I'm going to shout in Quakish.
Oh!
The fireball was just a warning now. Fuck off.
As she shrieks,
It's squeaky.
out, and that echoes out across the.
It's a fearsome war cry. She
It
has.
certainly is a fearsome war
Yes,
cry.
it is.
Can you do an intimidate test, please?
Yeah.
Does she get a bonus because she's standing in a beacon?
Oh,
of
yeah.
virtue?
you say off twice as well.
Yeah, you definitely have advantage on this.
Do I? It's still not enough.
Reroll.
I've no fortune points left.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
Yeah, I'll take a point of corruption.
Oh.
It's not going to tip me over. 3 successes.
Yeah, love it.
Didn't even have to offer it. That was
No, this is.
She
I'm
reverted
not,
to Skaven
I'm
time.
not outing myself and not succeeding. on
mechanically
this.
as well.
I love that.
It's not always on offer though, is it? As well.
Yeah, no, that's fucking an offer.
I can tell from the expression on his face that's.
Oh, yeah.
Because you did say I could reroll.
Okay, yeah. I like that. So taking corruption is something that the GM can offer, and in this particular instance, it normally means that the dark gods are taking an eye on a particular event and they're twisting things slightly. But we're not saying which dark god in this particular instance. White hair. You are, however, completely oblivious. Gerhardt, you can do your test. See if you don't start bleeding.
I mean, she's passed out.
She's still bleeding out.
Right, okay.
Just because she's passed out, that's if anything, worse.
I'm not saying that.
She passed out, she's dead.
I wasn't saying that. I was saying, do I get her away first?
No, you try and stop her bleeding.
Try and
That's
stop her
likely the reason she's passed out.
Success.
Do you have bandages? Do you have a healing kit with you?
Yes, I've got a healing kit.
Superb. So out come the bandages. You wrap them around. It's going to take quite a bit. You're going to have to take off some of her clothes. It's going to take more than one round. You have to take off all those bits to wrap it around there. It's going to be 2 rounds. But with a success, she won't be testing at the end of this round.
Cool.
To die. You may. You're unconscious.
What?
Just fire
No.
in the same direction. Do something.
What?
Scare them off.
Elric
They're going to feel like... We need them to feel like
will attempt to cast one of his lesser known spells, Akshau, which is what he says, but it's a bright aura.
Akshau!
To basically ring Birdie in flames.
Nice.
Love it.
And hopefully not fumble and actually set her on fire.
No, they're fully harmless, unless I fumble.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Even with reversing it, I pass.
Excellent.
So,
Superb.
yeah.
As flames flicker and then lick around your body as you're screaming out into the darkness. The rest of the night is fine. No more
It's fine.
attacked.
Everything's fine.
Your bleeding is staunched. You sleep badly. Do yourself an endurance test to ensure that your good old wound is not
Can
infected.
Gerhardt attend to Elemental?
Content to Almenowith. She's already been attended to. She won't be taking any more wounds until she gets proper rest. But she's going to get that. Well, not tonight.
4 successes.
Okay, super. We're good.
Well, can I maybe help with that, actually? Can I invoke a miracle to try and give her some wounds back?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
And how many bandages do I get in a healing kit? As far as
Your one's already got 8 in it.
8?
Yeah.
So successful, but then there will be a wrath of the gods.
Oh!
I'll deal with the successful part first.
You're not
and then-
Gerhardt's healing me, right?
Yeah,
you're
no, I'm
doing
healing her.
it,
Yeah.
It's Wrath Night tonight, isn't it?
We are.
That well, it makes
Oh,
sense. You're in the
what
Barren.
night?
You're in the Barren Hills.
I hate this mechanic, Andy. 3 wounds back she gets.
Thank you.
D10 is just rubbish.
Sometimes it's a 10.
Never for me. Like, literally never for me.
You need
Here's
to
the
wait,
dice.
Right,
wait and
shall
dice.
we see
What's your wrath?
how angry is Sigmar with me? Quite a lot. Quite a lot. Oh, please don't be a bad one. Oh, it's quite bad. 46, but then that becomes 66. Oh, I shall not aid you. Reverse successful tests for the earning skill of your deity's critical career for the next D10 plus sin point days.
Oh, okay, that's not
That's
too bad.
okay, that's
Is
fine.
that
That's
not
fine.
leadership? No, praise.
It is,
Yeah, but
it
it's
is
earning.
leadership, but also I'm not going to be doing any earning rolls,
Yeah.
I would imagine, for the next while.
You're not
I will
doing-
happily, voluntarily take that to the first downtime and say that I can't do the
I
earning
think that's a
action
good
the
idea.
first downtime.
Yeah,
because I think
totally.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Realistically, I'm going to spend it for absolution
No,
anyway.
but I don't think you've read it right. It's not when you do earning.
Oh, it's
It's
just
your earning
your
skill.
earning
Earning
skill.
Yeah.
All right.
Automatically, so-
I never use that. But yeah, that's fine.
So that'll do. So it's just
Yeah.
leadership tests do not go well for you.
9 on the heal test for
Thank you.
Success.
That makes a huge difference.
It does make a huge
So-
difference.
The next morning, not really well rested. Some of us in a relatively bad place. We're in the Barren Hills, so we can remember gain no advantage on any particular roll except during combat if you earn the advantage for combat, as we said. As Corobreath with his arms folded in the morning goes, right, it's the hike up now. It's up by this fall. Make our way over, and then you'll be at the bowl. I mean, if that's where you want to go.
How is he looking?
He's looking fine. Arms folded.
Alamanwraith's going to. But were they beastmen you've encountered before?
I
A
reckon
particular brand.
I recognise the weapons. It was a hunch, but they tend to be quite cowardly.
Well, that is good to know. We have seen those weapons before, haven't we?
I don't know, have you?
Yeah, I feel like we saw one once, like, or maybe it was Alamanwraith in the sewers.
Totally.
Could you
Not
may
been
take the one that hit her?
Yeah, if she wants to.
Yeah.
I was going to ask a quite stupid question.
Okay.
That's fine.
As he goes, right, well, if we're going, let's be going.
Corbreath, just before we hike, do you have any abilities to heal at all?
No. I mean, I can look at someone's wounds if you want.
I mean, would you mind just having a sense over it with your power and just see if there's anything that we need to worry
What power?
about? Well,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm assuming that you...
Well, you'd be assuming wrong.
Yeah, never mind.
It says, you'd be assuming very wrong. It's really not my forte. It says, no, that's just not what I do. Right, that being the case, if you're ready to hike up, let's hike up, he says. Okay. And we will take that off after the break as they make their way towards the Demon's Ball! The hike up towards the Devil's Bowl is not that hard. It's mostly a mixture of stumbling over screeish rock, various other... We've been invaded by a moth, so do apologise if it flaps by. It's a nice yellow one, though. Scree, rock, loose stone, and it's flapping in front of me there. Hiya! And a moth. A single moth flapping around in the wasteland.
New star. Cameo.
Already
Who is
like
at?
it more than Ed.
Who is at the lead? Who is leading? Corabreath, then?
Alamenawai? Just for vision purposes?
Yeah.
Sounds good. So, Corabreath leads up. You just cut.
Just
Let
caught
it
that.
out, let it out.
Very much Gandalfed it. Hang on, I'll be right back.
100% full Gandalf there. He deserves a round of applause. Everybody be very impressed with Ed there. Full Gandalf the Moth out of our studio. Living room. Alrighty, let's get back to where we were. We are hiking our way up the side of the Narn, passing over the shallows at the top of the falls here, and then making our way over towards the Bowl, a place that we've obviously never seen ourselves. It is morning. If anything, a lovely day. All things considered. The wind is strongish. Dust is prickling on your cheeks and across whatever other bare parts you might have, your arms, for example.
None. No bare part.
Not even your nose, no, maybe your forehead.
That's my eye.
Veil. And ahead you can see a rather shattered landscape. At one point, this would have clearly been some sort of valley, but the valley has been broken in multiple places. Impact hits. Large craters. And in the center, the largest. A slight dip that goes down there. There's some water gathered in some stagnant pools around the sides of these particular craters. But the big one in the middle, well, it's quite unique. It has standing stones all the way around it that are sitting at different angles, each one of them about twice the height of a man. And in the center, it glows green.
Is it a familiar shade of green?
Green is green, and yes.
Is it Gyron?
Well, sure, it might be. You're some distance away from it, but even here, you must be a good 300-400 paces away. You can see that slight green glow coming from the
Correct me if
center.
I'm wrong, but like if it was to be a massive swell of Gyron, surely the winds would be flowing towards it or from
You'd
it.
imagine so. Yes, you can see barely any winds at all. This is a wasteland, yeah.
It's probably not Gyron.
Can Leopold perceive it at all?
It's almost a black hole to him.
Does he feel anything from it other than just...
No, nothing. The stones, he'll catch the edges of those and not much more. Being blind, as he is, he obviously can't see them, but he can sense those stones, and those stones to him are quite clear, but what lies in the middle is nothing.
What about with holy vision? Does it feel different?
You would need to get there.
Okay.
And according to the lady in Corabreath, they put these stones over whatever was here. Yeah, to
that is
contain
not an unfair statement. Cora Breath looks down and says, well, that's it. There's the bowl. It's not very big.
Well, what do we do now ahead? Do we just wait? Guard it?
If you look, he points over at the other large impacts. He says, they're much bigger, but this is the bad one.
And does it look to you, Corbett, like it has been disturbed, or is this what it's supposed to look like?
It's always looked like this to me.
Right, well, that's something at least.
Should-
I think we should look for tracks and see if there's anyone
Elric
around.
has just done a track check just to check 3
So
successes.
he's heading off, looking it down.
To look to see, like, from
Has
the area that
anyone
we've
been
approached,
around?
has there been other tracks, and then on the way down or anything like that?
Okay, so 3 successes.
Yeah.
Yes, there's several tracks leading off towards it. There's also some coming back by the looks of it.
And, like, would he get enough of a sense of how old they are?
It's difficult to tell because there's quite a lot of dust that has been shifted and moved, and you just don't know how much dust normally shifts
Yeah.
over this period of time.
Does he get a sense? Are they footprints? Are there like hoofs of mules and things like that? Or?
3 successes. There's just lots of disturbances. The
Shifted.
dust itself has made it difficult to be sure. Some of it's quite loose as well, so it just makes a depression rather than a very clear footprint. What you can be relatively certain of is that there was a single file of people moving this direction, possibly coming back. You're not sure.
Alan and Rife will have a look too and just see if there's anything
Okay, do you
in
want
the area that he...
So scout ahead, move ahead, just staying where you are. What's the plan? I mean, if you're looking at individual bits that are just beside you, you'll get exactly the same description. Are you moving elsewhere?
Maybe further down
Well,
to
I
it.
think, yeah, further, like, widen the circle of...
Okay, so track test down there as you spread out. What's
Is it
everybody
track
else
or
doing?
perception?
It's track.
Leopold will just have a good old listen in case there's somebody lying in ambush somewhere.
Oh! A crit!
Okay, roll again then.
What do I take?
Do it.
10.
Did you do
Another
roll?
crit.
Yes.
Hey,
Oh,
roll
this said
again.
last time to start.
Roll
no.
again.
We're all going to die now.
So 3, 6.
You can just see the
And
arrows
you
coming.
take the
Just the 10s die.
The tens. Yeah, even if you failed.
You just add each number together and add 10.
16.
Right then. Nice.
You see
Wow.
everything.
The world is known to Alamenawai. As you skip down, and I'll need to know what everyone else is doing, then I'll give the description. So the father's listening. Birdie is...
Given the colour that's glowing and given what happened last night, I'm looking for Skaven's sign, but obviously I'm not telling them that.
Okay, so you're going basically heading down, following after
Looking for some
Alamenawai, seeing if you
holes
can see
and-
anything.
yeah.
Gerhardt, what's his plan? They're making their way down slowly. Korobeth, now that he's arrived at this place, there's another bloody moth.
Yeah, we've got a few around us. Okay.
Yeah, stinking
We'll try
moths.
and do it
That's
again.
what we get for opening the window and
Um,
cool this place down. I mean, the door.
I really don't know. I'm just sort of waiting.
You're sitting by Korobeth as he's looking down and going, yeah, I'm not going anywhere near that place.
Yes. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I could.
Yume
possibly
is
do.
moping and like kind of standing next to Gerhardt because if she starts hurting again, I mean maybe he'll help.
Are you still in pain?
Yes.
You've had yeah, but it wasn't a good night's sleep. You need a good night's sleep before you can naturally heal. And she's already been attended to. You can't give her more.
Nothing I can do.
And I'm
Yeah.
assuming that also
She
before
needs sleep now and time.
You were soporific.
before
Knock her
we
out.
left, she would have tried to look for signs of her fox again and not found any.
Yep, not found any yet.
So that will make her more grumpy and
Yeah,
sad.
much more grumpy.
So she's
and
just
Nora.
moping next to you.
She's skipped right ahead. Are you going to follow down as well?
Yes, to have a wee word as
Okay,
as
so
little-
pair of you going down, you're heading down as well. You're listening very carefully. You hear in the distance, piss off, Lincoln.
Piss off, moth!
Piss off, ghost. Piss off, ghost. Kick.
All gophers here.
As I was saying, you listen out and you hear a disturbance.
In the face.
As
As if 1,000 voices at once suddenly cried out in torment.
an uncanny feeling, perhaps?
Ooh.
An oddity at the edge of your senses, enough to make you constantly twist your head from side to side. And you can't decide if it's the wind, a girl, or an animal. They're close enough but indistinguishable enough that you can't quite pick it out, but there's definitely a sound on the wind, girl stroke animal.
Do you have a vague sense of direction?
Not out of itself yet, no, and that's the oddest part about it, the uncanny aspect.
So I mean, I guess he'll slowly start walking behind everybody else and see if it gets louder. If he can sort of
Perfect.
triangulate.
Alemenowith picks forward, starts looking at
Elric's following her.
picks at one, looks at another, steps up closer and closer. Now covered almost half the distance between the stone circle and where Corobreth is just standing there with a big, huge nope look on his face. As you make your way down, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're getting numbers now. At least 5 separate. No, there's at least 4 because that's a return print. As you're making well, that one there's a mule. There definitely was a mule. Interesting though, over there, hidden prints. You don't know what the prints are because they've been purposely covered to try and make it look like it was just the wind blowing over that area. Something has covered its tracks. And you catch that and you find 1, 2, 3 separate covered tracks making their way up towards the center of this ring. As you get closer to it, and the father's now beginning to step down, Birdie's walking in from behind, Gerhardt's still looking down.
Elric's close up.
Elric's now pulled up.
He's
As you
gone
get closer
right
to
next
it,
to-
it starts to rise towards the edge of the crater itself. The stones loom out, and as you get closer, a prickle moves across your cheeks. There is power here.
Did you feel that?
Alemenowith, after all, can cast spells.
Did you feel
Elric's right
And
next to her.
as you
so-
come up, and you'll feel it as well, a prickle
She'll
moves
really,
across your
she'll
face.
say, look, I think there were 4 and definitely a mule. But look over here. These tracks seem to have been hidden. Maybe 3
You see
people
no tracks?
covered their
No.
tracks here.
Your eyes
It
are
looks like
clearly
the
better than
wind.
mine.
It looks like the wind naturally moved it, but I think they covered their tracks.
So-
Perhaps those creatures last night.
So separate.
A separate group, maybe?
What is this prickle?
It's almost like static electricity
Okay.
passing
Like
across your
power.
Yeah.
over your
Like, you
face.
feel that power?
Yeah, I guess there's a reason Corobreth won't come down here.
Corobreth looks
But-
down and says, "We should not be here.
Horror breath. They
You're
have
too far away for an
I'll
easy
run
shout. You
back
need to
up.
go running back."
I'll run back up. There have
Small figures come.
there have been people here.
While you're some time for you to
Okay,
get
wait,
back up, you don't just ping arrive.
Well, I've got really long legs.
The father's now halfway down, looking uncertain. It's coming from now in front of you, where the circle is. It's coming from the circle. And as you get closer, you're now happy to pin it down between either wind or girl. Probably not a creature. Or if it is, it sounds very girl-like.
Wow. So really pinned down there.
Yeah, 100%.
The eviction.
As yeah, you can feel that prickle as you turn. It's coming from the stones itself. There is power. Now you're down the edge of it, so you can't see over, but you could crawl up if you want to see what's on the inside.
No, I think that power will just kind of... He'll be backing off. He'd actually want it to follow Alemenowith,
Yeah.
but if he sees the father coming down, he'll kind of hang around to make
Sounds
sure he
good.
doesn't go beyond.
Skip.
Into the
Birdie,
pit.
you're between the father and them, so you'll arrive up with Elric there
Elric.
in very little time. So you don't feel anything as you approach the edge.
Just be careful. There's definitely some kind of presence or some. Can you not feel anything?
No, just
Perception test from you, please.
stupid wind. Perception test. 4 successes.
Okay. You make your way around the edge, taking a little look at the stones. One of them's marked.
Doesn't surprise
There it
me.
is. No warp stones, no warp tokens. Is what it says.
It's like the old tramps they used to get as to whether there's food in the
No
place.
warp stones, no warp tokens, and very fresh. That's just been scratched in place. To anyone else's eyes, it'll just be a couple of scratches at the bottom, but not to yours.
So do I take that to mean that this is there's nothing worth taking here?
That seems to be what it says, but you could interpret it differently if you wished. That's entirely up to you. Alemenowith, you arrive up with them. Father, you're just arriving now.
There have been a group of people here with a mule, and also another group who were covering their tracks. They seem to have gone into the bowl and perhaps come back out.
Corobreth goes, "Why are you telling me? I don't care."
Is it? Do you think it's the same group, and are they also still here?
Well, there's nobody camping. I think I will take a circuit round and see if I can see anyone camping further off.
Could you tell how old the tracks are?
It seemed quite fresh.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Relatively fresh enough that I could still see them.
Morphology.
Yeah.
It's windy.
Doing anything while you're down there, Elric?
Just trying to keep the father and Birdie from getting too close.
I mean,
I'm curious if the father is feeling anything.
Well, Leopold says, I can hear something. It might just be the wind.
It comes quite loudly to your ears.
Or it sounds like a girl. Can you not hear that?
I can't hear anything.
What's she saying?
No, you're miles away. You're all the way standing
Oh,
on top.
right.
Yeah.
It might just
You
be
can
the
see
wind,
tiny little
but-
figures down by the stone circle over there.
I mean, can you help me do like a circuit round? Like without going in?
I can go around, but I don't feel comfortable getting very close.
Well, that's the point. Just
Yeah.
to help me try and work out where it might be coming from.
Of course.
So they start doing their loop around. What are you doing, Birdie?
Is Meat Pie reacting to this?
Meat Pie's coming with you. Meat Pie will stop around about 10 yards away from it. Won't go any closer.
Right.
And we'll just sit there.
Typical.
You try to, for example, you come in. Sorry. Get the correct tone.
No, he's got a much deeper growl for something so small. Yeah, exactly.
Like he ate a bigger dog once.
Yeah, he probably did, to be
The
fair.
tracks that Alamena saw, could she tell like where they might have been going? Like if she is there, presumably if this rises up, she can't see the other side, so she could do a skirt round and see if there's
Do
anything.
you want to
to
go all
be
the way back
seen.
down again?
No, she'd rather. I want to know if she can go round so she can see what's on the other side.
What, on the other side of
Like
what?
this
So
place
make-
rises
make-
up,
Yes,
right?
yes.
And we're presumably on one side.
Yes, but you're currently all the way back up with Gerhard.
We're very
Yeah.
far.
You're miles away.
Yeah, I get
Well,
that.
not miles,
but
but
what I'm
yards.
trying to establish is there a camp of someone else on the other
So
side
you need
of
to go all the way
rise?
down to check.
Or couldn't I go round? Why do I need to go down towards
Because to
it?
see it. You need to go. It's like there's this bit in the distance. You're
Yeah.
currently all the way over there. If you want to see the other side, you'll need to go down there to see it because there's a big
Okay.
crater and standing stones in the way.
But if it's
Or
a
make a
crate-
massive detour that would take you ages
Okay,
to get
fine.
around. I think.
Right,
is what
I'll go
is
back
the-
down to Elric then.
Pop, 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 pop.
Well, we're walking.
Yeah,
As you're
yeah,
making
yeah,
your way
catch up with
around
El- I'll
towards
run
the other
to catch
side,
up with Elric.
what are you doing?
I'm reaching under my arm.
Peering in.
Yeah, I'm continually casting about. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen that sign before, and I'm certain.
What sign before?
The sign I just.
Well, you said that's
Yeah.
just it's just squeakish.
Yeah.
It's nothing
Yeah.
special. It'd be just like seeing
No,
a
it's
note
fine.
that says exactly that.
But she's sort of. She's got her finger under her armour, and she's rubbing a refined warpstone token that she wears.
Sweet. Good to know.
It was a gift. Yeah, these guys don't know I'm wearing
It's
it.
not refined warpstone. It's a slightly different thing.
Well, whatever.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
But that thing,
She
what
doesn't
you wear,
know. Yeah.
quite. So yes, what are you doing?
Um,
So you're picking your way out. You're going to look
yeah.
inside, or are you just
I'm
walking around to
gonna
see if you see
very,
more?
very gently. Obviously, everybody's very upset by this.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's what I think it is that's glowing, they probably shouldn't get any closer.
Hmm.
But probably doesn't hurt if I do.
So you're popping up to see if you can see in
very,
there.
very.
You make your way up
Gingerly.
towards the edge of the crater as you move round towards the other side. You can see, as you're just beginning to arrive, over on the other side there's a dusted campsite. Clearly someone has stayed here, not just popped down and run off, but they've stayed. As you look over and you see that it drops down in either side of the crater in towards a raise in the middle, and it's empty. And as you're sitting on the edge of it, it's not even glowing green.
Mhm.
There's no glow, it's just the inside of a crater.
Right.
You obviously haven't crossed the boundary between the stones and the line. You're sitting on the outside looking in, just making sure that that is very clear. Just in case you decide to hop and skip over, that's your choice. So over on the other side, there's that camp. The father makes his way around. It's coming from, you think, as you make your way around, the circle itself, as you arrive up to the edge
No,
of the circle.
I was running
Yeah.
after
Yeah.
Elric.
Where Elric, and then hop round.
There's a camp.
Maybe that's where she's staying. Do you think she's taken whatever was here?
And it doesn't look habited right now, does
No,
it?
no, no.
Yeah.
So
It's-
she's
it's dusty.
we missed her. She's been
must-
and gone.
Maybe. We don't even know what she was looking for.
Well, presumably whatever it was that they bound within here, a source of power. I thought
Definitely has some
Um,
intelligence
El-
behind that.
I thought that Korobreath wanted to be sure nothing had happened here.
I hear that.
No, but when we first spoke to Korobreath, he did say that he
Just
was.
ignoring you.
We'll wander slightly closer to the circle in the hope that might catch her attention.
there
On
will
the
be a
opposite
hand
side,
on
you're
the-
looking over.
But wait, Corabreath agreed to bring us here because he was worried that this place might have been, tampered with.
Well,
And when I told him there had been people here, he said, "Why are you telling me?" Like he didn't care. The whole reason we're here is because he told us that it was a problem if people tampered with this place.
from my limited knowledge, I believe that he's just charged with watching this area instead of having to intervene. And if he can't see anything immediate, there's no reason for him to go down, maybe?
But I'm not going mad, am I, Father? We did come because he was worried.
I'm sorry, I'm not really listening.
You're not sure which moaning's more annoying.
Yeah, I'm listening to the voice that's coming from the circle.
I cannot hear that.
Yeah, but I can.
Father,
What does it sound like?
is that not quite a worrying thing?
It sounds like it's
For
moaning
someone
in
like
pain.
you.
Birdie, on the other side, you can hear that. They're not exactly quiet, and it's not that far away. The circle itself is not enormous. It's like, we're talking maybe 10, 15 paces across. So you can hear them chattering away on the other side as you're peering overlooking. The father's head is now visible quite clearly over the other side of the crater where you are. What's your plan?
I'll lob a stone in and see what
Oh
happens.
yeah, totally. There's lots of loose scree rock and similar. Lob it in, it clatters across. It doesn't explode, nor does anything else appear to occur beyond what you would expect for a stone being lobbed into
rolled.
a bit of a crater.
Okay.
Corabreath, all the way at the top, arms folded, goes, "How long do you think they're going to be down there?"
I don't know. I'm sort of kind of. Do you want to hang around here and wait for them? Or...
Well, a lot of them seem to have stopped on the other side of the crater, because we can see little.
No, yeah.
Maybe there's something there. Shouldn't we go a little bit closer?
But I'm not getting any closer to it if I don't have to, and I don't think I have to. Look at it. It's exactly as it always is.
Just
Was it glowing green from the outside? Was that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
just out of curiosity, this stuff. If things were going wrong with it, do you have any idea of what that would look like? Or
Well, the stones wouldn't be there.
Right,
That would give me a pretty good indication that something had gone wrong.
Okay.
It says, but the stones are there and everything looks like it normally would.
What about
so-
like if they were sort of leaking? So let's say they're not entirely removed immediately, but they were worn away over time. Like a well, exactly like I said, like leaking, like a hole in a pot. The pot isn't destroyed, but it's not helpful as a pot anymore, or at least you can
Right,
use
well, I'll give you a completely different... no, I'll use your analogy. Right, if there's a tiny pot dripping a little bit of water on my stove, I really don't care. It's a tiny amount of water on my stove.
Right.
Now, if a river passed through my house, and then I might be a bit annoyed, and I'd go, well, I need to do something about that. But if it's dripping, I don't really care. It's quite far away from anything.
But it looks like really odd. What's in it? Do you know? Like, water is fine on your stove, but if it's
I don't know.
acid,
It's
you
been
know.
like this ever since I first came here.
Okay.
My mother says I have to look after it, so I do. Make sure nothing's gone wrong, nothing's gone wrong. There we go. Yes, I'll admit away.
Elric, can you sense any Olga? Do you think he might be hearing an auditory illusion?
Try.
I mean, you can. You're going to need a pretty good roll.
Can I do the same though?
You can just you automatically detect Olga. You don't
Yeah.
even need to roll. You're the queen of this.
It would be perception, right?
It would be perception test, and you would be reversing your successes as well because it's well out of your
Any
range.
Olga lingering around
They
this place?
on the outside. There's no gathering of Olgu. There's no gathering of anything. There's a slight drifting of it over by the camp, but no more than you'd expect for people gathering and talking. Merely talking is enough to create a conspiracy, so to speak. It's enough to get people talking about something that's important to those individuals. A small gathering of Olgu
I think
comes
she'll go
around
closer
that.
to the actual.
Moving over towards where the father's sort of kicking about the edge, and you
Well,
can
he's
still
like-
hear it about once every couple of minutes or so, way
He'll
up
be
and then back down
he
again.
doesn't plan to go like up and over, but
Right, yeah, you can make your way up the edge of
particularly
the
because it's like
crater edge.
darkness to him.
Yep.
So he'll be creeping closer to the edge of the darkness,
Yeah.
but very slowly.
His head's getting higher and higher and higher over on the other side.
How far is he away from me around the rim?
Oh, not very far. You can walk all the way around with ease.
I will totally go and
Yeah,
intercept
absolutely.
him.
So
just
back up
just
there, what
tip
are you two
over the
doing?
edge.
Right, well, look, Carmith, I know this is sort of your duty to check things out, and you sort of highlight it in a certain way. But I think it's probably better if we, if you have a look and kick the tires properly.
You said that it all looks fine, so
Interesting. Pardon?
you said it all looks fine, so surely there's no harm going a bit closer, right?
I don't want to go anywhere near that thing.
No, come on, you've got to come with us. We're going down, and you're on with us. Come on, Carbrith. Look, listen, I had a chat with your mother, and she told me blah, 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 blah. And I'm going to...
Blather will keep him in place.
No, could you not stun him to a point where he's leadable?
That's not how it works. Come on! Blather keeps them in place.
Fuck's sake.
They stun.
I mean, if he critted,
I mean, he would be very stuck in place.
I mean, like he could blather at him and then put his arm around him and like.
Yeah,
you know.
Start off speaking like this and then you slowly lower the voice.
Can I do a leadership test?
Leadership test is a completely different kettle of fish, which I will be resisting, I think, for obvious reasons. How would you do?
You've either done really well or terribly. So 2 successes.
I fumbled!
Lovely stuff.
As he goes, right, fair enough, no, you're right, my mother did say.
I'm reminded of that meme that every NPC that you meet, is this a new
I
service?
wanted the mother. I wanted the mother, if I'm going to be honest.
Is that, he shakes his head and goes,
I know what I said.
fair enough, no, fair enough, no,
Lex
fair enough.
is a parrot.
All right, shut up. He says, all right, I'm coming down. You don't have gab. You don't have gab. And then he falls over flat on his face and smacks himself on the chin. Cut! Blood trickles down. Oh, you fucker. Oh, you fucker. As a call echoes across down towards you. You hear, oh, you fucker. Oh, you fucker. Ah!
Is that what you were hearing?
No.
It's really quite loud to you.
That's what I was hearing. Can you really not hear that? It's really loud.
Where's it coming from?
No, but I imagine my skin is prickling.
You're moving up closer to the circle.
Yes.
If something is trapped in there, then it may be trying to tempt people to come and release it.
And it's probably not a good thing that's trapped in there.
Why would I be the only one hearing it though?
I mean, maybe you may, if she
Why?
was here, would hear it too, no?
Well,
Maybe it's...
let's find out.
As he gets up, you don't have. If anyone, I'm Marston.
No, I can do that. What do you check you up?
Hey, you do what?
Don't move.
Right.
Alright.
Hey, get your hands off me.
What's he done? Is he cracked?
You think he might actually have dislocated his jaw?
Oh no, this is no problem. All right. It's just
This is going to potentially hurt.
Ready?
Do yourself a heal test. Let's
Alright.
see how well he does it.
3, 2, 1.
Fumble.
6 successes.
Oh, nice! Croc, that's perfect. Crack. That is hard. Ah! Maybe that's the sort of it. Ah!
Closer.
Oh, vocal, it really hurt. Not very hurt. That's not even talk.
All right.
That's all. Corbett doesn't have much dialogue to share. Is there like, live subtitles on the screen?
Translated later on the YouTube version.
Aaron, get on that.
Production corner job. Anyway, no, don't do that. As down he goes. Down that side with the 3 of you, with the 2 of you, pardon me. As over by, you're getting closer, not getting closer, stopping.
Well, continue to get a little bit closer. But
And you begin to feel a slight prickle in your nose. It's almost like pins and needles, not quite. It's almost like light rain. It's sensation. It's palpable.
And is that like right on the edge of the darkness?
Yeah.
Ooh. You'll probably just stop right there and then just.
And yeah, you can feel it. It's tickling across the palms of your hands. Ooh. He is indeed doing a very good impression of a mime right now.
Are you sensing something?
Okay.
Yeah, like I feel. Is this the boundary of
And then Betty goes,
what's
You've
being
not gone quite
contained?
that far yet, but you presume so, yeah.
I would assume so.
What does it look like?
Birdie's checked in.
Stuck out, yep, that feels nothing.
It just looks like
Well,
there's just a
No,
stone ring.
I mean, beyond it, like it's darkness to me, absolute darkness.
No,
don't
it's
don't
just
don't
a,
don't don't
It's a
make
crater.
your way
a
down.
crater.
Just a hole where something...
Yeah, you can see it now, and it just it's this
Was.
close. The greenish haze is obviously, once you get closer to it, not palpable. A little bit like being in a mist, where you can't see the mist directly in front of you, but you can see the accumulation of it over a certain amount of distance. Yeah, quite, because of the depth of it. But this close, you barely see it, suggesting that it's been leaking out for some distance, and it's in concentration over it. But this close makes almost no difference at all. But again, palpable for those of you with eyes, in that it can be seen. Not palpable, that's touchable.
Hello. What are we doing? Corbin, he's heard himself.
Apparently, it's a prickly crater for those of us that
Corner
feel
breath
these
says,
things.
I wouldn't go in there if I were you.
Oh, he's fine.
I don't intend to, but I can hear something, Cora breath. Like, it sounds like a girl, like, moaning.
He says, well, who knows what happened here?
I mean, like, Leopold will have been at the theatre a couple of times, right? Like, he'll be... It sounds like if you go to the theatre and someone's being a ghost.
Oh, yes. Immediately know that.
Sounds like that.
It sounds like quite a poor version of a ghost. You must be going to very low-rate theatres.
Well, I'm not a very good actor, my lord, but...
Right, okay. No, well, or you've just seen poor plays.
Is it coming from the camp, or is it coming from...
It seems to be...
You've gone round, it's definitely coming from the circle.
Coming from the circle, whether it's in the circle or it is the circle.
But she was here. She's gone. Cora Breath says this place is fine as it was. We're
Maybe
now
she's
just
Hold
losing
on.
her. We should go back.
Is she gone, though?
And gone where?
Or is she in there?
Well, maybe she's gone to the observatory.
Or maybe
Or
she's fallen
maybe
in.
something's been replaced. Should we look at the camp and just see if there's anything to be found?
Cora Breath just looks at it and says, well, it looks like it always looks like to me.
Right.
There's
And
no-
you
it
can't
always
hear
looks
this
that-
thing.
and
I
it
can't
can-
hear. I
and it's
can't
all-
hear the thing at all.
It always looks like it's got that green haze over it.
Well, distance, you see.
At a
As you
distance.
said, when you're up close, you can't really see it, but when you're at a distance, you can see it.
Why is he so much harder to understand?
Oh,
now?
he
He's got-
has
he's got like a
dislocated
big-
his jaw.
Oh, did you fall?
He did,
I'm
yes.
sorry to hear that.
It was the moon shut up and
And there's nothing in this crater. Or nothing visible.
Have you
No,
tried
but
asking it? Have you tried
I was going to
interacting
say,
with
have
his
you
voice?
tried yelling back?
Not yet.
Let us look at the camp. We'll have a look at the camp and see
Okay,
if
you
there's
pad over
anything.
towards the camp. It's a circle of stones where that have been raised up. Clearly, they had their fire. There's lots of movement and depression in the sands around it, but the camp itself has got nothing of merit beyond the burnt out sections that they clearly, obviously, must have brought fuel with them.
What I mean is, if she was coming here for something.
Hello?
Hello?
There you go.
Oh. Yeah, it responded.
Ask it who it is.
Who's there?
Sorry,
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
and then, where are you?
Not you, Corbett!
Where are you home right now?
Corbett, the father, says he hears a voice, and I guess he's trying to commune with it.
Trying to,
Yes,
yeah.
I'm really sure here's in your relations.
Well, this is kind of his area sometimes.
Here's
so-
in here, so.
Very Michael Blue.
So,
I feel like I'm back home. Good man yourself.
Sorry, you are?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, this is very much not Sigmar's domain. Very much.
Father, just ask for
Etelka.
Etelka?
Yeah. Is that Etelka? Right. Do you understand me? Moan twice for yes,
Yeah, perfect.
and once for no.
That's sort of 3.
I think that's a no.
Yes or no?
Yeah, you don't understand me. What other languages do we speak? I'll try something in classical. Do you understand me in classical? What? Again, the same. Twice for no. No, nothing. Cazalet? Unlikely. No. Anyone else got another language?
Corbett goes,
I've got a speak spirit.
You've got speak
No,
spirit?
in Eltharine she'll say speak
Oh,
spirit.
speak spirit in Eltharine. I was quite confused there.
Do you understand us?
Doesn't reply.
You didn't reply to that. Oh, it's like it can maybe only hear me as well.
Yeah.
Alright, well, you should just step in.
I really hate this.
I mean,
The advice I was getting from Elric was very much to not step in.
Why would you step in? Look, Cora Breath thinks it's been always as it was. She came here. She clearly didn't get what she was looking for. Maybe we should search the
We're hanging out.
surroundings.
No, I agree. Why do you think that?
Yeah.
Well, presumably because
You understand that?
it could have
Do I?
taken something. And if she did get what she's looking for, she's been and gone. We should follow her.
What if she went in there and whatever's in there got her and she's still in there? It hasn't gone anywhere at all.
Corbett, the crater was always empty, yeah? As long as you've been watching it.
Hear her.
So, what would you think could be got here?
Gods alone, no.
Stones are safe.
There seems wrong, aye.
They're not damaged in any way that you can see.
No, I can see.
Is there any kind of power in them that's active still?
He puts his hand up in the stone. It is. The stones are strong.
Is from a sense from our, is there like a sense of linking Gyron between them all, or?
Do yourself a perception test for that one.
Quite strong and
Yeah.
Gyron, so advantage.
Yeah. And it does, no advantage.
Nothing.
Yeah, no
Oh, no,
advantage.
I've got a ton of advances in it too. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
perception.
but there's no
though, to be fair.
advantage. Yeah, there's no advantages
No.
out here in the back. No, yeah. As he holds up his hand. Apparently in an alright state, you know.
I see.
Yes.
Well,
Meanwhile,
he says they're in an alright state.
Oh, right. Yme, your special sword.
what's his father doing?
Leopold is going to try what Birdie did in terms of like
Jump
picking
in?
Up, no,
Oh, no.
picking up a stone
do that.
Uh-huh.
and throwing a stone in, and to see if it sounds right. Because he can't.
Clatter. Yeah,
sense
it sounds fine. Everything in there sounds fine. It's still blind to him though. It's like he's blind, strangely enough. And he can't sense anything past that prickling sheen that he's right
But
beside.
can he sense the stones?
Yeah, the stones are quite clear to him.
Yeah.
In fact, if you want to pick them out, they're bright but in comparison to the rest. Obviously, it's not
Yeah,
vision, but yes,
but
they're
they're
clear.
stronger than normal stones would be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Father, what about
You
this?
maybe go over and kind of like touch one of them as well.
Holy ground.
Oh,
That feels holy.
that's holy.
The gods themselves are watching this place, or our god is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Or
different.
goddess.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
quite.
What about if we held your arms so that we are on
Wait,
this side and you put your face into...
Yeah, no thanks.
Wait. By the way.
Does this feel holy to you?
Yeah, I'll touch it.
Yes. You get an immediate sense of peace. You get an immediate sense of certainty, and you can hear a slight whickering of your fox.
Oh.
Does it feel good to you as well?
Yeah, like the gods are watching over it, or what one is.
I can hear my fox through this.
Your fox?
Oh,
The mighty invisible fox that no one else knows about, except for anyway.
Didn't know you had a pet.
yeah. It's a long story.
I mean, you've seen a fox every once in a while when she's taken on the form of a fox at a distance, and you've seen that a couple of times. You saw that with your own eyes in the pre-stream section.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you saw a fox in her vicinity, but no fox.
And he heard a fox when he saw her from afar without knowing who she was.
That's fair.
And foxes, or female foxes at least, when they're in heat, scream like women.
I'm definitely not hearing a hunting fox.
Purely because if you've ever heard one in the middle of the
You
night,
know.
it sounds
it's
like a woman being
terrifying.
murdered.
Yes.
Wow! Oh, murder!
Yeah.
It's just a fox.
Does
So
it
it
sound
could
like
be a
that?
fox.
No.
It could be.
No, but it could be. Where is your fox? I have not seen it. But
Can you call to it? Is it something that you can commune?
Not really. It just kind of shows up.
Try calling to it, and I'll tell you if it responds. Like, say something in whatever language you would use to speak to it.
What is its name?
It doesn't have a name.
It
It's a
speaks
fox.
Eltherin.
Fox.
Fox. Well,
Can you just give me a sound to say that it might recognise? Something really simple.
Sure.
What are you going for?
A fox? Question mark? An interrogative statement of whether it's a fox.
Sounds good.
He will attempt to.
Wow. So you're going to need to roll 0-1. Your only chance of imitating, but you might.
Might? You never
You
know.
don't have perfect pitch, do you?
I do not.
I have mimic. But
And
that's
mimic's not going to help.
me.
Perfect pitch
Yeah.
is.
0-1.
No, I rolled
Lie.
16.
Yeah,
I mean, I rolled well,
that was
but
a
not
very poor representation of Fox.
Just lie.
In fact, he said something closer to the barking moon.
No, it's a
But it
difficult.
might still respond to that.
It's a difficult language.
Does it respond?
There's not a nuance.
Because it's responding to everything I'm saying. To be fair, that doesn't help.
But before I touch the stone, Elemental Life, can you?
You have touched the stone already. That's where you got.
Yeah, no, I meant, but like, I was gonna ask. You said that there were tracks going in, and how many were those?
I think there was 4 and a mule, maybe.
And how many are leaving? Because
It's
if
difficult to tell because
It
they're
was
all
difficult to
together.
tell, but
because maybe she fell in, and if we go somewhere else, we'll find the other people she was traveling with, and we can ask them what happened.
well, so they camped over there, and we can see that I think they left by that route. But there's not to say that they didn't come here and then do a sweep of this area and find something else. We could probably have a look, a slightly wider berth.
I mean, the chances are it was a relic or something.
He's going to do something slightly reckless, but not as reckless as jumping in. He's going to sit, while they're all talking, he's just going to sit quietly down, cross-legged, and take his
Right
little
at the very edge.
little bag of bones out. He'll go back a little bit because he doesn't want his bones to bounce into it.
He's
not
gonna get them
reckless.
for you. It's fine.
And he's going to attempt, and this probably won't work, but he's going to try using not augury, but his oracle ability, which is where he tries to get a vision about an individual, and he's going to try to get a vision about whatever the hell this
Do
thing
yourself
is. Intuition.
intuition test.
Interesting.
A 69?
Dude!
Yes!
Way
6
comes the
successes!
child. Well done.
You and the
My
spirit are
intuition
very
is
close.
70.
Calm. Sit. And as they're discussing, and Alemenowith is suggesting moving around, and Elric's looking on, and Kurbeth, you calm yourself. You pray. And the face of a woman appears. Her face is suddenly full of shock. Horror as blood splashes over her face. A man growls. Definitely a male voice. You feel pain in your own sides as you're stabbed once, twice, 3 times.
So will I become her in the...
You're not sure, but you've definitely been stabbed once, twice, or 3 times in your vision. Blood slick. You are staggering. You're falling. You collapse. You're so lonely.
Ghost.
You can't escape. You're stuck here. Watching. Seeing. Everything.
Does he come back to himself?
Yep. Oh, fuck. Endurance test.
There's a reason he's one of the dice. Yes, I'm fine.
Yeah, you're fine. You don't need to scream. You do, for a brief moment, feel like you've been stabbed. Once, twice, 3 times.
I mean, he probably will.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
I don't
I
think
think
he'll
so.
try and stop it. He'll just...
Are you okay? What?
Core breath.
Core breath. Looks over. Where's her?
The ritual that did this, did it involve a human sacrifice by any chance?
No. He says, not in the slightest.
No, the ritual, not for the stones, but maybe the original thing that cursed this land.
No. He says, Lyra cursed it.
There's a spirit of a woman who was killed, bound here. She was stabbed 3 times in the side.
No.
She's stuck here and she's watching. She sees everything.
The woman's face, out of character, was nothing like Etelka Herzen.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't know.
Totally, yeah.
That is a really good point.
Although they have described it.
They have, and they described her as blonde. This woman
You've seen
was
the picture?
dark-haired.
You've seen a
she was
picture. We've seen her
dark-haired.
painted.
Yes, but she's
He's
blind.
blind.
Also,
Yep.
she'd barely have had time to become lonely.
Yeah.
She'd be there for like 2 days.
Yeah, but like you don't know what it feels like.
Yeah.
What kind of clothes was
Yeah, I
the
was going
woman
to ask
wearing?
that.
You didn't really see her clothes. You saw her face.
Fair.
Yeah,
Can
sadly.
Can we just get an intuition
Or the
on...
language that the voice spoken?
Reik spiel. Yeah, I'll do that French spiel.
Just a quick intuition test on Corbin saying.
He seems to be genuine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Don't know.
All right. Well,
Gather his little knucklebones back up again and just
sure?
sit there stirring
I will
them
do a more
meditatively.
theology test, because that is a fair point.
Can you do an exorcism?
No advantage, right?
No advantage.
No, I failed by like 4%.
Anyone else got lore theology?
you may.
You may. Do you?
No.
Best cleric ever.
No harm in asking.
I think Ronaldo would be disappointed if you had Lord.
Yeah. It doesn't seem very Ronaldo, to be fair.
I don't really know what there is to do here. I think we need to track down who was here and find out if they got something or.
If there is a spirit, then it would be a matter for a priest of more, no?
Yeah. Well, how many of them are going to get out here?
Yeah.
Well, maybe if we set one this way, you could take him out here?
Intelligence test.
I do not think they would
I'm
come.
so smart.
They're not big on the undead.
6
Well,
and
they're
7.
big on.
Or they're not
He
properly
said an important word
departed,
there.
are
They're
they?
big on
watching.
putting them
That's
to
what I
rest.
mean.
You want to know what happened here? Someone saw.
Oh.
He comes to that conclusion, not you.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
I'm not sure he
that was
understands.
Andy going,
I see in the
So
story
I
that
just
the old
said
lady
there was
told
the
us the other
spirit
night.
trapped here
Yeah.
watching everything.
Yeah.
Seeing everything that happens here.
The watcher person that's done the thing. Yeah.
No.
No.
No, the spirit that he's just seen of the woman who was killed.
All right, guys. Look, it's getting a little late. So I'm gonna
Yeah. Can
out
we
for me.
join the dots for him?
Yeah. Join the dots
So
for
it
him.
will have seen Etelka Herzen and whatever she did, won't it?
If we just
So
have to ask-
communicating with the spirit would be useful because it might tell us what Etelka did.
Again, that doesn't help us because you can't communicate with the spirit. So
Well,
far,
but
we're
it-
just getting his ooh-oohs.
It might mean persevering, might be.
Or
you
getting
know.
closer.
All right. Well, look. Listen. Here's an idea. Just occurred to me.
Entirely all on my own.
It's almost like
so
I
blonde
can see
sometimes.
the great plan laid out before me.
No.
Don't say that.
No.
Don't even joke.
I just don't worry. It sees everything, whatever this is. So if you can ask it, and it'll tell you what's happened. Step in.
You could step in.
I'll
just asking.
Oh, you can step
I'm not going to step in, but
Jump in.
he'll walk up to his left and then he'll poke his head through.
And Birdie will grab the back of his
You
arm in
successfully
case he
headbutted
needs
the
to
spirit.
Push in.
But it's hand on the stone to try and keep his bearing.
As you push in, and your face passes over the prickling
sure someone
section.
suggested this.
That is one heck of a moth.
Yeah.
Before you forms a woman
Oh.
in the centre.
There you go.
The edges of her picked out in something. You can't even quite perceive what it is, but you can see her features, but you can also see her brain. You can also see her innards, but only for briefest of moments when she forms back in again to herself.
And is it like his normal vision, or is it actually like he can almost see her?
No, it's definitely not
So it's
palpable
just like
eyes.
his normal, so it's all a bit vague anyway.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
And it ripples as you see the muscles and veins and system that lies beneath her, and then back to the edges. She has wounds in her, and at points you can see the actual wounds themselves. One of the organs that's been pierced, and the great gushing of life that came from it for a brief moment, splashing everywhere, and then gone again, as she's just sitting there blankly staring around, looking confused.
Now that I have a slightly clearer sense of her,
Yes.
clothes.
That's really hard to tell.
Well, just
she is
like-
wearing some.
Yeah, like, but,
and
it's not like what I'm trying to get a sense of is like roughly how old. And I know he's not a fashion expert.
you
but, like,
literally don't know. It's too vague.
But if she's wearing like
Too vague.
like rough
Furs.
Too
like
vague.
furs.
Yeah,
you know
I
what I
mean,
mean. Like, does she look
You're not even
realistic?
sure of their furs or their
Yeah.
clothes. She's
Yeah.
wearing something, but it's phasing in and out,
Fair.
so it's
More
really
like
difficult.
memory.
Not to mention, he's not even really seeing her.
Yeah,
anyway,
quite.
So, yeah.
Yeah, totally. There she is,
Hello.
sitting in the centre, as her head twists round, and she says, "I can hear thee."
Yeah. Am I over here?
As her head twists round in your direction, but doesn't look at you, and says, "Where are you, spirit?"
Okay.
She's my people.
Okay.
I hear ya. Where are you, spirit?
I'm on the edge of the circle.
What circle?
Walk towards my voice.
I can't move.
Oh.
Says, where are you, spirit?
I've got some. No, maybe
No.
not. maybe not.
Find
Maybe
out
not.
what you
Swallow
wanna know
that thought.
first.
Swallow that thought. Be right back.
Well,
Lean back through. Oh yeah, there's like a ghost in there.
Oh, so sticking your head face forwards into this thing was a good idea.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, but
Mark
yeah.
that, McCutcheon.
Just
Does he look okay? Is his face gone? You know, like
Is his hair like a white streak?
No,
in front?
not at all.
Has it
He seems
melted
fine.
off?
No, no,
Okay, good.
no. The father's in good shape.
no Ark of
Does-
the Covenant here. You're
Does someone
fine.
else want to poke their face
Yes.
through too?
yes, definitely.
Because it may be that.
maybe someone who feels okay touching the stones should go in though.
No, it sounds fine.
Yeah.
Poke back through
Can
again.
I stick my head in? I don't think I expect to see anything because of my.
Yep, you stick your head in. It's most certainly the inside of a crater.
Looks like a crater to me.
Yep, created to me too.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, all right.
I'll try as well.
You stick your head in and you get the vaguest bluish outline of what could be a human form. It's loose and it's floaty, and occasionally in the middle, a skull.
It's not reading a book, is it?
Do yourself a cool test. When that skull goes, skull.
Jump scare.
That was your plan.
31. Yeah, just.
You're fine. I'm like, skull. Whoo. Skull. Ooh.
I can kind of see it, but
Now is your head still through while you're saying that?
it,
So does she react to you, may speaking?
Not yet. No.
No.
Just you then.
It looks.
So
I don't really want to stick my head through in case it scares her. She might not know what an elf is. You know.
Sure.
I mean, Leopold will pop up and say, but like she can't see me. She can only hear my voice, and she
Right.
can't move. So she
And
says,
she can't hear the rest of us.
"Seems not. No."
Stick your head in. You see nothing.
No.
Do you want to go down there? We'll come.
Oh no! There, slight bluish haze in the center. There's definitely a slight bluish haze in the center. You can see something. Oh no, it's not blue. It's a deep mauve.
I can see a deep mauve haze.
Good colour.
It's right close to
Would she
me.
know enough to know maybe shyish?
You've got no lower magic, so no.
But it's called purple.
But it's shyish. It's called
Yeah.
purple. But you know, an Eltharine. But yes, but it's
Yeah.
not something you'd call out
Yeah.
specifically,
Yeah.
other than what you've already said.
I think it's
think
gonna have to be you.
You're going to have to talk to her. Charm her, perhaps.
I mean, should I maybe just go in?
We could hold
yes, yeah.
one of your hands.
Rope.
Or rope.
Rope. I can do that.
Like I'm going diving. Very
We'll
exciting.
put it around your
But
waist.
like,
We'll
when
tie it around one
Leopold
of
stuck
these
his head
stones.
in, so to speak, we could just see you
Yeah.
bend forward. Yeah, so
Yeah.
we're still
Like nothing.
physically.
Okay, so
I'll
rope
go
around
down.
your
Rope
waist.
around waist, still touching the stone.
Yep.
Rope,
And then
I'm
moving
coming down
yourself
with you.
Step
crossing
across.
over.
Yeah.
As you cross over, she firms up significantly. Her clothes do. Her clothes form into shape and look like they are lower class peasant style clothes. It is indeed as you expected, furs, and relatively ill fitting. Her boots are broken. There's blood everywhere, but it's not clear colours. This is the outline, the net of it, so to speak, rather than the actual sight of it. As it looks around and immediately turns in your direction.
You can see me now.
As you see in her direction, and she goes, "You're back again, spirit.
Can you see? Can you see me this time though?
I can see you."
Can you see and like you'll sort of touch the stone? Can you see the stone?
Yeah, I can see the stones.
Can you move towards it or are you?
I can't move at all. Says, "Are you here to free me, spirit?"
I mean, if I mean, how would one do that?
He says, "Me bones, maybe,
Do you know where they are?
in a cave.
Nearby?
I don't know where I am."
Are you in the centre of a crater? In the Barren Hills?
Oh, I'm in the bowl.
Yes, you're in the bowl.
Oh, God preserve us all. Well, we were camping in a cave. Overlooks the bowl. A crag. A crag.
Is there a crag overlooking the bowl?
There's several crags. Yeah. There's several of them on either side.
The telescope and see if I can scan for a cave. No, for a particular cave.
There's a fissure in the side of that crag over there. Looks like a very good choice.
I see one.
I think she says she was camping there. That might be where her bones are. So we can see her, laid to rest.
But she says, "Wait, beware, spirit. There are people here."
Yeah,
they are watching you, spirit.
Yeah, outside the circle. They're my friends.
I sense them.
I'm not a spirit.
They might do you harm.
I'm not a spirit. I'm a priest of Sigmar.
She frowns. Oh.
How long have you been trapped here?
I don't know.
Name.
Oh, what's your name? I'm Leopold. Father Leopold.
Brunilda, she says. Brunilda Gratin. Oh, from Reik.
From Reik?
Yeah.
I'm from Reik too.
Oh, spirit, be careful. They're watching you right now. They're gathered around you like knives in the dark.
Are there? How many people are with us?
6, including. Sorry, not including yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there 6 of them in a dog?
6 knives in the dark, poised, ready to strike.
And a little dog?
6.5.
Beware, spirit. They will come for you.
That's not a reassuring thought. Were there other people here recently? A woman, perhaps? A blonde woman?
The woman in red?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you see what she did?
Bury my bones and I'll tell you. She says. I want my bones buried.
I mean, I will swear we'll do that.
Do it, I'll know.
All right. We've got to go find her bones. And then she'll tell us what she saw Etelka do.
Okay. Bones we can see them.
Cora Breath says, but who'd have heard it? There's a spirit in there.
Well, indeed.
Shakes his head. I never did. Mother behind you. Oh, all right, Yon.
We all looked at Rick
all
to
right,
try and
you
slide.
want while you check a cave.
I'm just concerned about. There's probably a reason why a spirit is trapped here.
Well, let's go see if we can find the remains of her camp.
Well,
and her bones.
I can theorize why she would end up here.
Like whatever it's trapping just happened to catch her spirit before it could pass on to more.
She gets murdered, her spirit is restless, and she gets dragged here like it's a whirlpool.
But if, as the father
Or
just
magic.
said, she's...
We'll be able to tell from the
one
count.
success?
One success, I'll say that sounds very plausible.
Then I'll
Yeah,
change my mind.
that sounds plausible. Doesn't
Okay.
mean it's true, but it sounds plausible.
It could be, I'm not saying that.
Or she could have, her spirit could have just strayed into the circle and then couldn't get out.
I would also say we know that these stones technically have leaked, for lack of a better term. So surely a good way, and I could be wrong because I don't know magic well, but a good way to weaken spells and stuff like that is to do, especially good spells like these. You said these stones is to do bad deeds upon them.
Indeed, upon hearing that, you can't help but think that it now sounds more plausible because if there's gaps with things going out, there'll be gaps with things getting sucked in. It's an old ward. The stones are ancient, so this has probably been going for quite some time.
Right, I think we should...
To the cave.
Right, to the cave.
You stick your head in. We'll be right back.
Cora Breast says, "Ask you hear about stones." Doesn't he?
Sounds wise.
Perfect.
Folds his arms. As you make your way up, little wagging-tailed
Come on, meat pie.
meat pie in tow. it's a raise, and then another rise, and then another rise, and it involves a little bit of a climb. Shouldn't be too difficult. A simple climb test, which you can reverse your fails on. It is easy.
We're not good climbers.
Fortune point.
Reverse the fail.
That was
So
a 99
fumbles.
fumble.
Did you say it was easy?
Gets another crit.
Yeah,
It is
it's
an easy. You can
easy.
reverse
6
from both.
successes.
Pass.
Yes.
You don't even want
Do
to.
I
No,
want
do
to go?
Maybe you should just hang back.
Yeah, maybe
Maybe
you should
I'll
just
just
stay
hang
there.
out with
Or
horrible.
ask for help.
Yeah, you can always ask for help. Get an assist there.
Because I rolled a 6, so...
Yeah, you're
I would
easier.
help
Yeah.
you.
I did terribly
Yeah,
too.
but you're on your own.
Well, I haven't rolled yet.
Okay.
Have you just
I-
failed?
Yeah, real bad.
Did you
I-
fumble?
Oh, fortune.
Okay, cool.
You can reverse
Yeah, you
Then
reverse
success.
fails.
Yeah,
No,
excellent.
still a fail.
a fail, but no degrees.
Not as bad as that.
Yeah, that's okay. If it's a fail, it just means you scrabble
Yeah,
up and you
22.
scrabble right back down again.
Okay.
As you don't make your way up.
I will try and reach up for Birdie's
Yeah,
hat
go for it.
or rope or whatever.
Yeah, I'll just...
I'll stay out here. I'll guard.
No.
Was that a fumble?
No.
Did you reverse it?
Yeah, it's still a no.
Okay.
Aluminowise just had a thought. Mid-climb, Leopold, what if she's one of your ancestors? You said you
Well,
were
could
looking
be.
for saints who were
Yeah.
but looking for your ancestors. She's from Rank. Maybe that's why you could see her.
Maybe it's a bloodline thing.
Yes.
As they sit there
What was-
discussing as you're scrabbling away.
Don't ignore it.
Can I do a
We can
strength check?
stay here.
Yeah, she didn't even reach up to where you were.
Shall I go down
Bless
and
her
get
little soul. You might need to go down and get her.
It's
Or help her
okay,
up.
Birdie.
I'll
Just
help from the top if you push
Shove her from
from
the-
the bottom.
How about
Have I
yourself?
not still got a rope tied around my?
Yeah, you
If
do.
she- Like
Yeah,
you brace me.
Toss
and
the
she
rope
could-
down. That'll make it
Yeah.
a lot easier.
Yeah.
Okay, can I try again?
Try again, go for it.
back to that stone.
I thought it was tied to you. Sorry.
No, but no.
You can reverse the fail.
Because I know you don't get advantage from advantage
you're
but
helping.
with the rope.
Yeah. I'm happy
So
for her to
add
get
20
Oh,
to
okay.
your-
In
yeah,
that
I think you're
case,
fine.
yes.
Advantage.
Yeah.
You may.
How about yourself? Were you going to go up that rope too?
Well, nobody seems more focused on you, mate, so I'm just going to stay down here and solve
I'll go
Bye.
and get him. I'm not leaving him.
That's it.
to
Yeah,
his own
it's fine.
devices.
Left by yourself in a place where people were
Come on.
throwing stars?
Oh, fine. Oh,
Even
that was
meat
bad.
pie?
Yeah, just
All right,
reminding
fine.
you of the horror that
That
was
was
the
awful.
night before.
Me.
Did you
I
fumble?
don't think
No,
that'll help.
not yet.
Can I...
How badly did you do?
Oh, real bad. And me
97.
both ways.
Yeah, well done.
5 fails.
With 5 fails
Yeah,
or 7 fails.
You're never gonna get. You'll need 5 successes on your strength test to counteract that.
Come on, Birdie.
Is it strength or climb?
It's climb.
Oh, climb.
You can do it.
Is it an easy one?
Yeah, I'm gonna let this one be easy.
6
Got a big rope
successes.
hanging down from him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she helps you up and pulls you up no matter much.
I purposefully don't try and help myself. 'cause I'm
Dig your,
exhausted.
dig your heels in.
He huffily gets taken up the side
Just
of the
goes limp.
screen until you're up near the top, and then make your way over towards the crevasse with a very happy-looking Gerhardt in tow.
Gerhardt, you know you can admit to your weaknesses, right? Like that's a very manly thing to be able to do that.
No, I'm completely fine with that. I'm more annoyed that everybody was just fussing over you and not trying to help
Because
me.
I asked
She's
for
very
help.
badly injured.
One of
my
you
lord.
got stabbed last night and it wasn't you.
Alright, well, I fixed her up. She's fine.
Are you fine, really, you man?
Not really,
Exactly.
There's blood sitting there on the bandage
Fine.
over her shoulder.
Alright, I'll be better next time.
Empathy. Work on it.
Coming from Birdie. That is a line.
This is a low point.
I don't even think she knows what that word means.
Everyone has one.
Okay, so we have ourselves a crevasse up ahead as Andy almost spits all over the table. Who's going first? Who's going into the darkness that lies
Will
there?
you do your thing and I will look peek.
Yeah.
Because she's got...
I think to be honest, Leopold's just going to keep walking.
Oh,
Just steer for the
well,
darkness.
then we...
Gondor calls for aid, all that stuff.
Okay, do yourself a channeling test. It's just standard as you make your way in, and it's cold. You're on the inside. Chilly. It curves round to the right, and you can feel that there's an open space in front of you. It's all rubble and stone, so it's really difficult to tell if there's any bones or any equivalents here.
What he's going to be alert to particularly is when he was in the chapel of St. Arnold.
Yes.
And he knew the bones that he has theorised are one of his ancestors, and he's going to be searching for that feeling.
Okay, so
may not apply, but that's what
he
he's
heads
looking
in.
for.
What's everyone else doing as he moves in?
Sticking with him in case there's a bear.
Okay, so
or
you're coming
something.
right in behind him in case there's a bear.
Is contemplating the
I'd be glad to
peculiarity of
consider
the
the possibility of
coincidence
bears.
that person came from Reik and not liking the conclusion that leads her to.
I love that. So she's hanging outside the cave going, Gerhardt.
What have we got? We got Alan right outside. These two.
Those two have gone in, yes.
I can't see him.
I'm your light, so I'll go in.
Right there.
So you're moving in as well. That brings a
I'll stay
flickering
outside.
torchlight from the braziers across,
And the staff.
and his staff as well. Good old bright wizard.
Nice.
As
yeah,
that
outside
flickers
with
up
that
with
I
flame.
shall watch the rear, I guess.
Okay, watching the rear. You may.
Squatting.
I'll look for any like scrabbly marks in case the things that attacked us yesterday went this way. I
That
don't-
works.
Sounds good. So you're looking for tracks?
Yes.
That'll be track.
I do not have track, but I could do perception.
That will not do in this particular case.
I'm
I could track from the outside in terms of leading into it.
Yeah.
Yes, it has to been
Do yourself a track test.
sure.
I thought track was
It's
It's a
based
bonus
on
skill.
your intelligence, but it's a skill.
yeah, you have to
6
take
successes.
No.
Meat
You gotta
pie
take
Scott.
advantage of
Seems
that.
to have been undisturbed.
You think that no one's passed by here at all
No one has come in, I think.
as you call in?
Okay.
Gerhardt, did you say you were going in with them?
Oh, hang around with that anyway.
Oh, so you're hanging out at Alaminaway.
On watch.
As you make your way into the main chamber, some screeching noises come out. They're not screeching noises. That's queakish.
What they saying?
And the call out comes with a clear message. Give me Warpstone! Warpstone! You hear echoing through the chamber. Anyone got cute sense hearing?
I do.
This guy.
And the guy.
They are right out of line of sight and deep inside the cave system calling out.
It's those beastmen again.
Yeah, they're
Let me.
like over
And it says again, Give Warpstone! Give! Comes the call. Comes the racket from inside the cave, which you will hear from the outside. It's not exactly quiet. Are you two doing anything?
Is that
Shield up.
probably?
Shield goes
Shield
off.
up.
Yeah, I think
Does that sound like Birdie last night?
she'll sneak in.
and Yume is
Up
noping
behind
out.
each other.
Like
You're backing.
just full on just turns and leaves.
You may do yourself a perception test. What are you doing, Birdie?
I'm kind of thinking these might be the same guys from last night. And if it is,
I mean, you are in the middle of nowhere, so it seems
It
very
seems-
likely.
Yeah, and given the refresh marks up by the crater, it's probably them. It seems unlikely there'll be two bands around. So I will kind of look from side to side and just reply going, there isn't any, we don't have any, it's not something we use.
In Queekish,
Of course.
as she squeaks out. Wow, that sounded disturbingly intelligible. As from the back of the cave, there's a slight beat and a pause, and then lies! Give Warpstone! Give Warpstone, or you all die!
In Queekish, somebody's going to die, but it isn't going to be us.
There are 80 of us! It says.
Are there though? Can I hear scrabbling? And...
You cannot.
Can I get a sense of?
You may do yourself a perception test.
I failed mine, by the way.
Excellent. You make your way out. She's sitting on the outside.
Oh no. No. No.
So I pass Yumi. I think I'll make sure Yumi gets out okay, actually.
In
Okay.
terms
It's not
of
well.
the lie of the land, we're in a pretty
You're in a-
defensible position.
You're in a
because
cave
it's
at the moment, yeah,
a
totally.
one in, one
In
out
fact,
almost.
why don't we just draw out exactly where you are?
Oh, this is going to go really well.
Oh no!
No.
Oh no!
Well,
I knew that
plenty
would
of room for
happen.
80 there.
Cool man.
Sure, we did that, really.
Yeah.
Let me just. And where are your little characters? There
Oh,
we
is that
go.
water?
Now you may are out here. You, Alamenawith,
Or with
are out there. Elric is currently sitting there on the inside part. There is beside
Hi.
Birdie, who's currently squeaking. Where were you? You're sitting on the outside with them, I believe?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
The father is currently sitting over here, and is that everybody?
Shield.
Right, is everyone?
Yeah, because
Red alert.
Okay, so that's where you all are. I assume that can all be seen, Aaron? Yeah. Excellent. Are we straight?
Yeah.
Excellent.
I mean, that's not very inclusive.
And where?
Almost straight.
You said they were just out of line of
They're
sight?
coming from they're coming from inside the caves, and that's just echoes. You don't know which direction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And when you
But-
say they, it's a single voice, or have I heard more than one?
You've only heard one. He is not capable of distinguishing between different theys. I mean, it could be multiple voices from his perspective.
So, they claim there's 80 of them anyway.
Yeah.
But then, if there were 80, they'd have taken us out last night. So I'm in two minds.
Unless it was scouts you met last night.
Unless it was scouts we met last night.
And obviously we don't psychically know how big the caves are.
No.
They might go on.
But
forever.
Elric would, like, from his torch at least, he can see the exit to the left and he can see straight ahead.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, you can see what you see there, yeah.
I suggest that we just move back, and if someone's going to attack us, we go so we can just see them head on, like in the tower where there's only one way in, only one way out.
Shields up.
I mean, is that water there? And
Give!
We
You
don't
would hear the
have
water
any.
if there was.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So there's water that way, pointing back.
Yeah, and you've got a general idea of how big this place is as well. A general idea only, in that there's not that much space or ahead. The
Does
caves
80
aren't that big.
seem a lot
Pardon?
to him
80 seems like a lot. I mean,
Unless they're all out here.
in the water?
but that's
But
not.
you
That's
wouldn't
not
know
where the
80,
voices are
right?
coming from. They're
You're
coming
not,
from in the
you're not
cave.
translating.
That's also in the cave system.
Yeah.
It could be
Yeah.
coming
Yeah.
from there.
So
Yeah, but if it was coming from there, it'd be behind me. But they could be coming from that long passageway.
Yeah.
Where that
Could be,
where-
yeah.
You've got no
What do you
knowledge
want
that
us
it's
to do?
80.
Yeah.
Are the bones
No,
in there?
Birdie
said-
said.
I said.
Oh, you
Oh,
said
right.
80.
Oh,
said-
sorry.
Oh, right.
They're claiming that there are
Are the
80.
bones in there? Just bring the bones. Can you see them?
Can we see any bones in the light?
You can't see
Do self-perception test.
like more feel for you,
Yeah.
right?
Ooh! 4 successes and a crit,
Oh,
and 0 successes.
See that little skeleton mark right there?
Well,
In the
well,
center of
look
the
at
back. Yep, they're bones.
So,
Yeah.
I spot them and go, Oi. Off to
Oh, you can't
to
see
the
it
blind
there.
guy.
To
Oi!
Elric. To Elric.
Pointing out to that space right there in front of Elric.
Father, there's bones right in front of me.
Can I just bring them?
Not bad.
Just bring them out.
I'll turn
Break
around
them.
and-
Bring them.
Right,
down.
so I am taking a shot at Alan Menaway. I crit.
Oh,
Um,
Ooh, where am I?
For a total
They're in
of
that cave.
13, 28
Just
damage. And further on top of that as well, it tears through the muscle in your left leg, reducing your movement by 2 until this critical is resolved. You also have bleeding.
Ow. No, are we worried about being inside
As a
the
shot
cave?
whacks into you from that direction, that way.
It's a trap.
It's a drop!
It would have been better to know that ahead of time.
So, yeah, how many wins did you take?
I'm just. Did you say 28?
Yes, I did.
28 minus 5.
23.
3.
How many wins you left?
Minus 17. That's like a
6.
plus 6 critical.
Plus 6, so I'm going to take it. I'll just add 1 on top, and also knock you down on the ground. You are prone.
Oh.
Okay, as she screams, unless you wish not to. That'd be an endurance test, or you can just let that scream go. She wants to do her endurance test.
She passed, but she's still gonna make a noise.
Yeah,
It's not as loud.
and that has dug itself
Rude.
right into your leg. And it's in. You're down in 0 wounds. You are obviously where you are.
Can she sort of be in cover? Has
Um,
she managed
she-
to fall behind that big rock?
She's just sitting in amongst the rocks there anyway.
so
so
she'll-
she's not exactly in cover, but she's not out of cover. But she's definitely lying down there. I think it's fair to say it's combat rounds for you. Everyone else might be doing whatever they're doing, but you've screamed. What's your plan? Top of initiative.
Sixth Sense wouldn't have.
No Sixth Sense in the Barren Lands.
Yeah, because it's
Oh, I
all...
thought you said it
Nose
just
for
fell
trouble,
underwater.
though.
Yeah,
Nose
it's
for
the
trouble.
Barren Lands.
See him
No,
coming.
you didn't see them.
Yeah, but nose for trouble, you don't have to see them. You get a test, even if you can't see them. Because if there's stealth or hiding, it says nose for trouble.
You're right, that'll stop a surprise in that one. Go for it.
I've nose for trouble here as well.
Yeah,
Is
intuition
it
of both of you.
intuition?
Yeah.
3
7
successes.
successes.
Oh.
Much better.
Nope, much better. That didn't work. That's a shame, because that would have been cool. Right, so, Almenowife.
She is hiding.
Right, so she's ducking down and hiding. 0 wounds, trying to move into there. Do yourself a stealth check. And the father.
I guess I'll go
Heard a scream from further back on the outside.
She said to get the bones and get out, so
Yep,
I guess
she
I'll
did.
try that.
Okay, so you're going to go over there. 1, 2, pick up the bone, scrabble through. It's going to take a perception test to make sure you grab everything there.
Oh, I like these dice much better. Yes.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if you're making your way out.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good. Birdie, you're currently there. There's your dog. What's your plan? You heard the scream from above. She's jumped. He's clearly going over and he's picking up the bones. What's your goal?
We don't. I shall shout. We don't have any warp stone.
Okay,
we just
cool.
want to collect these bones and we want to get out of here. We're
Okay,
not
so
here
you
to cause
scream
a
out,
problem.
bones,
Exactly.
no bones, no bones.
Exactly.
As lies comes down, lies. It calls and first shot over at you hits for a total of 8 damage towards you.
Did you have your shield on?
And second
got my
one
shield-
missed.
I've
You
got
can
my
use your
shield.
shield for an extra armor point.
I've got -8 to all damage, so
nice.
it better.
You take
So
one
wait,
wound.
where did it
You
hit?
take 1 wound.
I take one.
Where did it
Yeah,
hit?
minimum of
Andy?
1 wound. And
Because she doesn't have it in the legs. Just in
this
case.
one just charges out from the dark. And you know what it is. It's a relatively regular clan rat. Dressed in rags, relatively impoverished at that.
I will strike first and strike hard.
Do you have the appropriate talent to get in on their initiative?
No, but
Then I will strike first and I will miss, probably. Unless you do really, really badly. Go on, give me a good fumble here.
no, 4 successes.
No.
Yours
It comes,
can't, right?
I'm skittering out, darts from side, goes over to the other side, launches forward with a serrated blade, and you just bat at it with your shield as it immediately backs off. And it goes, wait! And pulls up its shield.
Just as a reminder, you've got a sword and a shield, so that was 6 successes you got.
Oh, sorry.
Nice because of the
Please
defensive
keep
traits.
reminding me of that.
Is it not Birdie's turn overall? Because they just attacked her, didn't they?
Yeah, you can do yourself an action if you wish.
Wait! Splat.
I gave you a chance.
Is this good or bad?
This is really bad.
It's really good on my side.
Yeah.
How did you
don't
do?
have anything to... Oh.
I have an 88.
It's a critical, though.
Oh, yeah.
Is
You've
that
got
under a
advantage.
weapon
Oh,
skill?
yes. Because I've got
critical.
advantage.
Because you successfully defended.
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
Okay, so
8
you've got a
successes
crit.
and crits.
I also have a crit. Roll again. Let's see who's got the higher of the pair of us.
That
So it sounds right.
Another 8, so
That's an
16.
Okay, you've got the higher. God damn it. I still get the crit in though, because we got the crit in, but you've won the combat and you get a crit on top of that too. This dude is dead. He just doesn't have enough wounds. He's a measly clan rat. As you slash out, as you do, it just puts up its sword defensively. And as it does so, causes a rake right down the side of your arm. It's a bad one. It gushes blood as the Skaven goes, it's clearly panicked. You just drive into its face and drive into its other eye. That's that one dead as it collapses to the ground. Block. Let's leave that there just so we have a corpse. And I really do need to make a bunch of corpsey skull icons.
Can I shout something at this point?
If you wish to shout, although you've already talked this turn, you've already done your big debate.
no.
It's Gerhardt.
Help me.
All right. No.
I walk away.
I'll move over to Alaminawai.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where is it? Where have you heard?
Bleeding. My leg is bleeding.
Right. Okay. Like.
I think they hit
it's
something
another one of those.
important.
It's the
Oh,
discs,
that
is
looks
it?
deep.
So now that I've dealt with one of these before, am I a little bit better at dealing with it?
The exact opposite. You're actually concerned you won't be able to heal this one.
In terms of an
it's-
elf's anatomy is quite different.
Yeah, it's that you're really worried. This looks like it's gone deep into her muscles, and you've no idea what to do to solve that. other
Law
than
medicine?
Patch it up. Do yourself a test.
Am I doing law medicine or law heal?
I'll let you do the lower medicine. It'll be fast. You've
Just to
got
try and figure it
yeah,
out.
totally.
How many wounds did I take?
Pardon? None. You just took the crit.
Critical. You
just took the crit. So,
Yes, 7 successes.
Sweet. You are absolutely convinced that you can't heal this.
Surgery.
It needs surgery. It's down deep. The best you can do is take her somewhere safe and stitch it, but the damage is deep. You are not necessarily going to bedside manner your way through that one in such a doom-filled fashion.
Just try and stop the blood.
Okay, but stopping the bleeding. No, you wouldn't be saying that. You don't know that he doesn't know what to do. So it's just a matter of...
she knows that humans, because she's had doctors
it's the same.
Haven't known.
It's muscle.
But she's had doctors who haven't known about elves.
No, but this is muscle. It's the same. In the same way that human physiology and the medicine that humans use is based off of elven stuff and what they learned. So, you can do yourself a heal test, though, to resolve the bleeding.
To just try and get bleeding
totally.
done.
And bandage it up.
All right,
at least try and... But you're,
Excellent.
Not
This isn't coming out. We've got to keep it in, and you're going to put pressure on this, all right?
You might want to take it out, though. You're not sure. That's a call. That's a call. It's literally a call, and you're not sure which.
Was it one of
Can I
those
roll the dice
thrones?
first?
It was. You can roll dice all you wish, but you've already got your test success on it. So, if she was human, I'd have given you a far clearer answer.
Where did it hit her?
Yeah, I'm pulling it.
Five, was it?
Pulling it. Go on, pull it.
Pull it. Excellent. Do yourself a heal test, please.
Oh, God, do really well. Not bad. 5 successes.
That's more than enough. You've successfully cleared it out. You're going to be able to heal next round. You may.
Where did the arrow come from?
You don't know. You didn't even see it.
Oh shit! Okay.
And you just heard her scream and collapse to the ground and back into the rocks.
She will try and find cover.
Not hard. There's loads of it all over the place. You could just get behind that big, huge rock there, for example.
Yeah, and then also take out the rope and try and tie it. If she sees a big, like a rock, she can tie it around or
easy.
something. So that when they're trying to leave, maybe it's
Make
easier.
a trip rope.
Make a trip rope.
Oh, down the cliff.
Birdie, let's retreat back, and he'll start channeling, but he'll move maybe 2 squares back.
Back
he
to there.
wants to cover Birdie coming out of the cave.
That sounds good.
And then just a channel test. Where am I looking?
Well, while you're worrying about that...
No, he didn't successfully channel.
Meat Pie's initiative goes after Elric.
Yep, and what's Meat Pie doing?
He is going to scurry and hide.
Where?
Up near Elric.
Good one.
Scurry, over there. Do yourself stealth test. Right, so... One is going to hop down from the rocks here.
Oh, just 3 successes.
Nice.
Attack there. One is going to skitter up here, but is more than in range where it can be seen. This one here is going to fire and give its position away from the corner where it was hiding. I'm going to roll again just to see what I decide. Oh, yeah, I really like that. Fires a star at its friend.
Nice.
Traitor! And crits it! Clearly there was some rivalry going on here between these two Skaven.
Why they don't rule the world.
Yep. Right between the eyes, killing that one. Good shot. Die! Kills it. Fucking hilarious.
These are my people.
This one here will charge, but I'm going to do cool test to see if I'm even willing to do it, which I passed barely. You've got intimidate though. Do yourself an intimidate test. I'm quite happy to contest this.
Do I have advantage?
You certainly do, yes.
At 7 successes.
Well, yeah, fuck
I am
that.
there. White-haired,
it comes screeching
furious.
forward.
Covered in the blood of his
stops,
fallen comrades.
It stops, it squirts the musk of fear, changes its action, and turns round in the other direction and heads off that way. Bravest troops ever. Meanwhile, the one that jumps down on you swipes. Do yourself a contested draw. Wow, you might do well here. These are the worst Skaven ever.
Yeah, just a success.
Success, how many?
Just 0.
0. Okay, so you win by 5. So you've got advantage. As it scrabbles, clearly slips. Its claws go flying up in the air as it slides down a screen. It lands beside you, looks at you, and just screams. That's the effectiveness of its combat. A big rat-faced...
Yumi screams back. Like,
Okay, start of the round. Highest initiative. What's What's your initiative, Alaminowith?
71.
71. I've got one higher than that, who is going to take a shot at Gerhardt.
Oh,
Seems reasonable.
And hits for a total of 17 damage.
These things are
take off your
nasty.
toughness.
Take off your toughness. Hits in the 86, so that's your leg.
You still got your fancy armor?
I've got armor, yeah. It's only leather
leg.
jack at the moment because we've been doing
So on your leg where there's no armor, so manage your
Yeah.
toughness. I've already forgotten how many wounds it was.
17 minus
Thank you.
4 takes it to
13. So 13 wounds. How many wounds you got?
I've got 13. I've taken
zero.
1, so I'm actually on -1. So it's
Minus one, plus one critical. Okay, it comes in bleeding. You're on bleeding. Oh, we had a bleeding that was going to be staunch for you. Do yourself an endurance test, please. Because you were bleeding at the end of last round. Forgot to call that one out.
59.
You pass, fail?
Yeah, that's a pass.
Oh, superb. Okay, so you've got a bleeding condition as well now. Okay, as it comes into it was your leg, wasn't it? Okay, as it comes in at the back of your thigh. Clearly, this is a Skaven that likes to attack the thighs and the legs. As that comes in, blood trickles down warm by your leg, and then it's Alaminoway.
Can I see where that came from?
Yeah, you're right beside. Do yourself a perception test.
You won't have to do anything while I'm healing you up.
Yeah. She won't be able to move around or do anything if she wants to be healed.
8 successes.
8 successes.
Drop
Yeah,
balls,
it came from up here on a high crag.
Oh.
Probably can't get my bow out in my current.
I mean, you can, but your bow's big, and it's
Yeah,
going to get in the
and-
way of him
yeah,
doing
exactly.
his job.
I'm just gonna try and hide us both.
How far away was that? How far? What's the distance to the crag? But
Yeah, it's up about this high, so we're looking at around about,
But I can't
about
actually see
15
it.
paces.
Can I?
Pardon?
I can't see it. The creature.
No,
that
you can't
threw
see it. You just know where it came
So
from.
I couldn't cast a spell at it.
Yeah, no, you couldn't.
Could you hold until he's done healing you?
Yeah,
and
you totally
then-
can.
Yeah, I'll hold. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Father McFatherface, you're sitting there. What's the plan?
well, I think I'm probably.
There's one right there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to charge the one that's attacking.
Okay,
Ine,
so
I think.
bellowing
Yeah.
in, charging
Yeah.
into there. Sounds good.
Remember, you have your blessing for combat.
I've got a fortune point for combat.
Yeah,
My
sorry,
augury.
yeah.
Yeah. Should it be required? 3 successes.
Nice.
I have 3 also, so it's chung chung. This thing's pissing itself. Squirting the musk of fear all over the place as Birdie.
I will advance
Oh yeah.
on the one that threw the throwing star.
Okay, you can just charge it if you
Kill
want.
this power.
Yeah, and while I'm doing that, I'm bellowing, "You dare attack a Sarah, a blessed of the Horned Rat! Dare!"
I'm
If
really
you-
hoping in Queekish.
If you, if you wish, you can go intimidate rather than weapon. If you go intimidate, it might just run and might cause others to run.
Yeah, I'll go for intimidate.
You're aware that Skaven can be somewhat cowardly.
No, not quite.
It's a contested roll, so it's important to know how many
It's
fails.
3 fails.
That's 1.
Oh, because I've
Plus
got
20.
advantage. 1 fail.
Yeah, you win. Yeah, you win easily. As you come charging forward to your intimidate check, it scrabbles up here, and then
Scrabble, scrabble.
a blade passes through its throat and pulls back.
Scary.
Is that rogue?
This would be the Skaven equivalent of
Is
the
that
Horus.
rogue?
Whoa, this one is going to have to do
Oh, just a
himself.
dead skull.
Oh, cool. You failed too. Yes, I will outflank him. Yes,
Sure.
yes,
By way of no.
yes.
Typical tactic.
As
Use it
it
myself.
goes running off in that direction. Meanwhile, over here, my initiative is disengage. You can try and stop it if you wish, or if you want it to disengage and get the hell out of
No,
it,
I want
you
to hit
can
it.
stop.
It's the enemy
Super.
so far.
Go for it.
4 successes.
Soar, and you're also in. Do you wish to stop it from disengaging, or which would be a contested melee test, or you can just let it
Get
go?
your advantage if you win.
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, go for it.
Is that melee basic?
Yep, it is indeed.
You technically have advantage because you're flanking with the father, right? They're next to each other. They're outnumbered.
No, that's not going. No, that won't go.
Really?
No, it just increases mine.
One fail.
One fail, so we're fine there. I've got 5, so I've made it. So it will hop back this way and move out of line of sight there. Let's just pop that there at the side so we recall where it is. And we'll pop that one off to the side as well so we recall where it is because it's out of line of sight. Meanwhile, initiative for Gerhardt is?
50.
Yep, you're next.
Alright, lovely stuff. Okay, I'm just grinning and bearing my own personal wound to fix up Minowithe, heal test. Oh, yeah. I did it just enough.
You did.
8 successes.
Oh, sweet.
I was one off hitting it exactly on the scale.
And that was me increasing the difficulty for it being an elf as well. You're no longer bleeding. You're in a good place. All is good.
And then, seeing my job's done, I'm going to, like, throw myself to the side and be like,
Hey, you mate.
That one is gone. Elemental, did you see where that thing was thrown?
Points up in the top of the crags up there.
But I can't see.
No, you
where
can't
it
see
came.
anything up there. You can definitely move yourself in a place where it would be very difficult to throw stuff at you from there.
Yeah. Did she also manage to tie the rope around?
Yeah, because you did that on your initiative. Yes.
In fact, I held, so I could. You can take a move or an action, can't you?
Yes.
So I could move myself out of line of sight of that.
Move over there. Yeah, absolutely. You got.
Look for it.
Could we also say my throwing myself away and crying about my own wound
Is what you meant to say.
area, please? Yeah, less in the way of that way.
yourself.
There's a big stone there. You
yeah.
can try to
Okay,
find that
fine.
one for the throwing behind.
Birdie, when I said retreat, I meant come back the way that we were. And again, he's still going to have to try and cover her, so he is just continuing to channel.
Okay, sounds good. Given you are the only source of light that she has. Nice. Meanwhile, on your side, a skull, completely devoid of any flesh, bleached almost, bone, yellowy. It's the light. It's kind of red. It's by his flames. As it clack, clack, clack stabs in your direction, like so. Do yourself first, though, a cool test because. You know, skeletons aren't meant to be walking around.
2 successes.
Superb. So, yeah, you're fine with that part. You're just not fine with the fact it tried to stab you. And how did you do on your contested roll?
0 successes.
I have...
Plus 2.
Because of defensive.
Oh, I have 2. I was about to say, I'm about to hit you. Did not hit you. Clack, clack, clack. The shield comes up. It clatters across that as your sword swipes it to the side. And you hear clatters, further clatters, from inside what was a relatively clear, and probably a relatively blocked passageway.
Also, we don't know that the bones we found are hers. Any of these could be her. Who knows?
Uh-oh. More complicated than it first appeared. End of the round. Anyone bleeding still?
I have.
Do yourself your endurance test.
This is where I die.
Falls unconscious, dies.
Oh shit, me. Gonna spend a fortune point.
That's what happened to him the other week.
Yep, fine.
Right, good stuff.
4 successes.
You're not dead. Well, you're not unconscious. Top of the round. That happens. That happens. It's you.
I'm on 0 wounds. I've stopped bleeding.
You are on
I've
0
got
wounds
no-
and you're stopped bleeding. For those of you who play Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay already, you'll know that you're on 0 wounds according to the core rulebook. You fall unconscious. Not in our game. Falling unconscious happens for different reasons. If you want to know more, come chat on our Discord channel.
I think she's going to have to kind of sneak in and see what's happening inside.
Now you can't, because you're on 0 wounds, move further in your movement rate, which is 5 squares.
Well, she's just like sneaking very stealthily and hiding and.
That sounds
clinging
good.
to
Do
the
yourself
rock
stealth
anyway.
test. The father.
So can I see that Gerhardt's hurt?
Gerhardt, he's
So
a spray of blood as he's dived behind that rock.
I'm gonna
Whimpering.
head over to him, shield up,
Very brave.
Yeah.
and
Shield up
again I'm
behind
going
you.
to attempt to tone the healing.
Do yourself
hands.
your prey test.
No, it's a fail. It's not a Wrath of the Gods or anything. It's just a
Okay,
fail.
could be worse. Birdie! Oh wow! There appears to be unliving skeleton things trying to hit you. What are you doing?
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Bravely running away.
Well, if it is disengaged, they'll get a free swipe.
You've got
haven't they?
advantage at the
You've got
moment,
advantage, though.
don't
So,
you? If you have
yeah.
advantage, you can just disengage without needing to roll. You can just spend your advantage, you lose it, and you can just move.
Can I say something before I move?
Oh, you can do whatever you want, of course.
Reik, You still there?
Rick, are you still there? As she bounces off, heading backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Nuke the skeletons
I
behind
imagine-
I'm
me.
pretty sure there's no nukes.
I imagine they're ready to
He
dive
knows
to the
what I
ground.
mean.
I suspect.
I mean, you would argue the ruinous powers are.
Your heart.
Oh, it's me. Hello,
He's
Father.
praying over you. It's very nice. He's blessing. You do not feel any better.
This isn't working. You know it's not working.
You tending to your own wounds?
Look, I'll deal with it myself.
Go for it. Do yourself a heal test. Another one of your bandages down.
Maybe
Yeah.
Sigmar was working through you, my lord.
Sure. 5.
Sweet. That will staunch the bleeding.
Yeah, nice.
You may.
What is that? Just like a bit of a ledge before it goes down, like outside it.
Yeah, totally.
Is this thing climbable?
Yeah, oh yeah, easily. If you wish to go and confront whatever might be up there,
Do I
Don't
want
do it.
to?
do it. Do it.
Do it. Strike
Do
me
not
down.
listen to the horned rat. He never ever.
Do it.
No, she will start going
Sneaking
going down because she knows she'll probably
So
be
she's
the
heading
slowest.
off to
She'll use the-
Retreatsville.
She'll use the rope.
Heading off in that direction.
Be
Now
like-
you're currently tied to a stone, aren't you?
No, I
She was
tied the
tying
rope.
a stone.
Oh,
To
tied a
the
rope
stone.
to a stone so you could head off and then jump off cliffs or whatever.
Yeah, with the rope.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
your
yeah.
climbing went so well
Absolutely.
the previous time.
Yeah,
totally.
exactly. I didn't want.
Climbing down. That's
How
fine.
good are you with
Repelling.
ropes?
Well, we're going to find
We're
out.
gonna find out. I
Okay,
guess.
all right. What's the plan?
Fireball right down where Birdie's just run from.
Love it.
See, he knew
I'm
what I
reversing
meant.
successes though still.
You are.
Mm.
Your throat's feeling a bit raspy.
Yeah, we're still fine. So that is 10 total successes. No, sorry. 1 success plus 3, so 4 successes. So it's actually 2 fireballs.
2 fireballs.
Love
Take
it.
that. Undead scholars.
So like 2 squares right next to them, each other.
I'm
I
just going to
guess.
take out 2 of
Yeah.
them because that's very accurate for what your fireballs are just doing.
Splash.
And on that,
It's taking a bath.
out come my high initiative skills. Yeah, pushing through.
Oh no.
They are not
You need to
exactly
get
the
them right
brightest,
wrestling and hammer.
as they all
need to get
clatter their way out of there. Not the wisest choice of movements for walking towards a bright wizard, but you know, they're not tactical geniuses. Top of the initiative round.
They don't have brains anymore.
That's
exactly.
fair. Top of the initiative. Right, that's happening. That's happening. That one's running round that way. That one's doing that.
Bunch of bones.
There's definitely no awareness of that. As that goes,
We hate
So,
it when we
done.
can
Alright,
this
see
is
her in a
going
monologue.
it's you.
I think she's gonna hold there because she feels like she's quite well hidden. And
Okay, hold
and
there.
Check for these guys coming or anyone.
Okay,
I mean,
so delay.
Can she see the?
Can she see the skeletons?
Looks like it's a straight
Got
line.
acute vision sight.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to be more than aware of
Oh.
that. Yeah.
Father, undead.
Thank you.
That was going to be my next move. Bricks are holy
Someone's
rough.
calling. Is it me next?
I'm dead. Seriously.
Seriously, I know.
Yeah, it's you.
Well, I guess I'll head in.
What's in
You could
there?
run, or you could just go full band. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 will only take you to there.
Yeah, as long as I'm not blocking.
Okay, but it will
Being
move
in
you
the line
front
of
of
fire.
the yeah.
Battle
totally in
language
front
will
of
let
him.
us.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, you've still got an action left if you wish.
I mean,
Do something
Pick up the
funky.
bones.
I've got the bones already.
Oh, have you already got
The
them?
ones in
Okay.
my bag, but yeah.
Pick up all the bones.
I've got undead. I mean,
Even
they're too
these
far
ones.
away to do any of my damagey things. I think what he might do is he won't draw his hammer. He will reach down to his prayer book instead, and
to
he
open
will
it up.
attempt to intone divine brilliance.
That seems like the kind of thing you'd want to do in a cave full of undead.
Yeah.
Yes, it really does.
Fuck's sake. Seriously.
It's the day.
All of these dice are cursed. All of them. I get a
failed?
failed.
You didn't fumble.
Not a fumble or anything like that.
Birdie,
Yeah.
Are they?
they're clattering forward slowly. Their blades held forward. They don't appear to have a great deal of speed to them. Clack, clack, clack. You've already passed your fear test, so you don't need to worry about that if you wish to immediately charge them, for example.
I suppose I have advantage. I have my shield.
You do. You could delay.
I'll delay and see
because
if
you
they
could
can-
just protect the wizard
Yeah.
and the priest.
Yeah,
So-
I'm happy to just hang on
like
and get ready
defend
to
them.
smack anything. that
Gerhardt,
comes near.
the father's gone running in.
Okay.
Alamena Wythe has apparently vanished. She's gone running off, hiking it over towards the edge of the cliff there, holding on a rope, looking very much like she's going, nope, nope, nope.
She's looking back at Gerhardt
Although
like.
it's fair to say that she is also out in the open.
Yeah, I am
And you
a
would
bit
have heard
worried
the
about that.
undead.
Yep, absolutely.
Call.
Okay, all right. You may. They can still shoot at you. Don't like. Well, it's fine. She's gone. All right. Bloody hell. And I'll just I'll run. I think into the cave. I feel lonely.
3, 4. You can do another 4 if you want. Have an action.
Step straight to the face.
You can get all the way to
Stop
there.
me there. Stop me back a little
There?
bit. I see Elric. I'm like, okay.
And you can see those skeletons moving out from the rubble there,
all right.
pushing their way over the stones, their bones clacking against.
I look
Rubble.
at my rapier and I look at the skeleton. And I'm like,
Yep.
well,
Yeah, it's not going to do much damage to a
way.
skeleton at all.
Rattle.
yeah.
Clack, 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 clack,
I'll
clack,
just
clack.
be here. I can inspire, can't I?
Yes, you can.
Let's do that. All right.
There's
well,
your test.
yes. Father, you're meant to be good at dealing with these. Come on, off you go.
You're negging me to inspire me.
Bet you can't kill a skeleton.
Success. You're welcome.
I'll take it. Because
Hey,
both those
you
fails
may.
would have been passes if I had advantage.
Oh.
Come back.
She will.
Everyone's abandoned her. They've all gone running in.
Why do we never leave in these situations?
You ain't seen me right.
She is going to try and go. Ronald,
Oh, please.
do me a
Fingers
solid, please.
And Ronald ran into the cave and no one saw him.
I mean, 4 successes.
Ah, sweet.
She runs. She'll go back in. Can she?
That's 8.
Can I reach Elemental?
That's as far as you can reach.
Alamena
You can go diagonal and move
quite
right
a
up
lot
to
of
the
successes
edge.
to hide, so you
Yeah.
probably can't see her.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay,
Yeah.
in which case I've just
Yeah.
increased the length
Yeah.
of my.
That sounds
You can
good.
see me, right?
Perfect. Okay, Ulrich.
He's gonna start charging up for another fireball just
Okay.
to block them out. 3 successes.
Superb. And clack, 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 clack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes.
Time to
Nice.
wallop you. You've got delay on?
Mm.
We can wallop first.
Oh,
Smack.
One success.
1 success. I got.
22 successes to that.
I got my.
Defensive, no.
No, minus lots.
I got 16 fails.
16.
Oh,
Yeah.
fumbled.
Yeah, I massively fumbled. Let's just. But what weapon are you using?
Longsword. Oh, it's a sword.
Yeah, does almost fuck all to it. As you clatter across it.
my moment has arrived.
You can do yourself an intelligence test though.
Yeah. Well, I don't have much in the way of intelligence, but we'll.
Well, you can give it a go. Your mighty intelligence of 22, was it?
Oh!
I have a into 26 and I just rolled 22.
Nice.
You conjured that number, Auntie.
I
did.
You're a wizard.
I did.
You were
I
wizard,
wouldn't like
Andy.
to say. You should have whacked it with your shield.
Yeah.
You should have just whacked it with your shield. That would have done something to it. But now
next
you've got the
time.
awareness to do that. Exactly. The sword clatters through its rib cage, and it feels really annoying that you can't.
I don't tend
Swipe
to
and
stab, I tend to
slash.
smack.
Yeah, totally. Swipe, smack, and it clatters about it, but it apparently does almost nothing to the skeleton at all.
Except worry it.
No, chip its bones,
That'll take some filling.
and then it collapses at your feet.
Oh, sweet.
I totally fumbled. It's got the magic holding it together is unstable, and it falls apart.
It's a good thing you created that intelligence test, because otherwise you would have
I
assumed
would
that
have
it worked.
almost certainly told her that swords were the way forward. But that isn't what occurred, as that one turns into bones. Let's leave that one there. This one tries to do the same thing, but this time I'll get to attack first. What is wrong with these
I have
skeletons?
To defend with your shield.
6 successes.
Yeah, I am bloody 99. I'm just going to take this one out.
Oh,
You can
sorry, 8 successes.
properly
Andy.
clatter that with your shield. Let's pop this. Whoa! The world almost collapsed. Clatter that one. 1, 2. Can this one reach? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 can. They all can. So let's bring this one in first. Come on, let's see if I can get a not fumble. It's not a fumble, but it is -4.
Yep.
6 successes.
Yeah, that's
8
enough.
successes.
Yeah, you win that. You've got advantage. This one's coming in as well. Yeah.
Great. I don't have to do anything.
Clang.
8 successes.
Oh, blinking flip! Bang, bang, bang! Clatter, clatter, shield, bash! Clatter, 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 clatter! Oh, clatter as it falls down to the ground like a little piano.
I'm furious.
Oh, I ain't got none left. That's it. As we hit the end of the round, Alaminawaith.
Just hold. And
Hold.
Wait and see what
Father.
happens up there.
I mean, I'm too close to charge, right?
Yeah, but you can move in and
But
whack
I
it.
think just move in and whack it is probably the best thing to do at this point.
Sure, wallet, whack. You've got advantage already, so
Yeah, passed, but no successes.
no successes. Let's probably like fumble twice. I was about to say I've critted, no, I fumbled. Yeah, that's
Flip
enough.
the dice round.
Out comes the hammer and crunch directly
I want
on
one of
its
those.
head.
For Sigma!
Can I finish the other
Yeah,
one?
wallop with your shield. That's melee.
Two
mean-
successes.
You still hit it. That's not enough to kill it though. Damage though,
Well,
important.
with 0 successes plus 2, so is that 3?
It's not +2 because it's only when you're defending you
Oh,
get
right,
that because
okay,
it's
so
for the
0
defensive. So
successes.
I actually won that one.
Oh, right.
Hey, I have advantage. You lose advantage, which is good for Gerhardt.
Right. Okay. I'll run it. I'll 2 steps forwards
Yep.
and 3 steps back. And that's Elric.
Oh, yes, it is.
When our counters, he gets
There
mixed
you
up.
go. Yeah. I'll stroke me pie.
Lose a
I'll
hand.
go. Bertie, he's a good dog. And
I know!
leadership test success. You have inspiration again.
You may.
Advantage, sorry.
I knew exactly
You
what
may will feel a little
Yeah.
brave and go peek at that cave just to like.
Make her way around. You ain't seen me, right? As she goes over there, and there are things there.
meant. 80 Skaven.
I didn't even
Having
realise
a
that was only
picnic.
3.
Yeah, I totally
Yeah,
didn't
it's
see
very
that from
dark,
here.
very difficult to see. They're currently sitting on the edge of the water, squeaking at each other.
But I can
Like
see
so.
that there's just 3 of.
There's 3 of them there, yes. There's a full 77 fewer than perhaps may originally have been expected.
Cool, and the water is
Flowing that direction.
that direction.
Yeah, so it's flowing towards you.
Okay. She will. She's not gonna hit
Have you got
all
bomb?
3. Oh, I mean, I have no. I just not. I don't have matches. I rely on this
I've
person.
got matches.
Damn it!
She'll
The
go.
synergy has been destroyed!
She'll go back, but she now knows how many there are.
Hang back. That will move them out of sight. And Elric!
He'll charge the remaining skeleton.
Okay, just charge in now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yep, there's space to move into that
So
one
he's
there.
got his staff out because he was using that.
Wallop it
light.
with his staff.
He will use his last fortune point.
You might not need to. What did you roll?
It would be. I've got advantage for charging, right?
Yeah.
So it'll be 1 failure.
Yeah, you win. Because I fumbled again.
So how much did I win by?
By a lot.
I'm doing at least 9 damage.
Yeah, it's
then.
going to be enough. You're going to be able to come forward, just
Magical,
drive the
right?
staff forward, shatter into its skull, causing its head to clatter down onto the ground and for the bones to follow not long after, leaving you with that.
I don't like that they're being flipped.
Well, you've got to know where all the bones are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For what reason, Andy?
So we can bury them?
So they can
Yeah,
stand back
I,
up
I,
again.
Yeah,
I
probably.
turned to Father Leopold and go, so, when she said bones, which ones?
Father Leopold is busily properly smashing the skulls of all these skeletons to make sure that they are actually destroyed and not getting back
Do
up
yourself a
again.
lore theology test.
This might be really bad. Yes, 2 successes.
Desecration.
It's going to be really hard to bury them. In fact, it'll make it impossible if you smash them all up.
Fair point.
As you're sitting, oh!
Yeah.
As you hold over
Unless
it.
we cause the entire cave to collapse.
Ah.
Kick a single rock.
But I mean,
It's enough to cause doubt, and you can decide what you want to do with your doubt.
You'll pause. I mean,
Is there such a thing? I guess is it a Myrmidian burial if we just put them out into the sea?
Manan.
Yeah, sorry.
There is no sea here.
You always got
Well,
very
do you
nice.
have
river.
She said
Water, sea, river.
She said
All
Semantics.
rivers run to the sea eventually.
she said she'd know. So if we take these bones back, she'll know if they're hers.
And then we can
And then if
keep
not-
coming back for more.
Well, she said, well, no, if we
Alameda
buried
will
them.
come out like saying, well, why wouldn't we just bury them all?
Oh yeah, true. That might stop us from that.
Could we potentially just grab all of them and get a move on and jump out this cave?
Yes.
There's a lot of frickin' bones here.
It might be quicker to bury them here.
I recommend we don't tarry here because we might
Yeah,
still have
you may well
company.
pop back up as well and be like, there's 3 of them down that way. There's some water there, so
Skeletons?
no,
Beastmen.
beastmen.
Oh, right.
You guys cover them up. I'll keep an eye out in case they come back.
Yeah, maybe if a few people keep watch.
So, does anyone have a spade?
No, we've got a shield.
Birdie,
Shield,
I'm
good start.
sure has a spade. One of your weapons.
Pretty sure she doesn't.
No, boat hook.
She's got a shield as well.
Scrape.
I've got
No,
shield.
it's the shields will work
Shield
as
will help.
makeshift.
Yeah.
So, one digger, one lookout. Who else is doing digging?
My spade is
I
back
can
in the
use
boat.
her shield, I guess.
Yeah,
you can
that
use
sounds
it.
good. So
Yeah.
Elric can start doing that. This is just a matter of time now, and just scraping away. Now, this cave is fortunately not made of stone like someone's fashioned it, but it's not solid stone at the bottom. And indeed, there is more than enough here that you're going to be able to scrape away at it. Hopefully, get enough down and cover it up. Is anyone else doing anything else while they're here? We've got ourselves at least one lookout, Birdie. And where's your plan for looking out, Birdie? There's 1, 2, 3 routes in to this
Three
area,
of us will have to
and there's
look
also
out.
an entire area where all those skeletons came out from.
Oh
over
yeah,
there
someone
too.
should check if there's more
Alameda
bones.
will
Should maybe wait till
sneak
we're
up
all there.
to the area where the skeletons came
Okay,
out.
so
of to see
I'll
if there's
go in
more
there.
bones.
You're keeping your eyes out just in case they come from any direction.
Yeah,
got
well,
the best
I know
night
for a
vision.
fact one of them ran down that one, so yeah.
So being aware of that one is
Yeah.
wise. Elric is working in the middle along with the
Yeah.
father.
Can
Gerhardt,
you set little meat pie to watch the middle one? Will he guard?
I mean, he'll barking. What about Yume? Where's she gonna
Isn't Yumi just going to cover the third
Yeah,
way
I
in
think
other
I'm
ways, or
I'm
not?
gonna hide there and
hide there? And Gerhardt's sort of half
stay where I
checking,
am,
looking
yeah.
around. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so a few things to cover. Number one, all the way down in there, there's another skeleton just lying on the ground, apparently not walking around doing whatever. There's also a very old-looking leather bag sitting over in one corner.
I've just had a thought.
Yes.
Can I quickly do a law medicine check?
Yes.
Would I be able to distinguish now
Yes.
the difference between a male skeleton and a female skeleton?
Lore medicine. What's your lore medicine advances?
or one that has
Because
rib
it's very
cages
difficult.
nicked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
That
that.
is a completely different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do
Yeah.
yourself a perception test
Not
on that
just
one. Actually,
suicide
what do you need to be lore
bogan happen
medicine?
now.
Yeah, and check
Suicide
which one's got the
Barrens.
damaged rib cages.
I'm
Although
sorry,
one of
what am
them's
I-
had the rib cages fall
Perception.
apart.
Perception.
Perception.
Yeah,
I'm rolling
perception, yeah. So while you're doing that,
Okay.
there's a large leather bag in the back corner.
I guess she'll have a look at it.
Rummage forward over towards the bag.
We can't get advantage here at the moment.
Yeah, no advantage once we're out.
One fail then.
One fail, yeah. You're not sure. There's a lot of bones, and several of them are already damaged. Some of them have been crushed.
Birdie's
Crash.
also stabbed through a rib cage as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Elemental
Causing
will
all
say
manner of
kind of
nicks.
in low tones. There's another
No,
one.
you've got a bag to look at. You said
Oh,
you're
yeah,
looking
yes,
inside.
sorry.
Okay. You open it up and it's dusty on the inside. There is an interesting mixture of bits of old rag, half rotten, a cylindrical. Oh no, it's octagonal.
Oh, scroll page.
Bit of what is that? Stone, long stone, octagonal
guess she'll take
thing. Which you take out, and on the end, interesting, on the end of it, there is a rune.
That's all.
So that's a thing.
Oh, take it.
Beyond that, there's also some coins sitting at the bottom for you to yank out. Ooh, these are not coins you recognise. You're not sure where these were minted.
Well, she'll take the coins and the octagonal.
Anyway, so that's that. You've done that. Open out.
thing. I mean, yeah.
Do we?
You bring the
But
bones
there's
as
still.
well.
What about the bones that
She's
are
not
in
going to
there?
bring the bones, but she will say, "There's bones here. We should. Can someone help me carry them?"
Right. Would it be
You could
easier for me
check
to bury them there?
those.
Yes,
Couldn't you?
probably.
What?
The ones that are in that cave are probably easier to examine.
Yeah.
Just yes, I suppose.
If I leave you
Sure.
here, I can all
Yeah,
get
have a
started
look,
on it.
Gerhard.
Okay.
All right, so there's no point in spending a long time describing you digging. You dig. Bones get buried. You try to grab as many of the shards as you possibly can. Some of them have been smashed after all, but ultimately we get there. Everything's patted down. You think you've buried them. You think you've done it.
And at no point did I get any kind of familial feel.
It appears that the beastmen... Yeah, the beastmen have decided that valor is not their personal choice for today, given that they have yet to do anything of significant damage to you, yet you have all managed to see off some of their number. Are we also burying their bones? Or their bodies, pardon me, not their bones. Because you've got the bodies of two of them.
Mutants.
We'd maybe burn them, but
yeah.
Can
Burn them in the back cave and burn them, for example?
Work by the light of their fire, right?
I frisk them?
Yeah, you totally can when you move the bodies over.
Can we check the wee side passages just in case there's any bodies down there as well?
There is... Oh, holy shit. There is not any as you make your way down there. There doesn't appear to be anything. You find markings. You don't know what clan marking that is, so it's not a clan that you know, which is not surprising. You knew northern clans. But they've got definite markings on them, marking them out. One of them's branded as well, and again, clan marking the same one, but you'll be able to recognise that one should you see it again in future. They are clearly relatively impoverished. You're coming to the conclusion quickly that this is not a job that anyone wanted to do. And the people who have been sent are far from brave and not really that capable.
Well, it strikes me they came looking for something and found it wasn't there, and now they're stuck here. So.
And any who were capable have moved on.
I'm gonna.
And if they go back empty-pawed, that's probably going to end badly for them, which is why they were so desperate to extort us.
Yeah.
And so very bad at it. But I will, if I can get a little bit quiet time in one of the corridors, leave a little message.
What you're writing?
Cursed by the horned rat, all of you.
Yes, yeah.
Nice, I like that.
Lovely. So, bones buried. We're making our way back to the circle.
Maybe I could become a cleric.
Yeah, as Birdie comes out, Yume will be like at the rope that she tied.
I also, just to make sure it's not forgotten, it was clear that Birdie was speaking their language.
Yeah.
There is no doubt. And if anyone wants to bring it up, the walk back is a perfect time to quickly bring that up. Well, we're just going to finish this part.
Okay.
So, are we going to bring that up?
I didn't see it.
Elric will bring it up at Alamenoith and say, back in the cave and last night, do you reckon, when does Birdie speak to mutants?
I don't know, but she was clearly speaking their language.
That was a language, right?
I have encountered beastmen before. I could not...
You'll hear all of that.
Yeah, I mean, Leopold is just not that subtle. And he'll be like, so what language is that you were speaking?
Well, theirs, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know a lot, but...
I mean, you had a conversation with him.
No.
For context, most of the beastmen we'd met speak like a basic form of Reichspiel, right?
Some of the ones you encountered did, others didn't.
Others
They barked a
No,
weird
those that
language.
we have met have mostly kind of
Like
man, kind of thing.
Yeah, but the ones Alamenoith has met more that speak different languages that she doesn't understand.
At the tower, it might have been more the mutants we were hearing talking rather than
I think even in the village, I think we overheard Reichspiel.
Yeah.
I let them have this conversation.
Oh, no, that was
Slayer.
Yeah.
So, where did you learn it?
In the sewers. These guys tend to turn up in subterranean tunnels, and the sewer jacks taught me some things. I think it's just posturing and yelling, just to scare them off. You can see they're not very, they're a bit timid.
It's clearly more than that because they told you how many of them there were.
Well,
Which you then told us.
Logic.
Why did I not play a character with intelligence 50? Uh-oh!
I mean, intelligence 26. It's like, yeah, they kind of make sense. Basic numbers. And the occasional, mostly swear words. But I've met them before. Not these ones. I recognise the weaponry. I've had them thrown at me in the sewers under midnight.
Not implausible, although some of it's a bit implausible.
I think can challenge me on it if they don't believe me. I mean,
I was a sewerjack in Nuln, and I certainly was not.
of course you were.
No, we've had this on the phone.
Yeah,
I know.
I was
No,
not,
but it still irks me.
I was not taught to speak a strange underground beastman language.
Oh, that's probably because you didn't come upon them on a regular basis. No.
Midnight might have a completely different setup.
No, totally. I'm just saying
crawling with them.
that in Nuln there were plenty of occupants of the sewers that we encountered, but I never learned to speak their language. I feel somewhat lacking as a sewerjack.
It seems like quite a relatively easy language to pick up. You know, sort of.
That's really offensive. Don't say that again.
Or do, because that might scare them off.
No, that suggests that you would like to
It does
have
not,
relations
Birdie.
with
Wait, so Bertie, you've gone from I don't really speak it, I just know a couple of things, to suddenly
I'm
picking out.
joking.
No, but this is.
Did say she
What's her
was
soul
good.
doing?
I'm joking. I have no idea
It's
what
the
he
same
said.
as it
was just
always
noises.
is. Blazing white to you.
Hmm.
Ahead, Corbreath has his arms folded as he sees you slowly but surely make your way over. The father looking deeply dubious, the rest of you doing your thing. As he goes, "Hey, no.
Mm-hmm.
We think so.
Hey,
I'll find out and go in the circle.
as you pop into the circle, there's 6 there.
Oh, the rest of our party.
Daggers drawn.
But we buried 7 skeletons.
There's
Or
6
is one of
there.
those might be Skaven.
I think the first Skaven was flipped over.
Yeah.
It was.
So that is the.
There's 6 there.
Nice.
Ghostly, difficult to perceive, not firm to your vision. As she's in the centre of them and says, You did it.
Oh, man of my word.
We were murdered by the man who employed us.
Did he have a name?
Yeah, he had a name, that filthy, two-faced fucker. He says, Wittgenstein, von Wittgenstein, noble. Of course it was a noble. Thought this was a good job, didn't we? We weren't a good job. He hired us over at his tower, he did. We as one of them puts their hands forward and says, Don't matter, love, we're dead. She says, It does matter! Don't matter, love.
I mean, you can tell us, and if we have the opportunity to see.
When he saw the stone in the middle of the circle.
Is there a stone?
There's nothing there.
No,
Literally
there was.
nothing there.
Yeah, there's no stone there.
No, he had us get it out, didn't he? And then he killed us.
So you wouldn't talk, presumably. Do you know where he took it to? Do you think he took it back to that tower?
Was it up?
He had us at an observatory.
An observatory.
Yeah.
There's tons of them everywhere, though.
If only we had a map.
And you hear,
I think.
as
Yeah, remember, what did you see?
Did the woman in red, before you crossed the portal, the woman in red, what did she do? Did she say or do anything?
her eyes are black hollow pits. As they widen.
Seems easy.
No, not like this.
Yeah.
And it goes right through your very soul. Cool test.
Oh, more.
Yeah. As you stare into nothing, and her voice echoes out from somewhere, but it doesn't seem to be her lips, which don't even move. She was angry. Very angry. Concerned about wasted coin. Very upset. Another fella. And then another voice goes, other fella. There was another fella. As another voice goes, other fella. Other fella. And her voice. No, it's a bit too deep now. But still, you think it's her voice. Goes, tried to cast spells to find it. pointing. They got somewhere, I think. Think. Do yourself.
I mean, he's a
Cool test.
okay. I mean, he's already backing out.
Back away.
Yeah. What's either very good or bad? It's a narrow fail.
You start stepping forward.
Oh.
Step.
Oh no.
Oh no, we didn't do the thing
Dead.
this time.
Oh no.
We can see him step forward, though, right?
Right, so you've got a choice. You can re-roll using sin. You can spend a fate point and not walk into Moore's Realm. Or you can walk into Moore's Realm.
Can I try something else?
You cannot.
Can I tell you what I was going to ask you? Which is, as he's losing, can I have a second to murmur a prayer?
No.
No.
You are out of control.
Can we?
So, your choice. Fate point,
Can we help?
a corruption point, or...
Take a
Oh, you
corruption.
said
Sin point.
Pardon? No, I
said
meant
sin
corruption
point,
point.
mean
I meant
corruption.
corruption point.
Walk in.
I mean, what's in Moore's Realm?
Yeah.
Like-
Walk in.
Death.
Like
Death is in Moore's Realm.
Leopold, I tell you, that has like secretly the plan when he gets to midnight was totally to walk into the flame. Like he's become that level of fanatical.
We won't get to do that if he goes now.
I mean, he's curious.
Yeah.
I mean, if he dies, I'll spend a fate point.
There's no curious.
No.
This is your choice, not his.
No.
He has no choice. If he has his own word, he goes. He has no choice.
Yeah, no,
You
that's
have
what I
the
mean.
choice.
I'm curious.
Yeah, but there's no
Yeah.
anything but your choice. That's
Yeah.
it.
But what I mean is, if he dies, is it too late to spend a fate point if he goes into Moore's Realm? Like, is that him gone?
Yes.
Let's spend it now. I mean, are we not attached to Leopold?
You've got 4 fate points.
I've got 4 fate
What a
points. I'll
waste.
spend a fate point.
Walk in.
You
Walk
spend the fate point. You
I haven't got
walk
any fortune
forward,
points. I spent all my
And-
fortune
in. No,
points.
so walk in.
Yeah.
vanish.
Oh.
And that is where we end this week's episode as Leopold strides into the centre of the, and let's take this quotation, Daemon's bowl
Can we not call it Quantum Leap Accelerator? No?
and vanishes. See you all next time. Bye!